My daughter thinks I am marrying a dangerous man. She does not know I am doing it to protect her. This is Before I Said I Do, a psychological mystery thriller about a perfect wedding, a groom with a deadly past, and a mother hiding the secret that forced her to walk down the aisle. The white roses are perfect. The chandeliers glow above us. The guests turn in their seats. Somewhere behind the closed doors, music begins to play, soft and beautiful, just as I once imagined it would be. Nate is waiting for me at the end of the aisle, handsome, calm, smiling. To everyone else, he looks like the man who saved me from loneliness, the man who arrived 8 months ago when I was broken, tired, and trying to start again after my husband left. But my daughter Kaylee sees something different. I catch her watching him from the front row, her smile stiff, her eyes full of fear she is trying to hide. She thinks I have made a terrible mistake. Maybe I have. She does not know Nate has been in prison. She does not know his first wife is dead. She does not know his daughter was murdered. And she definitely does not know the worst part. I knew all of it before I agreed to marry him. To Kaylee, it must look as if I am choosing danger over her. But there are truths a mother keeps because the truth itself can become a weapon. There are promises made in silence. There are threats that do not need to be spoken twice. So I will walk down the aisle. I will take Nate's hand. I will say the words everyone is waiting to hear, and I will pray my daughter never discovers what happened before I said I do. Prologue. 5 years ago. Marissa pulls her hood tighter, her hair still wet from her post-swim shower and cold against her scalp. The harbour path stretches before her, familiar yet transformed by the rolling fog. Street lamps hover like ghosts, their light diffused into hazy orbs that barely penetrate the mist. She shifts her swim bag to her other shoulder, the strap digging into her collarbone through her sweatshirt, still damp from being stuffed with her wet towel. Her muscles ache pleasantly from today's practice. Coach Caruso pushed them hard with extra butterfly sets that left her shoulders burning. The lingering smell of chlorine clings to her skin, despite the soap and shampoo. It's a scent she's grown to love, a badge of belonging to something bigger than herself. The swim team. A place where she matters. The concrete path winds along the water's edge, separated from the harbour by a low stone wall barnacled with salt residue. Marissa's footsteps echo slightly in the fog, creating the odd sensation that someone walks just behind her. She doesn't turn to look. That's what children do, and at 16 she's done with childish things. Like accepting rides from her father when she's perfectly capable of walking home. I think I can handle a 15-minute walk. The look on his face, that mixture of hurt and worry, had almost made her relent. Almost. But the moment had passed, and now here she is, proving her point with each step toward home. A car approaches from behind, its headlights cutting twin cones through the mist. Marissa doesn't turn, but registers the vehicle slowing. A black SUV with tinted windows. The tires hum softly on the wet road, a sound that raises the fine hairs on her arms. She walks a little faster, her swim bag bouncing awkwardly against her hip. The SUV crawls beside her, and Marissa reaches into her pocket, fingers closing around her phone. It's nothing. Just someone lost in the fog. Or looking for a parking spot. Or slowing down because visibility is bad. She believes none of these explanations, but they help her breathe more evenly. The phone in her pocket vibrates, a sudden buzzing that makes her jump. Pulling it out, she reads the text from her sister. "Where are you? Dad's freaking out." Typical. Her older sister, always the responsible one, always the mediator between Marissa and their father, always taking his side while pretending not to. Marissa stops walking, her thumb hovering over the screen as she types her reply. "Almost home, stop worrying." She hesitates, then adds a rolling eyes emoji before hitting send. Her fingers tremble slightly. From the cold, she tells herself, not from the SUV that has now stopped, engine idling. A sound behind her, soft, almost imperceptible, makes her turn. A familiar man stands there, tall and broad-shouldered. He wasn't there a moment ago. 1. Emily. I study my reflection in the full-length mirror, barely recognizing the woman staring back at me. The white dress transforms me into someone else, someone more elegant, more deserving of love than the Emily Riley who has spent the past 10 years juggling bills and parenting alone. The Emily Riley who spent long nights making costumes for school plays, trying to make friends with other mums, but feeling desperately out of place with no man to support her. "Stop fidgeting," my best friend Angela says playfully, her fingers working deftly to adjust my veil. The wedding photographer catches her eye, but she shakes her head, mouthing, "Not now." "You were a good photographer," she says. "Will you go back to it now that Kaylee is at college?" I shrug, as if I haven't missed it these past few years. I've never corrected her assumption that I switched to a job with steadier hours. "Do you need another drink?" she asks, raising an eyebrow, and I'm reminded that we both know one more will be one too many. "No, maybe," I laugh. My hands drop to my sides, then immediately rise again to trace the delicate lace along my neckline. I can't seem to keep still. "Is it too much? The dress, I mean." Angela steps back, tilting her head critically. "It's perfect, Em. You're perfect." The bridal suite at Cliffside is all glass and light, a transparent bubble perched above the coastline. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of Harbourview Heights spreading below us, the harbour's crescent shape, the jutting finger of the northern pier, the cluster of downtown buildings huddled against the hillside. As usual, everything is softened by rolling fog that almost always clings to the coastline. I step closer to the window, pressing my fingertips against the cool glass. Salt-tinged air seeps through a crack, carrying with it the distant sounds of arriving guests, car doors slamming, muffled laughter. Behind me, Angela fusses with my train. The soft rustle of fabric mixes with the occasional clinking of champagne glasses across the hall. I'd had bridesmaids when I first got married, but that hadn't gone so well, so this time I'd opted out. Angela was the only person I needed today anyway. And Kaylee. "Can you believe this is happening?" I whisper, more to myself than to Angela. 10 years ago, when Tom and I divorced, leaving me with a 3-bedroom mortgage and an 11-year-old daughter who couldn't understand why Daddy wasn't coming home, I'd sealed away the part of me that believed in second chances. I became functional Emily. The Emily who picked up extra shifts, who learned to fix leaky faucets from YouTube tutorials, who smiled brightly at parent-teacher conferences while calculating how to stretch the month's budget. I never expected Nate Sullivan to walk into my carefully balanced life and upend everything. "You deserve this," Angela says, misinterpreting my whisper as doubt rather than wonder. "After everything with Tom." Let's not talk about Tom today. I turn from the window, forcing a smile. Angela catches my hand, squeezing it gently. You're right. Today is about you and Nate. She pauses, looking like she wants to say more, but thinking better of it. Instead, she busies herself with adjusting a pearl hairpin. Outside, car tires crunch on gravel as another vehicle pulls up. I recognize Angela's silver Volvo instantly. Her husband, Mark, emerges from the driver's side. Their twins trail behind, 16-year-old reflections of each other, in formal wear they're tugging at with identical expressions of teenage martyrdom. Last is their older daughter, Jennifer, same age as my Kaylee, and her best friend still. They move through the mist like figures in a dream, partially obscured, then clarifying as they approach the venue entrance. You're miles away, Angela says. She stands behind me in the mirror, smoothing an invisible wrinkle from my veil. Second thoughts. Not even close, I lie. Because what bride doesn't have momentary doubts? Just taking it all in. But the truth swims beneath the surface of my words, a quick, darting fish of uncertainty that I refuse to catch. 8 months is fast. My daughter Kaylee has pointed this out repeatedly, her 21-year-old wisdom cutting to the heart of adult matters with uncomfortable accuracy. You barely know him, Mum, she'd said last night during our final argument about the wedding. People don't show their real selves for at least a year. You taught me that. I push away the memory of her face, stubborn, worried, so like mine, and focus instead on how Nate makes me feel, safe, desired, worthy. Besides, it's just jealousy on Kaylee's part, I'm sure of it. We're thick as thieves. Friends as well as mother and daughter. I guess being a single mother makes you closer to your daughter. But things had already started to change before I met Nate anyway. Kaylee's move to college, to study journalism at Dartmouth, had made both of us nervous. It was the first time we'd been separated in years. She took my meeting Nate so soon after as confirmation that we'd both moved on. That's all. It's not really Nate, just the situation. Angela moves to the side table, pouring a little champagne into fluted glasses. 10 minutes until showtime, she says, handing me a glass. To new beginnings. I sip the champagne, feeling bubbles dance on my tongue. Through the window I watch more guests arrive, their figures emerging from the fog like developing photographs. I spot Karen Daniels, my neighbour and unofficial second mother, her grey hair styled in an elegant updo I've never seen on her before. Nate's friend, Jason Reynolds, stands smoking near the entrance, flicking ash onto the gravel. So many people gathered to witness a promise I'm determined to keep. The thought settles my nerves, anchoring me to this moment. The door opens, and one of the wedding coordinators pokes her head in. Almost time, Mrs. Riley. Your brother is ready to walk with you. Not Mrs. Riley for much longer, I say, setting down my glass with a trembling hand. In the mirror, I take one last look at Emily Riley before she becomes Emily Sullivan. I smooth the satin at my hips, straighten my shoulders, and practice the smile I'll wear down the aisle, hopeful that today is the day everyone else's concerns will finally drift away. 2. Kaylee. I stand at the edge of the glass-walled ballroom, champagne flute clutched in hand like a shield, watching my mother's new husband work the room. Cliffside sparkles with fairy lights and floral arrangements, and I know it's looking exactly as she intended. It's her all over. Through the windows, fog rolls in across the dark water, like a warning. Or maybe that's just my imagination, desperate for someone else to acknowledge what I see when I look at Nate Sullivan. He's handsome, I'll give him that. Tall and broad-shouldered in his tailored suit, with that salt and pepper hair Mum calls distinguished. Right now he's laughing with Miss Daniels, our neighbour, his hand resting casually on her elbow, head tilted in that attentive way that makes middle-aged women blush and giggle. But I notice how his smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. They remain alert, scanning the room, even while he nods at whatever story Karen is sharing. I take a small sip of champagne and continue my surveillance. 8 months. That's all it took for this man to go from Mum's new boyfriend to my mother's husband. 8 months of watching from Dartmouth as he charmed my mother, while something cold and calculating lurked behind his eyes. I left in the fall, found out about him over Christmas, the festive period I was so looking forward to with her. And here we are in May, making everything official. You're not even trying to look like you're having fun. I turn to find my Uncle Clem standing beside me, uncomfortable in his rented tux, his tie already loosened. We share the same dark eyes and stubborn chin, facts that Mum points out whenever I'm being particularly difficult. Clem and I haven't ever been close. He moved to Nebraska a few years ago, and I haven't seen him much since. I could have done with him during the holidays. Maybe with his help, I could have warned Mum off Nate, instead of avoiding my family home and spending most of the time out with Jennifer. I'm observing, I say, not taking my eyes off Nate. There's a difference. My uncle sighs. Kaylee, I know this is hard, but your mum deserves to be happy. Does she deserve to be lied to? What are you talking about? I open my mouth, then snap it shut. My evidence would sound ridiculous spoken aloud. Should I mention Nate's too-perfect smile? How his hand lingers on Mom's lower back for slightly too long, like he's controlling her. Since I first met Nate, I've felt anxious, like my body is warning me about him. Clem wouldn't understand. Nothing, I mutter, swallowing the words that would only make me sound like a jealous daughter. Forget it. Clem gives me a long look, but doesn't press. Try to be happy for her today, okay? That's all she wants. Before I can respond, Mom appears before us, radiant in her wedding dress, cheeks flushed from dancing and champagne. There are my two favorite people. She pulls us both into a hug, her familiar perfume, vanilla and jasmine, enveloping me. Kaylee, honey, how are you feeling? Any chance I can convince you to come over to spend some time with me and Nate? Clem gives me a pointed look over Mum's shoulder. I force my face into something resembling a smile. She leads me through the crowd, stopping occasionally to accept congratulations, her hand never leaving mine. When we reach Nate, he's mid-conversation with someone I've not yet been introduced to, but breaks off immediately when he sees Mum. "There's my beautiful bride," he says, wrapping an arm around her waist and pressing a kiss to her temple. Mum's cheeks blush, and I can see her friend is warmed by the gesture. Everyone is watching them, this new couple so in love. But it all looks practiced to me, like something Nate's seen in movies, something he's doing for an audience. "And Kaylee, don't you look lovely in that dress?" I smooth the dark blue satin nervously, feeling suddenly self-conscious under his gaze. "Thanks. Kaylee, I realize that with all the wedding chaos, we haven't had a chance to really talk," he says, his eye contact making me uncomfortable. I thought maybe now would be a good time for me to properly get to know my new daughter. My skin crawls at the word daughter. I force another smile. Stepdaughter. Mum's smile falters slightly, but Nate just laughs. Of course, stepdaughter. My mistake. He turns to Mum. Why don't you go enjoy yourself for a minute? I think Angela was looking for you by the cake. Kaylee and I can get acquainted. Mum hesitates, her eyes flickering between us, sensing the tension. Then her maid of honor waves from across the room, and the moment passes. Okay, but be nice to each other. She kisses my cheek, then Nate's, before disappearing into the crowd. An awkward silence falls between us. I take another sip of champagne. So, Nate says finally, how are you holding up? These things can be overwhelming. I'm fine. I study him over the rim of my glass. How about you? You seem nervous. Something flickers in his eyes, surprise maybe, or wariness, before he laughs it off. Wedding day jitters, I guess. Just want everything to be perfect for your mum. She deserves perfect, I say pointedly. On that, we completely agree. He gestures toward the windows where the fog continues its slow, inexorable creep. Look, I know you don't trust me, Kaylee, but your mother does. I know about the nights she spent worrying how to make ends meet when your dad left. I wish I could have been there for her then, to hold her and tell her everything was going to be all right. I know she hasn't dated in 10 years, that she gave up on love, re-watching Sleepless in Seattle when she'd tucked you up in bed, not letting Karen watch over you so she could go out and consider dating. I can't help but smile at this version of my mum. He's not wrong. He sighs. I love her. I nod. You've told me. And she decided she loves me enough to marry me. To tell me she hasn't been with anyone else since your dad. I stiffen. He notices. There it is. The reason I think he has ulterior motives. He knows just how vulnerable she is. The first and only time we properly met, he made a comment like this, one that worried me, made me hold on to the hope that if I avoided spending time with him, warned my mum and gave them space, he'd disappear. I'd met them for brunch at this little place on the boardwalk, walked in on them nuzzling in a corner booth. I'd been excited to meet him. Mum had talked about him endlessly on the phone since I'd left for college. I'd liked him, until she'd excused herself to go to the restroom. I'm going to take very good care of her, he'd said. She needs me. I won't ever let her go. I shiver like I did then, reliving those words. My mum thought she needed my dad once, and she'd learnt to be alone. I didn't want her falling back into old habits with someone who could do her even more damage. Nate breaks me out of the memory. He's smiling like he knows what he's done. Beautiful venue, isn't it? Even with the weather. Mom always wanted to get married here, ever since we moved to Harborview Heights. I emphasize the we, a reminder that we were a family before he arrived. She mentioned that. Nate shifts his weight slightly. I know this transition hasn't been easy for you, Kaylee, but I want you to know that I'm committed to making this work for all of us. How's the construction business? I ask, abruptly changing the subject. Mum said you're working on that new development by the harbour. His answer comes too quickly, too smoothly. It's going well. We're ahead of schedule on the foundation work, hoping to have the framing completed before the rainy season hits. What company did you say you worked for again? I re-smooth my dress, trying to appear casual. Sullivan Construction. He sips his drink. I recently started my own business. It's a small operation, but we're growing. I nod. And before that, Mum mentioned you worked in Maine, was it? His eyes narrow slightly. Rhode Island, actually, but that was a lifetime ago. He glances over my shoulder, scanning the room again. How's college? And just like that, we're back to safe topics. For the next few minutes, Nate asks all the right questions about my classes, my friends, my plans for the future. His responses are perfectly calibrated, interested but not intrusive, supportive but not presumptuous. It's a masterclass in stepfather behavior, and yet I can't shake the feeling that I'm watching a performance. When Mum returns, slipping her arm through his, Nate's whole demeanour softens. The way he looks at her, it's the only time his eyes match his smile. Either he genuinely loves her, or he is an exceptional actor. I'm not sure which possibility frightens me more. "Everything good here?" Mum asks, her eyes hopeful. "Everything's perfect," Nate answers before I can speak. "Kaylee was just telling me about school. Sounds like she inherited her mother's brains." Mum beams, and I feel a pang of guilt for my suspicions. What if I'm wrong? What if this is just what stepdaughter-stepfather relationships are like at first? Awkward, cautious, slightly forced. But as Mum pulls me into another hug, I catch Nate's expression shift when he thinks no one is watching. 3. Kaylee. After our awkward exchange, I drift toward the dessert table where Mum's friend Angela is arranging petit fours in perfect rows, her manicured fingernails gleaming under the reception hall's crystal chandeliers. She chatters about the bakery downtown, something about imported French buttercream that costs $18 a pound, while I nod and smile, my attention split between her fondant story and Nate's movements. Through the shifting crowd of perfumed guests and clinking champagne flutes, I catch glimpses of him, the slight tilt of his head as he speaks to someone, the casual way he slides his tanned hands into his tailored pockets, the faded blue tattoos emerging on his forearms when he takes off his charcoal jacket and rolls up the sleeves of his crisp white shirt, 3 precise turns. "How have you been feeling since the breakup?" Angela asks me, adjusting a crooked petit four with the edge of her thumbnail. Jennifer appears at my elbow with 2 flutes of champagne, handing me one. "God, Ange, read the room," she whispers, the tiny diamond stud in her nose catching the light. "Fine," I reply, though I don't really want to talk about it, not even with Mum. I always imagined getting married to my ex, Devin. We'd been together since we were 14. Movie dates at the old Paramount, where he'd always buy Sour Patch Kids, even though I preferred chocolate. Until I got my college acceptance letter, and he didn't get in anywhere. Not having him here is painful. He'd know how I should best handle all of this, through years of helping Mum and me get over silly arguments about everything from curfews to credit card bills. Angela looks at me sympathetically, and I wonder what Mum told her. The wedding cake stands half demolished beside me, its white frosting scattered like snow across abandoned plates. Mum and Nate cut it together an hour ago, her laughter rising above the applause as he smeared a tiny dot of frosting on her nose before kissing it away. The perfect moment for the perfect couple. I was watching his eyes then too, the way they darted to the exits, even as he smiled for the photographer. Now, as I pick at a chocolate-dipped strawberry, I notice a man I don't recognize approaching Nate with purpose in his stride. His charcoal suit hangs perfectly, no tie, top buttons undone just so. When he smiles at passing guests, the expression never reaches his eyes. I catch Angela's attention with a subtle nod toward him. "Who is that?" I whisper. "Jason Reynolds, I think," she says, arranging a napkin, unsurprised at my desire to change the subject. "Works with Nate at Sullivan Construction. At least, that's what Nate told me when he added him to the guest list." Jason reaches Nate, who's in the middle of a conversation with Kristen, one of Mum's friends, a colleague from the boutique where she works. Without apology, Jason places a hand on Nate's shoulder and leans in close to his ear. Even from across the room, I can see the immediate change in my new stepfather. His spine straightens, shoulders squaring beneath his tuxedo jacket. The easy smile he's worn all evening vanishes. He excuses himself from the conversation with barely a glance at Mum's disappointed friend. Jason jerks his head toward the terrace doors, and Nate nods once, a quick, decisive movement so unlike the languid, charming gestures he's been performing all evening. They move together toward the glass doors that lead onto the cliffside terrace, their bodies angled toward each other, heads bent close. This is my chance. Setting down my plate, I skirt the edge of the dance floor, careful to avoid Mom's line of sight. The DJ's playing some 80s ballad that has all the older guests swaying nostalgically on the dance floor, providing perfect cover for my movements. I grab another champagne flute from a passing waiter, a prop to make my wandering look purposeful. The terrace doors are partially open, letting in a cool stream of fog-dampened air. I position myself near a large potted fern, close to a group of laughing guests, keeping Nate and Jason in my peripheral vision. They stand at the far end of the terrace, partially obscured by the mist that curls around the railing, but still visible through the glass. If anyone asks, I'm just getting some fresh air, enjoying the view of the harbour lights twinkling through the fog below. The transformation in Nate is complete out here, away from watchful eyes. His face has hardened into something unrecognizable, all sharp angles and intensity. He leans against the railing, one hand gripping it so tightly I can see white knuckles even from my position. Jason stands close, speaking rapidly, urgently. I can't hear everything, just fragments carried on the breeze when one of them raises his voice slightly. "Not the time for this," Nate says, his voice a low growl, nothing like the warm tone he uses with Mum. Jason's response is lost to the music, but I catch no choice. Nate shakes his head sharply. "I told you I'd handle it." His jaw is clenched, a muscle twitching visibly along his cheek. "Why is Bonetti here?" Jason's words make Nate stiffen further. My heart hammers in my chest. Detective Bonetti, I know who she is. Recognize her from an internship I did at Sag Harbor Gazette. I noticed Nate was watching her carefully earlier. I was wondering what she was doing at the reception. She was standing by herself in a corner, dressed in jeans and a jacket, not looking like a guest, more of an observer. This isn't a work conversation. This is something else entirely. I edge closer to the doors, straining to hear more, but a hand touches my elbow, and I nearly drop my champagne glass. "There you are!" Mom's voice, bright and happy, shatters my concentration. I spin around, my face flushing with the guilty heat of being caught. "Mom, I was just getting some air." She looks radiant, eyes sparkling with joy, a few strands of hair escaping her updo to curl softly around her face. The wedding dress catches the light as she moves, transforming her into something ethereal. I've never seen her look so happy, and the realization stabs at me with unexpected force. "It's getting a bit warm in there," she agrees, fanning herself dramatically. Her eyes drift past me to the terrace where Nate and Jason are still deep in conversation. "Is that Nate out there with Jason?" They look serious. There's no suspicion in her voice, just mild curiosity. "Yeah, something about work, I think." The lie comes easily, protecting her happiness, at least for now. "They've been out there a while." Mum slips her arm around my waist, pulling me close. "So, did you and Nate get to know each other a little better earlier? I know he's really trying, Kay." I force a smile, thinking of our stilted conversation and the man I'm watching now. Two different people inhabiting the same body. He seems nice. It's the most neutral word I can find that won't trigger her intuition that something's wrong. Just nice. She raises an eyebrow, but she's still smiling. I was hoping for a little more enthusiasm by now. It's a lot to adjust to, Mum. I meet her eyes, softening my expression. But I'm trying too. For you. Her eyes well up slightly, and she squeezes me tighter. I know this hasn't been easy, having someone new in our lives, but I really believe we can be happy, all of us together. The simple faith in her voice makes my throat tighten. He makes me feel safe, Kaylee. After so long handling everything alone, do you know how wonderful that is? I swallow hard, unable to tell her that the man who makes her feel safe is currently having what looks like a tense conversation with his sketchy colleague about a police detective. I want you to be happy, Mum. That's all I've ever wanted. I am happy. She touches my face gently, especially when my two favorite people get along. The terrace doors slide open more fully, and Nate steps back into the ballroom with Jason close behind. The change that comes over him is immediate and unsettling, like watching someone slip on a mask. His shoulders relax, his stride becomes loose and casual, and the tightness around his mouth softens into that perfect smile. By the time he reaches us, he is once again the charming groom, not a trace remaining of the hard-faced man from the terrace. "There are my favourite ladies," he says, slipping an arm around Mum's waist. He kisses her temple with such convincing tenderness that I almost doubt what I've just witnessed. Almost. "Everything okay?" Mum asks, nodding toward Jason, who has already melted back into the crowd. "You look like you were having a serious conversation out there." Nate laughs, the sound easy and reassuring. "Just boring work stuff." Jason has terrible timing, wanting to discuss the harbour development project at my wedding. He shakes his head ruefully. I told him it could wait until Monday, but you know Jason, always thinking about the bottom line. Mum accepts this explanation without question, but I notice the slight tension in Nate's fingers where they rest against her waist. The careful way his eyes scan her face to ensure she's convinced. "Well, no more work talk tonight," she declares, stretching up to kiss him. "Tonight is just about us." "Absolutely," he agrees, his gaze softening as he looks at her. This, at least, seems genuine. The way he looks at my mother, like she's something precious he can't believe is his. It's this glimpse of what might be a real feeling that confuses me most. I can't reconcile the Nate who looks at my mother with such apparent love and the Nate who stood on that terrace, face hard as stone, discussing Detective Bonetti with barely controlled anger. As they move toward the dance floor, Mum's dress shimmering under the lights, I watch Nate's hand press protectively against the small of her back. 4. Kaylee. I lean against the bar, fingers tracing condensation down the side of my water glass. After what I witnessed on the terrace, champagne seems like a bad idea. I need a clear head. The bartender eyes me sympathetically, probably mistaking my intense expression for wedding fatigue rather than the slow-building dread actually churning in my stomach. Mum's redecorated my bedroom into her wellness space and found herself a husband in record time. Grandma's been gone barely a year. I wonder if Mum even notices the irony. She who once lectured me about not rushing into relationships, especially after what happened with my dad. We used to tell each other everything. Now she's marrying a stranger, and I'm the only one who seems to think that's weird. Mum is dancing with Nate again, their bodies moving in perfect synchrony across the floor, her wedding dress swirling around their feet like sea foam. From this distance, they look like something from a fairy tale, the beautiful bride and her prince charming. But I've seen behind the prince's mask now, glimpsed something hard and dangerous lurking beneath the charming smile. The weight of what I don't know presses against my chest. Jason's urgency, Nate's transformation, the mention of Detective Bonetti. What connects a construction worker to a police detective? What could be important enough to discuss at your own wedding reception? And what is this detective even doing here? My water glass is nearly empty, little more than ice cubes clinking against the sides when I tilt it. I set it down on a cocktail napkin emblazoned with Emily and Nate in curling silver script, suddenly unable to bear the sight of their names intertwined. "Another sparkling water, miss?" the bartender asks. I nod, sliding my glass toward him. "Thanks." As he turns to the soda gun, two men settle at the bar a few feet from me, close enough that I can hear them, but not so close that they notice my attention. One is older, with thick silver hair and the confident posture of someone accustomed to being listened to. The other is younger, perhaps in his 40s, with a military short haircut and watchful eyes. Neither looks familiar. Nate's side of the wedding, clearly. They lean into the bar, slightly apart from the rest of the room, heads bent toward each other in that universal posture of people discussing something they don't want overheard. "Quite the transformation," the silver-haired man is saying, swirling amber liquid in a tumbler. The younger man grunts in agreement. 3 years can change a man." 3 years? The older man scoffs softly. "His time away was longer than that, wasn't it?" I freeze, my hand halfway to my fresh water glass. Time away. The deliberate vagueness of the phrase, the meaningful look they exchange. They're not talking about a sabbatical or extended vacation. "He got 5 altogether, I think," the younger man replies, his voice dropping even lower. "But he only served 3. Good behavior and all that." Served 3. The words echo in my head, connecting dots I didn't even know existed. Nate was in prison. Still, the silver-haired man continues, unaware that each word is rearranging my reality. He landed on his feet. Nice house in a good neighborhood, pretty wife who clearly has no idea. "Keep your voice down," the younger man interrupts, glancing around. His eyes pass over me without lingering, seeing only a bored young girl staring at her phone. "We're here as a favor to him. No need to complicate things." They move away from the bar, their conversation lost to the music that has shifted to something with a faster beat. But they've said enough. More than enough. I grab my phone, fingers trembling slightly as I open a browser window. "Nate Sullivan, criminal record," I type, then immediately delete it. This isn't something to search on the venue's Wi-Fi network, where anyone might see it in the browsing history. I'll have to wait until I'm home, on my own laptop, behind the privacy of my locked door. The realization that Mom has kept this from me stings like a physical wound. We tell each other everything, or at least I thought we did. How long has she known? Did she know before she started dating him, before she agreed to marry him? I scan the crowd for her, finding her instantly despite the packed dance floor. She's easy to spot, not just because of the white dress, but because she glows with happiness. Nate twirls her under his arm, bringing her back against his chest. She laughs, head tipped back, completely at ease in his embrace, completely trusting. My stomach lurches. What if Mom doesn't know? The very thought of this hits me with unexpected force. If she knew about Nate's criminal past, she would have told me, right? No matter how much she wanted to protect his privacy, or how worried she might have been about my reaction, she wouldn't have kept me in the dark about something this important. Not the mother who insisted on background checks for babysitters, who researched every school and neighborhood before we moved to Harborview Heights, who taught me to always trust my instincts about people. The truth is a punch to my chest. Either Mum doesn't know about Nate's criminal history, or worse, she knows, but he's convinced her it doesn't matter. Convinced her to keep it from me. Neither option is acceptable. I watch them dance, seeing the scene with new eyes. Nate's hand splayed possessively across my mother's back. The way he keeps her angled away from certain guests, like the silver-haired man who knew about his time away. The practiced charm that never quite reaches his eyes, except when he's looking at her. What else is he hiding? What was he convicted of? How dangerous is the man who now has keys to our house, access to our lives, legal ties to my mother? I could confront Mum right now. Pull her away from the dance floor, tell her what I've learned, demand answers. But I already know how that would play out. She would be hurt that I'd ruined her wedding day, defensive of her new husband, insistent that there is a perfectly good explanation. Without concrete evidence, it would be my word against his, and right now, blinded by love and champagne and wedding day bliss, she would choose to believe him. No, a direct confrontation isn't the answer, not yet. What I need is information, facts, evidence that even love-struck Mum can't ignore. I slip my phone into my small beaded purse, my decision crystallizing into resolution. I'll research Nate Sullivan's past myself, his criminal record, his construction business, his connection to Detective Bonetti. I'll find out what he and Jason were discussing on that terrace and why it made him transform from charming groom to hard-faced stranger in an instant. I'll discover why he watches the exits, why he tenses around police officers, why his smiles seem so phony except when he looks at Mum. Across the room, Nate dips my mother low, her wedding dress pooling on the floor around them like spilled milk. When he pulls her upright, his eyes find mine through the crowd, a brief, assessing glance that sends a chill down my spine. Does he know what I've discovered? Can he see the change in me, the way I can see through him now? I hold his gaze without flinching, letting my face reveal nothing. Two can play at this game of secrets and masks. Only, unlike Nate, I'm not playing for myself. I'm playing for my mother. As the song ends and another begins, I make a silent vow. I will find out who Nate Sullivan really is, what he's hiding. And when I have enough evidence that even Mum can't ignore it, I'll make sure she sees the truth, before his secrets can hurt her more than my revelations will. My jaw sets with determination as I watch them twirl across the dance floor, my mother's face alight with joy, Nate's eyes constantly scanning the room, even as he smiles down at her. Whatever game he's playing, whatever his end game is, he's made one critical mistake. He underestimated the daughter of the woman he married. 5. Emily. Sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the corner apartment, bathing the empty rooms in golden light that makes even the dust motes seem magical. I step from the entryway into what could be our living room, letting my fingertips trail along freshly painted walls, 12 floors up. The Harbour Square district spreads beneath us, The boutique where I work, visible just 3 blocks away, the harbour beyond, glittering like scattered diamonds. Beside me, Nate stands with his hands in his pockets, surveying the space like a man who knows what things are worth. The Crown Apartments are Harbourview Heights' premier luxury residence, the real estate agent says, her voice carrying the rehearsed enthusiasm of someone who's given this pitch 100 times. Her heels click as she moves deeper into the space. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and over 1,500 square feet of living space. The building was completely renovated last year, so everything you see is brand new. I follow her into the kitchen, drawn to the gleaming granite countertops and stainless steel appliances that reflect the afternoon light. Running my hand along the cool surface of the kitchen island, I can almost see Kaylee perched on a bar stool when she comes home for a visit, while I prepare dinner. Nate coming home from work to kiss me hello. A family. A real family again. The appliances are top of the line, the agent continues, opening the refrigerator to reveal pristine glass shelves. Sub-Zero refrigerator, Wolf range, Bosch dishwasher, everything a chef could want. Emily makes an amazing beef bourguignon, Nate says, coming up behind me to rest his hands on my shoulders. She deserves a kitchen like this. His touch is warm through the thin fabric of my blouse, and I lean back against him, allowing myself to soak in the moment. For years, I have been stretching every dollar to maintain our modest house, worrying about the aging water heater and drafty windows. Now I'm standing in a luxury apartment with a man who looks at me like I'm the most precious thing he's ever seen. My thoughts drift to the first time I started talking to Nate 8 months ago. We could have conversations on the phone for hours and hours, endless talks about everything and nothing. What followed was a whirlwind that swept away all my careful rules about dating as a single mother. Or not dating. Nate was everything I needed. He fixed the porch steps that had been rotting for 2 years. He remembered how I took my coffee and brought it to me in bed on Sunday mornings. He made me laugh until my sides hurt, something I'd forgotten I was capable of doing. "Let me show you the master suite," the agent says, leading us down a short hallway. While I admire the walk-in closet and marble bathroom, Nate gravitates toward the windows, checking the locks, peering down at the street below. "Security features?" he asks the agent, his voice taking on the professional tone he uses when discussing business. "State of the art," she assures him. "Code lock on all doors, including access to the building and elevator. Security cameras in all common areas. The windows are reinforced glass, impossible to break without specialized tools." Nate nods approvingly. Good sightlines to the street, important for construction safety assessments. He turns to me with a smile that softens his features. "Can't be too careful." I've noticed this before, his hyper-awareness of security, exits, sightlines. He says it's a habit he can't break. Watching for threats, protecting what matters. The thought of him wanting to protect me, to keep me safe, warms something deep inside that had gone cold during the years of raising Kaylee alone. We move to the second bedroom, smaller but still spacious, with its own attached bath and generous closet. "Perfect for a home office," the agent suggests, "or a guest room for when family visits." "What do you think, Em?" Nate asks, squeezing my hand. "Big enough for Kaylee?" I nod, though I know my daughter would hate it here. Too modern, too sterile. Nothing like our cozy house, with its creaking stairs and well-worn furniture. But she'll adjust. Kids always do. "Let's discuss numbers," the agent says, guiding us back to the kitchen, where she spreads a folder of paperwork across the island. The monthly rent is $4,200, first and last month's due at signing, along with a security deposit of $4,000. The figures make my stomach clench. It's more than double what I was paying for our mortgage. That's significant, I say carefully. But manageable, Nate counters, his confidence unwavering. With both our incomes and the business picking up. About that, the agent interjects. The lease would require both signatures, but we'll need income verification. 3 months of bank statements, pay stubs, that sort of thing. Of course, though most of my income is through the construction company, which is still building its client base. The agent's professional smile doesn't waver. We can work with that. Business documentation, contracts, whatever you have. The building owners are quite strict about financial qualifications. Would you excuse us for a moment? Nate asks. Of course. The agent's phone rings as if on cue. I should take this anyway. Feel free to explore more. The views from the balcony are stunning. As she steps away to answer her call, Nate wraps his arms around me from behind, his breath warm against my ear. What do you think? He murmurs. Can you see us here? I lean back against his chest, trying to imagine our life in these pristine rooms. It's beautiful, but expensive. We deserve beautiful things. His lips brush my temple. After everything you've been through, raising Kaylee alone all these years, let me do this for you. His hands slide down to rest gently on my stomach. We could turn the 3rd bedroom into a nursery, he whispers, watching my reaction carefully. My heart flutters at the suggestion, both with excitement and alarm. His hands slide down to rest protectively over my stomach, where our secret grows. We should tell them soon, he whispers, his eyes searching mine. It's a big step, I say, my smile genuine despite the flutter of uncertainty. All of this is. My rapid pulse flutters beneath his touch. 2 months along and still hiding behind loose blouses and strategic scarves. Kaylee's face flashes in my mind, her expression when she realizes this is why we rushed the wedding. The whispers will start. Of course they hurried. She's old enough to know better. We will, in due time, I promise. My smile genuine despite the knot of anxiety. Let's just have this moment first. His phone buzzes before he can respond. Checking the screen, his expression shifts subtly. Work, he explains, already moving toward the hallway. I need to take this. Back in a minute. Alone in the kitchen, I open cabinets, testing their soft, close hinges, running my fingers along smooth surfaces. In the bathroom, I turn on the rainfall showerhead, imagining steamy mornings with Nate. The walk-in closet would fit all my clothes with room to spare. Everything is perfect. From the hallway, I catch fragments of Nate's conversation, his voice dropped to a whisper, but still carrying in the empty apartment. Not now, he hisses. I'm in the middle of something important. No, I haven't forgotten. By Friday, I said. He falls silent, listening to whoever is on the other end. When he speaks again, his voice has hardened. That wasn't the arrangement. Don't push me on this. I'm still processing this when Nate returns, his charming smile back in place as if it never left. Whatever tension existed during that phone call has vanished, locked away behind the warm gaze that focuses entirely on me. Sorry about that, he says, sliding his phone into his pocket. Supplier issues. Boring business stuff. The real estate agent returns, paperwork in hand. Have we made a decision? I should mention there's another couple very interested in this unit. Nate looks to me, leaving the choice in my hands. At least, that's how it appears. What do you think, Em? Should we make this our home? Home. The word echoes in my mind, carrying the weight of all I've longed for since Tom left. Security, partnership, someone to share the burden. We'll take it, I hear myself say, pushing aside the whispered warning of Nate's cold phone voice, the too fast progression of our relationship, the financial commitment that exceeds what prudence would suggest. Excellent, the agent beams. Let's discuss the co-signing process. We'll need both of your signatures and financial documentation. Actually, Nate says, his hand finding mine, fingers intertwining, Emily has the more established credit history. Would it make sense for her to be the primary leaseholder? With me as an occupant, of course. The question seems innocent, practical even, but something about it triggers a warning bell deep in my mind. Still, his thumb traces gentle circles on the back of my hand, and when I look into his eyes, I see nothing but love and our future together. That's fine, I agree, silencing the small voice of caution. Whatever makes the process easier. As we complete the preliminary paperwork, I feel myself crossing an invisible line, deepening my investment in this man and our future together. The warning bells still ring faintly, but I've become skilled at ignoring them, at choosing hope over fear, trust over suspicion. I sign my name on the application, promising financial responsibility for this beautiful space where Nate and I will build our life together. For better or worse, I think. The irony isn't lost on me as Nate squeezes my hand, his smile radiant with what looks like love, but might be triumph. 6. Kaylee. I scroll through the wedding photos I posted on Instagram, my finger hovering over Mum's face on the screen. Something in her smile catches me. The way her entire face has opened up, like a flower finally getting sunlight after years in shadow. I haven't seen her eyes crinkle like that since before the divorce. It shattered her so completely that I found her sitting on the bathroom floor at 3 a.m., clutching her wedding ring and making this hollow, gasping sound I still hear sometimes in my nightmares. The morning light streams through the tall industrial windows of my mum and Nate's new apartment. It's been almost 2 months since the wedding. I'm back for the summer, and they're still living among half-unpacked moving boxes, cardboard monuments to our old life, everything in transition. Mom moves around the kitchen with a lightness in her step, humming something formless as she flips pancakes. The sizzle of butter on the griddle fills our sparse, open-concept living space. This place is nothing like our old house, all exposed brick, concrete floors and metal fixtures. Nate's aesthetic, not ours. But Mom hasn't complained once. "These turned out well," she says, sliding behind me to peek at the wedding photos. Her hand rests on my shoulder, smelling faintly of maple syrup. "Oh, look at that one of you and Nate. You almost look like you're enjoying yourself." I don't correct her. In the photo, Nate's arm is around my shoulders, both of us smiling for the camera. What the picture doesn't show is how I'd stiffened at his touch, how my smile was manufactured specifically for Mum's benefit. I click to the next photo. Nate feeding Mum cake, her nose wrinkled with laughter, and force a smile. Thank goodness the rain held off for the outdoor pictures. My stomach knots as I swipe through more images. Between final exams and holiday preparations, I haven't had a single moment to dig into Nate's background like I'd planned. And part of me had hoped that next time I saw Nate, all my concerns would have drifted away. Nate steps inside the kitchen, dressed for work, His construction uniform, worn jeans, steel-toed boots, flannel with rolled sleeves, carrying the scent of sawdust and sweat. I've Googled the company twice since their wedding. They specialize in historical restorations along the harbour. His forearms flex as he sets down his toolbox, revealing that mysterious tattoo on his arm that I still can't quite make out whenever he's near. "Smells amazing in here," he says, crossing to Mum and wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. He kisses her neck, and she leans back into him with a contentment that makes me look away. But I'm running late. Concrete pour starts at 9. Mum turns in his arms. "Take some pancakes with you at least." She wraps several in a paper towel, pressing the bundle into his hands. "There's coffee in the thermos." "You're the best." He kisses her again, this time on the lips, lingering just long enough to make me uncomfortable. Then he turns to me, nodding tersely. "Morning, Kaylee." "Morning," I reply, keeping my voice neutral, my eyes on my phone. There's a brief, awkward silence before he grabs the thermos, kisses Mum one more time on the cheek, and heads out. "Don't wait up if the pour runs late," he calls over his shoulder. The door closes behind him, and Mum returns to the stove, humming again. My palms feel suddenly damp. I close the wedding photos, steeling myself. Mum and I haven't spoken much in the last few months, with all my time taken up by studying for finals. But when I have revisited memories of her wedding and the words I'd heard those men say about Nate, I've wondered if I should simply tell Mum what I'd heard. I need to know if she knows this about the man she married. The woman who raised me, who baked me chocolate chip cookies every Friday after a long week at school, would listen to me, understand. "Mum," I begin, my voice steadier than I expected, "I need to ask you something about Nate." She doesn't turn around, but I notice the slight stiffening of her back. "What about him, honey?" "At the wedding, I overheard some men talking." I pause, watching her spatula slow its movement against the griddle. "They mentioned Nate serving time, in prison." Mom's back is to me, but I see how she freezes momentarily before resuming her cooking with deliberate focus. "Who told you that?" Her voice is carefully controlled. "So it's true," I press, heart pounding. She knows this? "Nate was in prison, and you didn't tell me." She sighs heavily, turns off the burner, and places the spatula down with exaggerated care. When she finally faces me, her expression is a mixture of resignation and defensiveness. "He was in prison when I met him, Kaylee." 7. Kaylee. Mum was always the first person I went to when I needed help, even before Dad left. She was the first person I told when Devin dumped me. I'd spent 3 days locked in my room, poring over my Dartmouth acceptance letter, sobbing into bowls of ice cream. She'd jokingly said she'd murder him for me. She'd never left my side. "Nate served 3 years for assault. He's still on probation. It was a long time ago," she says, in a voice so unlike the one I grew up with. The confession hits me like a physical blow. "Assault? He hurt someone badly enough to go to prison, and you married him without telling me about this." It's not that simple. Mom pulls out a chair opposite me, sitting down heavily. "He got into a fight. Things escalated, and the person was seriously injured. Nate took a plea deal." I study her face, looking for signs she's repeating a story she's been told rather than one she believes. "And you believe that's the whole truth?" Her eyes flash with sudden anger. "Yes, I do. People make mistakes, Kaylee. They deserve second chances." "I'm not saying they don't, but how long has he been out? How do you know he's different, that he's not dangerous?" Mom's gaze drops to her hands, and something shifts in her expression. He's never been dangerous. Not to me. And I've been helping him get back on his feet, she admits. Since before his release. Since before? The timeline crashes down on me. She nods reluctantly. He had somehow gotten a phone smuggled inside jail and was able to access social media. We started talking one day. The phone was later confiscated after a search of his cell, but we continued talking through scheduled video calls and emails when he was allowed to. He told me from the beginning he was in jail, but hoped to get out soon. At first I was hesitant, of course. I had never talked to anyone in prison before. But our correspondence soon turned to phone calls whenever they'd allow him to call me collect, and we enjoyed each other's company. What can I say? You don't always get to choose who you fall in love with. He needed a fresh start. I put money on his book while he was inside. I paid off some of his debts, put down the deposit for this apartment, helped fund his business. With what money? My voice rises despite my efforts to stay calm. We were barely making ends meet in the old house. Mum's voice hardens. I used some of my savings and the inheritance from your grandmother. It's my money, Kaylee. My choice. My lungs seize. Every penny of Grandma Rose's inheritance, the money she scrimped and saved over 87 years of careful living, handed over to a man Mom barely knows. An ex-con. This from the woman who taught me to calculate price per ounce on cereal boxes, who made me earn my own Levi's across 3 summer paychecks, who hasn't had Christmas Day off since I was in 9th grade. Almost a year ago, I stood beside Mom at the hospice bed as Grandma's heart finally gave out after her long battle with COPD. I can still feel Mum's fingers interlaced with mine as she whispered that Grandma's gift would finally let her breathe easier. Now she's sacrificing her own oxygen to save Nate from drowning. I've read about women who date felons. Is it the danger that does it for them? Are they turned on by the idea they are speaking to someone society deems unsafe? What was my mother thinking? Mom, this isn't like you. You're being reckless. What if his business fails? What if he's using you? I heard of people in prison scamming people on the outside, convincing them to send them money, calling them tricks. What if that's enough? Mom stands abruptly, chair legs scraping against the concrete floor. You don't know him like I do. You haven't even tried. Nate made a mistake, paid his debt to society, and is working hard to build a future, our future. I believe in him. Based on what? 10 months of charming behavior? I can't keep the sarcasm from my voice. Is that even enough to know his real self? Pain flashes across her face, and I immediately regret saying it. I've watched her for years, sitting alone at the TV as I went out, standing sadly at parent-teacher conferences while couples filled the room. She deserves happiness, but not with him. She turns away, busying herself with cleaning the griddle. Nate has been nothing but good to me, she says, her back to me again. And he's trying with you, even though you've made it clear you don't want him here. You're acting so cold towards him since you got here, barely even looking at him when he speaks to you. Because I'm worried about you, I insist. This is all happening so fast. She shakes her head, her movements becoming more agitated as she scrubs the already clean griddle. Sometimes, when you just know. As she walks toward the bedroom, I call after her, I'm just trying to understand what's happening, Mum. I want to protect you. She pauses in the doorway, her expression softening slightly. I know you think that's what you're doing, honey, but I'm the parent here. It's my job to protect you, not the other way round." She disappears into the bedroom, leaving me alone with my half-eaten pancakes and the bitter taste of unasked questions. I stare at the closed bedroom door, my mind racing with new information. 5 years for assault, still incarcerated when meeting Mum, financial dependence. Each piece feels like part of a puzzle that forms a picture I can't yet see, but one I'm increasingly certain my mother doesn't want to look at. 8. Kaylee. The apartment falls into silence after Mum leaves for her shift at the boutique. I sit cross-legged on the couch, laptop balanced on my knees, cursor blinking in the search bar. The wedding photos are still open in one tab, Mum's smiling face staring at me. My fingers hover over the keyboard. This is the point of no return. Once I start digging into Nate's past, I can't unknow what I find. And knowing might mean destroying the happiness that's made Mum look 10 years younger. The cursor continues to blink, patient and indifferent to my moral dilemma. 3 years for assault. I whisper to the empty apartment, the words sounding hollow against the exposed brick walls. Mum's explanation, a fight gone wrong, seems convenient. Too convenient. Like something you'd tell your girlfriend to make violence sound justified. I inhale deeply and type, "Nate Sullivan arrest." The search results populate my screen, disappointingly sparse. A few vague newspaper articles from a local paper. I click on the first one, scanning the brief text. Local businessman Nathan Sullivan, 38, was arrested Friday night following an altercation at the Roadhouse Bar and Grill. One victim was transported to Memorial Hospital with serious injuries. Sullivan is being held pending charges. That's it. No details about the victim, no follow-up about the charges, nothing to indicate whether this matches the story Nate told Mum. I click through 3 more articles, all similarly devoid of specifics, all dead ends. The most recent one merely mentions that Sullivan accepted a plea deal without elaborating on the terms. I lean back, frustrated. My fingers move across the keyboard with more purpose now. Nate Sullivan court case. More results, but still frustratingly vague. References to a case number, mentions of court appearances, but the actual records appear to be inaccessible. One article mentions sealed records in passing. Why would the records be sealed for a simple bar fight? The sounds of the city drift through the partially open window. Car horns, the rumble of delivery trucks on the cobblestone streets. Distant construction noise that could be coming from Nate's worksite or anywhere else. Normal sounds of a normal day, while I sit here, unraveling the foundations of my mother's new life. I try another search. Nate Sullivan construction business. Nothing. No company listings, no business licenses, no mentions in industry publications. I check social media platforms, finding no profiles that match him. Most people leave some kind of digital footprint, especially business owners. Nate Sullivan is either exceptionally private or deliberately obscure. The wedding photos catch my eye again, a candid shot of Nate laughing with Jason, his colleague from the construction business. I remember their tense conversation on the terrace, the mention of Detective Bonetti. On impulse, I type, Jason Reynolds Construction, Harborview Heights. Nothing useful comes up. I try Sullivan Construction, Harborview Heights. A single result. A recently registered business license dated just 2 months ago, right before the wedding. Listed owner, Emily Riley. Not Nate Sullivan. My mother's name. My hands freeze over the keyboard. The business is in Mum's name, not his. Why would a legitimate construction company be registered under the name of a woman who works in retail and has no construction experience? Unless. The realization hits me with nauseating clarity. Nate can't get business licenses, loans, or credit in his name because of his criminal record. He's using Mum for her clean credit history, her savings, her home equity. She's not just supporting him, she's his financial front. I click back to the wedding photos, staring at Nate's face with new eyes. His smile seems calculating now, his arm around Mum possessive rather than protective. In one photo, they're cutting the cake, and he's looking at her with what I'd interpreted as love. Now I wonder. I launch a dozen browser tabs like a general deploying scouts, each tasked with uncovering different fragments of truth. My journalism professor would be impressed, or terrified, by my methodical assault on public records. Court documents from 3 counties reveal nothing under any spelling variation of his name. Property databases, tax records, civil litigation archives all return empty-handed. The digital silence screams louder than any discovery could. Someone with resources and motivation has sanitized his online existence with surgical precision. But small details begin to emerge, like fragments of a larger picture. A dismissed domestic violence complaint from 7 years ago, an eviction notice from an apartment complex, a small claims judgment against him for unpaid debts. None of these align with the story of a successful businessman who made one mistake. Traffic rumbles past the apartment as afternoon light shifts through the industrial windows, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. I've been at this for hours, building a clearer picture of the man my mother married. Not the charming, reformed ex-con she believes him to be, but something more calculated, more concerning. I glance at the time, realizing Mom will be home in a few hours, and Nate possibly sooner if his concrete pour finishes early. My fingers move rapidly across the keyboard, downloading what limited information I've found, taking screenshots, saving links. On my laptop, I create a new folder labeled NS Research and bury it 3 levels deep in my school files, within an old calculus project folder Mum would never have reason to open. The thin protection feels necessary, not just to keep my investigation from Nate, but to shield Mum from what I'm discovering until I have something definitive. As I work, I confront the weight of what I'm doing. Every piece of information I uncover could ruin my relationship with her, create cracks in the trust we have for one another. I'm 21 years old, taking on the role of detective, investigator, protector. Roles no daughter should have to assume for her mother. But I'm the only one who knows just how vulnerable she is. And the alternative, watching Mum potentially be manipulated, financially drained, maybe even endangered, is unthinkable. One thing is for certain, I can't go to Mum again until I have something tangible. The apartment door handle jiggles. I quickly close all my tabs, pulling up a history assignment as Nate walks in, earlier than expected. He nods at me, heading straight to the refrigerator. I watch him from the corner of my eye, this stranger who lives with my mum now, this man with secrets. "How's the homework going?" he asks, sounding for all the world like a normal stepfather making normal conversation. "I thought you were on break." "I am," I reply, my voice impressively steady. "Just doing some boring research for a later project." I look at him, then back at my screen. The secret folder sits hidden on my laptop, a digital time bomb waiting to explode my mother's world. but I won't detonate it until I'm absolutely certain. 9. Kaylee. Sunlight bathes Harbour Lighthouse Park in golden clarity, the sky an endless blue canvas stretching over the water. Every leaf and blade of grass stands in sharp relief, as if the world has been newly rendered in high definition. My phone buzzes with a text from Angela. "Almost there. Your mum asked me to check on you." I sigh. Of course, Mum deployed my godmother/her best friend as the family peacekeeper. Angela's been navigating our family's emotional minefields since Jennifer and I wore pigtails. My sneakers scuff against sun-warmed gravel as I pace near the park entrance, sunglasses perched on my head, mentally rehearsing my talking points for when she arrives. A car eases into the empty lot under a bright, cloudless sky, its headlights glinting off the still, damp gravel. The engine ticks as it cools, then cuts. Angela steps out in her navy blazer and pencil skirt, sensible heels clicking on stone. So different from when I last spoke to her at Mum's wedding. Her paralegal badge catches the sun as she tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She offers a small, encouraging smile the moment I approach. "I'm glad you could make it," she says. "Your mum mentioned you've been distant lately." She gestures toward the park stretching before us, the manicured lawn, the lighthouse standing sentinel in the distance. "Remember when I helped you with that internship application here for the Gazette? Same bench and everything." I nod, thinking of the hours she'd spent reviewing my application last spring, long before Nate entered our lives. Angela has been there for me, for us, throughout my entire childhood. We start down the familiar cliff trail, gravel crunching beneath our shoes. The salt air fills my lungs as gulls wheel overhead, their cries punctuating the awkward silence between us. After a moment, Angela breaks the silence. "Your mum says you've been, what did she call it, spiraling over Nate." She pauses, giving me room to meet her eyes. "She's worried you're not even trying to welcome him into the family." My heart hammers. "Things aren't right with him, Angela." Angela's brow furrows, but she reaches out to rest a hand on my arm. "I know you love your mum. That's exactly why she asked me to talk to you." She steps around a patch of dew-soft grass. "She isn't blind to Nate's past, Kaylee. Before she married him, she asked us to run his background through the law firm's resources." I search her face for relief. "What did you find?" "Everything your mother told you is accurate," Angela says softly. "The assault charge from that bar fight, he served 3 years of a 5-year sentence. The records were sealed afterward, which is standard. She saw the report and still chose to marry him." I swallow hard. He assaulted someone. What if he could hurt her? Angela gives my arm a reassuring squeeze. "Your mother knew the risks. She made that decision knowingly, trusting he'd moved on." She breathes in the salty air. "But she's worried about you losing sleep, losing peace, and of course about the future if you won't accept him." I stop and turn to her. "I can't just let it go." I found eviction notices, small claims judgments. I need to dig deeper, get sealed files, non-public court documents. Angela's eyes soften. She turns fully to me, sunlight illuminating her face. "Our policy says we can't share sealed documents, but for you, and because your mother cares so much, I'll make an exception. I'll let you see the reports." Relief and resolve wash through me. "Thank you." She pauses, looking out at the lighthouse now shining clearly in the afternoon sun. Promise me one thing. Don't let this drive a wedge between you and your mum. She deserves your trust as much as you deserve answers. I promise, I say, though inside I'm already planning my next move. We turn back toward the parking lot. Angela presses a hand to my shoulder before heading to her car. Take care of yourself, Kaylee. Sometimes the truth is more complicated than we hope. Don't lose yourself chasing it. I won't, I whisper. I watch Angela drive off down the sunlit road, her tail lights a pair of ruby beacons fading into the distance. The lighthouse beams steadily on, and I stand there a moment longer, ready to uncover whatever comes next. No turning back now. 10. Emily. I kneel beside another cardboard box labelled Mum's Stuff in my looping handwriting, dust tickling my nose. Karen hands me a pair of scissors, her eyes crinkling with concern as I slice through packing tape that sealed away the past. I still can't believe how quickly you found this place, Karen says, moving another empty box to the growing stack by the door. Her silver hair catches the light as she straightens, one hand pressed against her lower back. The exposed brick is gorgeous, but these concrete floors must be murder on your feet in winter. Nate says we'll get area rugs, I reply, not mentioning how the industrial aesthetic was entirely his choice, nothing like the cozy craftsman we, Kaylee and I, left behind. And the location is perfect for his work. Karen hums non-committally, a sound I've known her long enough to interpret as polite skepticism. She's been my neighbour, my emergency babysitter, my surrogate mother for the past 10 years. Her opinion matters, which is precisely why I've been avoiding being alone with her since the wedding. "What's in that one?" she asks, nodding toward the box I've just opened. I peer inside, my fingers brushing against bubble wrap and photo frames. This is my mum's stuff, just some old pictures, I think. The first frame I unwrap reveals Kaylee at 8 years old, gap-toothed and beaming, holding up a science fair ribbon. The sight of her younger self makes my chest ache with a peculiar mixture of pride and loss. My little girl, who isn't little anymore. The next frame makes my breath catch. Tom and I, on our wedding day, standing beneath an archway of white roses, his arms wrapped around my waist from behind, my head tilted back against his shoulder, both of us laughing at something forgotten. I was 20 years old, bright with hope and certainty. He was 24 and looked at me like I was the answer to questions he hadn't even thought to ask yet. "Oh my," Karen says softly, settling beside me to study the photo. "Look how young you both were." I nod, my throat suddenly tight. "Babies playing house," I manage to say, attempting lightness. But the truth is more complicated. We weren't playing, we were desperately serious, earnestly committed, absolutely certain, until we weren't. "You were happy then," Karen observes, not a question but a gentle prod. "For a while." I place the frame face down on the floor, unable to meet the eyes of that younger, more trusting version of myself. Karen reaches into the box and pulls out another photo. Our first Christmas card as a family. Kaylee, just 6 months old, cradled in my arms while Tom stands proud beside us. "Do you think Kaylee would want some of these? She doesn't have many photos with her father." "Maybe someday." I take the photo from her hands more quickly than I intended. "When things settle down." Karen's eyes track my movements, missing nothing. "It's been quite a whirlwind for you, hasn't it? Your mother passing, meeting Nate, married by May." Her tone is carefully neutral, but I hear the question beneath it. My fingers tap against the frame's edge, a nervous habit I've never managed to break. When you know, I say, echoing words I've repeated to Kaylee, to Angela, to myself in quiet moments of doubt. That's what they say, Karen agrees, though her expression suggests she believes this particular piece of wisdom about as much as she believes in fairy tales. Still, so soon after your mother's funeral. That must have been difficult. The reminder of my mother's death stings like salt in a wound that hasn't properly healed. I had fallen apart in ways I hadn't since Tom left, sobbing in the shower where Kaylee couldn't hear me, driving to work with sunglasses hiding red-rimmed eyes. Then Nate walked into my life, and suddenly, breathing didn't hurt quite so much. Mum would have wanted me to be happy, I say, the words sounding rehearsed even to my own ears. She always said I deserved someone who would put me first. Karen nods slowly. She worried about you, especially after how broken you were when Tom left. The casual mention of my post-divorce devastation makes my spine stiffen. Karen had been there for the worst of it, had found me curled on the bathroom floor the night Tom moved out, had brought casseroles when I couldn't summon the energy to cook, had watched Kaylee on nights when grief made me unable to. That was a long time ago, I say, though 10 years doesn't feel so long when confronted with photographic evidence of a life I once believed would last forever. Karen's voice is gentle, but her eyes are shrewd. Have you spoken to Tom recently? My chest tightens with the familiar pressure of secrets kept too long. Karen doesn't know why why it didn't work out. What happened with Tom isn't something I've fully admitted even to myself, let alone spoken aloud to anyone else. The truth sits heavy in my throat, impossible to swallow, impossible to speak. No, I say, abruptly closing the photo box and reaching for another. That chapter's closed. I have Nate now. Karen's eyebrows lift slightly at my obvious deflection. The past has a way of influencing the present, whether we acknowledge it or not. I cross my arms over my chest, physically closing myself off from her gentle probing. I'm not living in the past. I've moved on. Have you? Karen gestures to the box of wedding photos. Then why keep these? For Kaylee, I say too quickly. She might want them someday. Karen sighs, recognizing the wall I've erected between us. She's known me long enough to understand when I'll bend and when I'll break. This subject, the truth about my divorce, is firmly in breaking territory. I look at my phone, where I have locations for both Nate and Kaylee. It makes me feel safe to know where they are at all times. I haven't told Karen that I track them. She might think I'm paranoid, but the fact is that this way I feel less anxious when they're out there. My shoulders hunch forward protectively as I pull another box closer, deliberately choosing one labeled kitchen instead of continuing with the memories. My movements are stiff, defensive, my body betraying the emotions I'm trying to conceal. I should start unpacking the dishes, I say, voice artificially bright. Nate will be home for dinner, and I haven't even found the pots yet. Karen watches me for a long moment, concern etched in the lines around her eyes. All right, Emily, let's find those dishes. She reaches for the new box, allowing me the retreat I so desperately need. As we unwrap plates in silence, I feel the weight of my past pressing against my ribs, making it hard to breathe in this beautiful new apartment that doesn't yet feel like home. The sunlight illuminates all the spaces between the life I've left behind and the one I'm trying to build. Spaces filled with secrets I'm not ready to face. About Tom, about how I rushed into Nate's arms when the grief was still so raw from my mother's death. The kitchen boxes yield to our methodical unpacking, plates and glasses finding temporary homes on open shelves, while Karen and I work in companionable silence. My earlier defensiveness has subsided, replaced by the rhythm of shared work and the comfort of having known someone long enough that words become optional. When the last mug is unwrapped, I return to the living room where the box with my mother's stuff sits partially unpacked, its contents spilling out like artifacts from another life. Beneath the photo frames and bubble wrap, my fingers brush against the familiar texture of worn leather. One of my mother's journals, its pages slightly yellowed at the edges, the binding cracked from years of use. I'd forgotten this was in here, I say, lifting the journal carefully. The weight of it in my hands feels sacred somehow, a repository of my mother's thoughts that I'd packed away after the funeral, but never had the courage to open. Karen peers over my shoulder. I laugh. My mother wrote in her journal every night. I used to tease her about being the last person in America keeping a diary. I run my thumb along the edge of the pages, catching glimpses of my mother's elegant handwriting. She'd been old-fashioned that way, believing that putting pen to paper made thoughts more real than typing them. I've never read any of them, I admit. It felt too private. She's gone now, Emily, Karen says gently. Maybe she left things in them she wanted you to know. I settle onto the couch, the leather binding warm against my palms. Karen busies herself with another box, giving me space while remaining present, a balance she's perfected over years of being my unofficial therapist and confidant. The journal falls open naturally to a well-read page, the date at the top marking it as 3 months before my wedding to Tom. My eyes catch on my name, then his, then phrases that make my stomach drop. Suspicious late nights. Perfume that isn't Emily's, protecting her from what I suspect. I gasp, loud enough that Karen looks up from her unpacking. My eyes race across the page, then flip backward, then forward, finding more entries that paint a picture I never saw. My mother watching Tom with doubtful eyes, noting patterns I was too in love to recognize, harboring suspicions about his fidelity years before he finally left me. Emily? Karen's voice seems to come from far away. What is it? My hands tremble slightly as I lower the journal to my lap. She knew, I whisper. Or at least she suspected. About Tom, about other women. Karen's expression shifts from concern to careful neutrality. Ah. You knew too, I say, not a question, but a realization. Everyone knew but me. Karen abandons her unpacking and crosses to sit beside me on the couch. We didn't know for certain, and your mother, she pauses, choosing her words carefully, your mother wanted to protect you from being hurt. By letting me stay with a man who was cheating on me. The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. By watching me build a life with someone she knew would eventually leave. By letting you make your own choices, Karen corrects gently. She raised you to be independent, to trust your judgment. She wouldn't undermine that by telling you what to do with your marriage. I stare down at the open journal, my mother's handwriting swimming before my eyes. The entries reveal a woman torn between maternal protection and respect for her daughter's autonomy. A woman who carried suspicions and worries silently to spare me pain. The irony isn't lost on me. Here I sit, hiding Nate's criminal past from Kaylee, telling myself it's to protect her, that she's not ready for certain truths. Am I any different from my mother? Am I repeating the same patterns, keeping secrets that will eventually unravel anyway? I'm doing the same thing to Kaylee, I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. About Nate, about his past. Karen nods, unsurprised. I thought you might be. It's not the same situation, I say quickly. Nate isn't Tom. What happened with him? It was a mistake. One bad decision in a bar fight. He's paid for it. He's changed. I believe you believe that, Karen says, the careful phrasing making my defenses rise again. You don't understand what draws me to him, I say, surprising myself with this sudden honesty. Tom was passive. He avoided conflict, let problems fester until they exploded. When things got hard, he checked out, mentally first, then physically. I close the journal, pressing my palm against its cover, as if I could absorb my mother's wisdom through touch alone. Nate is present. He's solid. When he commits to something, he sees it through, and he's protective in a way Tom never was. I feel safe with him. The words tumble out, a confession I didn't know I needed to make. After Mum died, I felt so exposed, so unmoored, like I was standing on the edge of a cliff with nothing to hold on to. Nate grounds me. His intensity, his focus, they make me feel seen in a way I haven't since those early days with Tom. Karen listens without judgment, her eyes soft with understanding. We all seek what we've lost, Emily. There's no shame in that. She reaches into the box of memories, her hand emerging with something that catches the light, a thin gold band studded with small diamonds. My wedding ring from Tom, which I'd taken off the night he left but never had the heart to sell. And some losses we never fully let go of, she says, holding up the ring questioningly. Even when we think we've moved on. Heat rushes to my cheeks as I quickly take the ring from her, embarrassed at being caught in this sentimental weakness. I kept it for practical reasons, I explain hurriedly. It's worth something. I thought I might sell it someday, maybe for Kaylee's college fund. But we both know it's a lie. I could have sold it years ago if money was the only consideration. Instead, I've kept it tucked away and put among my mother's things when she passed, a talisman of both heartbreak and hope, evidence that I had once been loved completely, even if that love hadn't lasted. Does Nate know you kept it? Karen asks. I shake my head, slipping the ring into my pocket rather than returning it to the box. It would hurt him to know. He's sensitive about Tom, about my past. That's understandable, Karen says, though her expression suggests she finds it concerning rather than reassuring. New husbands don't generally want reminders of the old ones. Her words hang in the air between us. Why keep reminders of a marriage that ended badly? Why hide evidence of sentimentality from a new husband who supposedly knows and accepts all of me? Why am I still protecting pieces of my heart from both the man who left and the man who arrived? I have no answers that don't make me sound like a woman still tangled in the wreckage of her first love, so I say nothing, letting the silence fill with all the things we both know but choose not to name. The journal sits closed on my lap, my mother's secrets now mine to carry. The wedding ring burns in my pocket, a small, hard reminder that moving on isn't as simple as changing addresses or taking a new name. Some boxes, once opened, can never be repacked. I return to the memories box while Karen arranges books on the built-in shelves, my fingers sorting through the remaining items with renewed curiosity. What else might my mother have kept that I never knew about? Beneath a stack of birthday cards and dried corsages, my hand brushes against the slick surface of a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age, but preserved between two sheets of wax paper. I pull it out, unfolding it carefully, and then my breath catches in my throat. Staring back at me from the grainy newsprint is Nate's face. Younger but recognizably his, though somber. He stands outside what appears to be a courthouse. The headline, partially visible above the photo, contains words that make my pulse quicken. Local businessman accused of... The rest is cut off. The clipping neatly trimmed to include just his image and that fragment of text. My heart hammers against my ribs. A newspaper clipping about Nate. I completely forgot I put it in there. It's from before I even met him. Before he moved to Harborview Heights. Before he was released from... Find anything else interesting? Karen asks, turning from the bookshelf. I slide the clipping under a stack of papers with movements so hurried and jerky that I knock over a small trinket box, sending earrings and old buttons scattering. Just more photos, I say, my voice pitched slightly higher than normal as I scramble to gather the fallen items. And some of Mum's costume jewellery. Karen's eyes narrow slightly at my clumsy reaction, but she doesn't press. Instead, she kneels beside me, helping to collect the scattered trinkets. Her fingers pause over a small silver charm shaped like a lighthouse. A souvenir from our family vacation to Maine when Kaylee was 7. Remember this trip? She asks, holding up the charm. You sent me a postcard of that same lighthouse. Said it was the most peaceful place you'd ever been. I nod, grateful for the change of subject, though my mind still races with questions about the hidden clipping. I've always wanted to go back. Maybe someday. You should, Karen says, dropping the charm into the recovered trinket box. Though I imagine Nate prefers more exciting vacations. He strikes me as the adventurous type. There's something in her tone I can't quite place, not quite accusation, but not innocent observation either. I focus on repacking the small box, avoiding her gaze. We haven't discussed honeymoon plans yet, I say, been too busy with the move and his business. Karen rises, brushing dust from her knees. Speaking of which, I should get going, let you finish unpacking before he gets home. I like to make it home before it gets dark. These old eyes don't function as well in the dark as they used to. She retrieves her purse from the kitchen counter, slinging it over her shoulder in a familiar movement. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I saw Nate yesterday near Harbour Square. My hands still over the memory box, but I keep my expression neutral. Oh? Outside that little coffee shop on Elm. He was talking with a woman, quite intensely actually. Dark hair, very elegant looking. Something cold settles in the pit of my stomach. I hadn't known Nate was near Harbour Square yesterday. He'd told me he was at a construction site across town all day, meeting with contractors about permits. Probably a client, I say, the words coming out too quickly. His business is really picking up. Probably, Karen agrees, though her tone suggests she's not convinced. They seemed familiar with each other. I would have stopped to say hello, but they looked deep in conversation. I didn't want to interrupt. My fingers grip the edge of the photo box so tightly that the cardboard starts to bend. Harbour Square is a small area. Everyone looks like they know each other there. Karen watches me carefully, noting my white-knuckled grasp on the box, the slight flush I can feel creeping up my neck. That's true, she says mildly, though she did touch his arm in that way people do when they share history. I force a laugh that sounds hollow even to my own ears. Karen, are you trying to make me jealous of my husband's business associates? Of course not, she says, her eyes softening with what looks uncomfortably like pity. I just thought you'd want to know, since you mentioned his business is doing so well. The implication remains unspoken, that perhaps Nate's business isn't the only thing occupying his time, that perhaps there are aspects of his life I'm not privy to, just as there were with Tom. Well, I appreciate the update, I say with forced casualness, rising to walk her to the door. But I trust Nate completely. Karen pulls me into a hug at the threshold, her familiar scent of gardenia and laundry detergent momentarily bringing a lump to my throat. I know you do, honey, and I hope that trust is well placed. She pulls back, holding me at arm's length. But remember, if you ever need anything, if you ever need to talk, I'm just a phone call away, day or night. I know, I say, touched by her concern, even as I bristle at its implications. But everything's fine, really. After she leaves, I stand surrounded by boxes containing fragments of my past, while the present feels suddenly unstable beneath my feet. The newspaper clipping burns in my awareness, hidden but not forgotten. My phone buzzes in my pocket. A text from Nate. How's the unpacking going? Find anything interesting in your mum's things? I stare at the message, reading and rereading it as a chill creeps up my spine. It's an innocent question, the kind of thing any husband might ask his wife who spent the day sorting through family mementos. Yet something about the timing, the specific mention of my mother's belongings, makes my skin prickle with unease. I move to the stack of papers where I hid the clipping, sliding it out with trembling fingers. Nate's younger face stares up at me, his eyes challenging even in grainy newsprint. I examine it more carefully now, noting the date at the top of the clipping. I trace the partial headline with my fingertip. Local businessman accused of... The text message glows on my phone screen, waiting for a reply. I slip the clipping into my pocket alongside Tom's wedding ring. 2 secrets from 2 different men, both weighing me down. Then I type a response to Nate. Just old photos and keepsakes. Nothing interesting. The lie comes easily. 11. Kaylee. I've transformed the desktop on my laptop into an investigative war room. Word documents, screenshots, and links spreading across the screen, completely covering the sunset background that keeps me calm. Both my mum and Nate are at work. Angela has given me a temporary code for her legal database that allows me access for 72 hours. I know I'm supposed to be looking for a job for the summer, but I keep getting distracted. I can't help myself. Angela's legal database is expansive and overwhelming, but it's the sort of work I love to do, painstakingly combing through notes for interesting details, and, unlike at college, with this, I'm pushed forward by the gut feeling that someone close to my mother is dangerous. The concrete floor beneath my bare feet remains cold despite the afternoon sun. I pull my sweater tighter around me, unable to get comfortable in this space that still feels foreign. The exposed brick walls and metal fixtures create a stark, unforgiving backdrop to my search for truth, a truth that's beginning to take shape with every document I uncover. I click to another tab, examining the assault case that sent Nate to prison. The official narrative is clean enough. Bar fight, things got out of hand. I gnaw on my pen cap, staring at the screen. The court database shows not just the assault charge, but a civil lawsuit filed immediately after, settled privately, with all parties silenced. I pull up a new search tab. The Roadhouse Bar and Grill, I type, adding fight and the date from the records. Nothing useful appears. I try settlement instead. Still nothing. There's a reference to a Detective Bonetti as the arresting officer. The same Detective Bonetti who attended the wedding, or should I rather say, observed it. The same name Nate and Jason discussed on the terrace. Why was she even at the wedding? Who invited her? Nate? Would he invite the woman who arrested him? Or did she just show up? It makes no sense. But then I find something, and it makes my heart stop. 2 further accusations against Nate. Stalking. Names are redacted, but the dates are when he was still inside. Was he in contact with other women while in prison? I'm adding this to my notes when I hear it, the familiar sound of keys in the lock. My heart lurches into my throat. Mum's working the closing shift at the boutique. There's only one other person with keys. Panic surges through me as the lock turns. I slam my laptop closed, sweep the notes I've made on paper into a messy pile, and shove them under the nearest couch cushion. My coffee mug topples, spilling brown liquid across my timeline. I curse under my breath, using my sleeve to mop up the worst of it. I reposition my laptop, opening it to the calculus folder just as the door swings open. Nate steps inside, dressed in his usual work clothes, construction boots caked with dried mud. He carries a brown paper bag from the deli down the street. "Hey, Kaylee," he says, his voice casual, his eyes instantly scanning the room, taking in the table, my flustered appearance, the damp patch on my sleeve. "Thought you might want some lunch." I force my face into what I hope passes for normal indifference, though my pulse pounds so loudly in my ears, I worry he might hear it. "Thanks," I manage, opening my laptop to close a browser tab I'd forgotten was still open. "Wasn't expecting you back so soon." His eyes linger on my laptop screen for a moment too long, then drift to the couch, where the edge of white paper peeks from beneath the cushion. I shift slightly, trying to block his line of sight without being obvious. "I thought you were done with finals," he asks, setting the bag on the counter. "Just trying to keep up," I lie, gesturing vaguely at my screen. "There's a particular professor I really want to impress next year. She offers a summer internship." He nods, but something in his expression tells me he's not entirely convinced. He unloads sandwiches from the bag, his eyes flickering back to me every few seconds. "Thought we could have lunch together," he says, his tone friendly enough, though I notice how his shoulders have tensed slightly. "Since we're both home, might be nice to chat a bit." I swallow hard. The evidence of his past sits just inches away, hidden beneath cushions and behind a computer screen. As he unpacks lunch with those careful movements, I realize I'm not buying his act of the charming stepfather bringing home unexpected food. "Sure," I say, closing my laptop fully. "That sounds great." 12. Kaylee. Nate places the sandwich in front of me, turkey on rye with extra pickles, exactly how I like it. I wonder if remembering my sandwich preference is calculated or genuine, as I watch him move around our almost unpacked kitchen, pulling the final few plates from boxes while maintaining an easy stream of conversation. His hands work methodically, arranging the dishes in cabinets as he describes the Harbour Square renovation project. I bite into my sandwich and nod at appropriate intervals, studying him like a specimen under glass, searching for false notes in his performance. "These old buildings have amazing bones," he says, unwrapping a ceramic bowl from newspaper. The Harbour Square storefronts were built in the 1920s, solid brick, hand-carved details you just don't see anymore. He places the bowl in a cabinet, his movements efficient. We're preserving all the original mouldings while bringing the electrical up to code. When did you start that project? I ask, trying to sound casually interested while mentally referencing my timeline. According to my research, Sullivan Construction wasn't even registered until 2 months ago, right before the wedding. I haven't heard him speak so passionately about the business before, but it does sound genuine. We broke ground in December, he says without hesitation. Should be finished by next February if the weather holds. December. 3 months before he got out of prison. I take another bite of the sandwich to hide my reaction, chewing slowly to buy time. That's a big project to take on when you were just getting the business established. His hands pause briefly before continuing to unwrap a stack of plates. We started small, just the corner unit. The owner liked our work, so he gave us the rest of the block. His voice is smooth, practiced. That's how it goes in construction. One good job leads to another. I nod as if this makes perfect sense, though it contradicts the business registration dates I've seen. And the pier near the lighthouse. Mum mentioned you were rebuilding that too. That's right. He smiles, seemingly pleased by my interest. Historical restoration. That's been our focus the last few weeks. Replacing the rotted pilings without changing the original design. It's detailed work. I take a sip of water. Must be complicated with all the fog and weather out there. When did you start that one? Early January, he answers, reaching up to place glasses on a high shelf. Right before your mum and I got serious. Another lie. Harbour Lighthouse Park has been closed for renovations since last year, according to the Parks Department website I checked yesterday. The pier project started last month, awarded to Coastal Restoration Company, not Sullivan Construction. You must have a big crew to handle multiple projects like that, I say, watching his face carefully. It's growing, he says, his smile never faltering. 6 full-time guys now, plus subcontractors when needed. Jason handles the business side, while I oversee construction. I recall the search results showing no employees registered with Sullivan Construction, just my mother's name on the business license. I want to call him out directly, to watch his facade crumble, but I need to be strategic. Instead, I pivot. Did you have your own company when you were in Rhode Island, too? He turns to grab another box, using the movement to break eye contact. I worked for different contractors, learning the business from the ground up. Decided to strike out on my own when I moved here. His deflection is masterful, providing information that sounds substantive while revealing nothing about his criminal record or the gap in his employment history. I press a little harder. I feel like I must have asked you this before, but what brought you to Harbourview Heights specifically? It's not exactly a booming metropolis. Nate pulls out a set of coffee mugs, arranging them on hooks beneath the cabinet. Needed a fresh start. Friend told me about the development potential here, with all the historical buildings needing restoration. He glances at me with an easy smile. Then, later on, I met your mum and had even more reason to stay. The charm is calculated, designed to make me feel included in their love story. I don't buy it for a second. That's a big move, though, starting over in a new place where you didn't know anyone. I maintain an innocent expression. I found it hard starting over at college. His hands slow their movement slightly. Sometimes a change of scenery is good for the soul. You'll get there. His voice is soft, like he truly cares. Don't you think? I falter. I guess. I shrug, keeping my tone light. I stare at my phone, at the 3 unanswered calls from Devin. I have no idea what he wants, but I can't focus on my own personal drama when Mum might be in real danger. I swallow hard, not about to let Nate see how much I miss home, or how my questions about his past have created this wall of tension between Mum and me. When things are right, they're right. The platitude slides easily from his lips, but I notice his eyes have grown watchful, assessing me. The sandwich okay? You've barely touched it. The deflection is so obvious, I almost laugh. Instead, I take another bite and nod. It's good, thanks. I decide to push a little further. Did you leave family behind in Rhode Island? The mug in his hand clinks hard against the counter as he sets it down with slightly more force than necessary. His smile remains fixed, but something in his eyes changes, a coldness seeping in around the edges. He shakes his head, lips pressed into a thin line. As he turns away to grab another box, his eyes catch on a silver frame lying on the counter. Mum must have unpacked it earlier. In the photo, a younger version of me sits on a man's shoulders at what looks like a carnival. He looks at it, then up at me. Is that your dad? Yes, I confirm. He looks jealous. It's a little disarming. Have you... He stops. Do you see him? No, I don't see him, I say, confused. Surely he knows this. Mum says it's best that way, that I'm not missing out on anything. Nate nods sympathetically, though his attention seems divided now, his movements less fluid. That's tough. Fathers should be present for their kids. Do you talk to your parents? I didn't see them at the wedding. His shoulders visibly tighten, the muscles in his neck straining against his collar. That's complicated. His voice has lost its warmth entirely. We don't communicate. Because you went to jail for assault, I ask, the question slipping out before I can fully consider its impact. Nate's hands freeze mid-motion. He turns slowly, fixing me with a stare that sends ice through my veins. For a split second, the mask drops completely, and I'd glimpse something hard and dangerous behind his eyes, something that makes me suddenly aware of how alone we are in the apartment. The moment shatters when his phone buzzes loudly on the counter. He snatches it up, glancing at the screen. The transformation is immediate and shocking. His face drains of color. His hand trembles slightly as he holds the device. I need to take this, he says, his voice tight. Business emergency. We'll finish unpacking later. Without waiting for my response, he moves toward the balcony door, phone in his hand. 13. Kaylee. I wait until Nate's footsteps recede toward the balcony before I dare move. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat a reminder of what just happened. The words had tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop them. Me, who always swallows disagreements, who learned years ago that confrontation leads to slammed doors and silence. My hands tremble slightly as I press them against my thighs. Mom used to say I should think before I speak, even as a little kid, when I made slightly too judgmental comments about the dads at school drop-off eyeing Mom. But I haven't done that with Nate. I've been careful. Maybe it was the mention of my dad. The balcony door closes behind him but doesn't latch completely, leaving a half-inch gap. Through the opening, I can see Nate's back as he stands at the railing, tension visible in every line of his body. Rising from my chair, I move silently across the concrete floor, grateful for my sock-covered feet. I approach the door casually. If he turns suddenly, I'll pretend to be getting something from the nearby bookshelf. The apartment feels unnaturally quiet, my shallow breathing loud in my own ears as I edge closer to the gap. Just before Nate makes the call, his phone screen is visible for a moment. The notification banner still displayed at the top catches my eye. Sandra Bonetti. Detective Bonetti. The name from the court records, the strange wedding guest, the person Jason mentioned during their tense conversation on the terrace. My pulse quickens. Something is going on. I retreat from the door before Nate can spot me, moving swiftly back to the kitchen table where my laptop waits. My fingers tremble slightly as I open it, keeping one eye on the balcony door while I type Detective Sandra Bonetti, Harborview Heights, into the search bar. Results populate my screen. Newspaper articles, department commendations, a 7-year-old piece about a major drug trafficking case. I scan quickly, absorbing fragments. 22-year veteran of the force, specialized in organized crime investigations, led task force on interstate trafficking. One article includes a photo, the same stern-faced woman who attended the wedding, looking slightly younger in her formal police portrait. Through the gap in the balcony door, I can hear fragments of Nate's conversation, his voice tight with controlled anger. Told you not to contact this number. His words drift through the opening, carried on the breeze. I can't make out everything, but phrases cut through clearly. Agreement was clear, and keeping my end of the deal. A moment later, his voice drops even lower, but I catch the most chilling fragment. Don't threaten me with her. Her? Who? My mother? Someone else entirely? I strain to hear more, but Nate has moved to the far side of the balcony, his words lost to the distance and the ambient noise from the street below. I turn back to my laptop, opening a new document to record what I've just discovered. The sound of keys in the front door makes me jump. I quickly minimize my browser as Mum walks in, still wearing her boutique uniform, black slacks and a silk blouse with the store's logo embroidered on the pocket. Her face shows the fatigue of a long retail shift, but she smiles when she sees me. "Hey, honey," she says, hanging her purse on the hook by the door. "How was your day? Are you enjoying your break from school? Have you been having any luck on your job hunt?" Before I can answer, Nate steps back inside from the balcony. The transformation is immediate and unsettling. The tension I witnessed moments ago vanishes like smoke. His shoulders relax, his stride becomes loose and easy, the hardness around his mouth softens into a warm smile. It's as though someone flipped a switch, changing him from the tense, angry man on the phone to a loving husband in the space of seconds. "There she is," he says, crossing the room to greet Mum with a kiss. His voice holds none of the controlled fury I just overheard. "How was work?" "Busy," Mum sighs, leaning into his embrace. 2 tour buses full of cruise ship passengers, all wanting souvenirs at once. Nate takes her coat, hanging it carefully next to her purse. "You look exhausted. Why don't I run you a bath? I picked up that lavender oil you like." Mum's face softens with gratitude. "That sounds amazing." I watch their interaction with a growing sense of unease. The contrast between Nate's behavior with me, the tense conversation, the barely concealed hostility when I mentioned jail, and this attentive, caring persona he presents to Mum is jarring. His performance is flawless, From the way he gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, to how he asks specific questions about her day, remembering details about her co-workers and regular customers. "I see you two had lunch together," Mum says, noticing the sandwiches on the table. She smiles hopefully at me. "That's nice." "Nate brought sandwiches," I confirm, my voice surprisingly steady despite the turmoil inside me. "He finished early." "We had a good chat," Nate adds, his hand resting comfortably on Mum's lower back. His eyes meet mine briefly, a clear warning lurking behind his smile. "Kaylee was asking about my construction projects." Mum beams, obviously pleased by this apparent bonding. "That's great. I've been hoping you two would spend some time together." I force a smile, the weight of my suspicions pressing down on me like a physical burden. I know why I'm not telling her about our conversation, but why isn't Nate mentioning it? Looking at Mum's tired face, seeing how she leans against Nate for support after a long day, I can't help but feel bad. If I'm going to destroy her world, I need to be certain. I need more than fragments of overheard conversations and internet searches. I need undeniable proof that even her love-blinded eyes can't ignore. "I'll start on dinner while you take that bath," Nate offers, kissing Mum's temple. The tenderness in the gesture seems genuine, which only adds to my confusion. Does he actually care for her, even while manipulating her? Or is this just a calculated performance? "You're too good to me," Mum says, smiling up at him with complete trust. I close my laptop with a soft click. As Nate leads Mum toward the bathroom, his hand still protectively at the small of her back, he glances over his shoulder at me. Our eyes meet for a fraction of a second, just long enough for me to recognize the suspicion in his gaze. He knows I heard something. He suspects I'm digging into his past. The invisible line between us has been drawn. The bathroom door closes behind them, and I sit alone at the kitchen table, wondering if I'm truly equipped to win this war against the man my mother loves. But knowing who is. 14. Kaylee. The Harbour View Grill sits perched on the highest point of North Heights, its windows offering a panoramic view of the harbour below, where boats bob like bath toys against the darkening water. I smooth my skirt as I step through the heavy glass doors, immediately out of place among the white tablecloths and crystal glasses that catch the light from ornate chandeliers. My father waits at a corner table, back straight as a ruler, the perfect posture of a man who gets paid, telling other people what to do with their money. He checks his watch, then spots me, his expression shifting from impatience to something unreadable as I make my way toward him. "Kaylee." He stands as I approach, buttoning his suit jacket in one practiced motion. "You're looking well?" His voice carries the same formal inflection I remember from childhood phone calls, as if he's addressing a distant acquaintance rather than his daughter. When he extends his hand, I take it, feeling the cool, firm grip of someone who shakes hands for a living. "Thanks for meeting me," I say, sliding into the chair opposite him. The leather seat is butter soft against my thighs, probably costing more than my entire wardrobe. "I know you're busy." "Not too busy for you." The words sound rehearsed, a line from the Absent Father handbook. His eyes, so like mine, scan my face with the detached interest of someone appraising property. "Though I must admit, your call was unexpected." A waiter materializes at our table, dressed in black and white, his presence ghost-like in its efficiency. Dad, no, Tom, I correct myself mentally, orders a scotch, neat, without looking at the menu. When the waiter turns to me, I request water, earning a barely perceptible lift of my father's eyebrow. "Not drinking?" he asks when the waiter disappears. "You're an adult now, you could." "I don't drink," I tell him. I twist my napkin under the table, thinking of Mum's face whenever I'd mention him as I was growing up. The way she'd suddenly need to check the oven or remember a phone call she had to make. Years of "we'll talk about it later" and "some things are better left in the past." All I know is she didn't want him anywhere near me, but the man sitting across from me seems nothing like the monster her silence implied. He looks like the dad I remember from my childhood photo albums, the one who taught me to ride a bike and made Mickey Mouse pancakes on Sundays. If Mum knew I was here, she'd lose it completely. His lips twitch, almost a smile. "Right, so." He straightens his already straight silverware. "You said it was important, something about your mother's new husband." The direct reference to the purpose of our meeting catches me off guard. I'd expected more small talk, polite questions about school that would allow him to pretend interest in the life he's largely absent from. Instead, his time is money efficiency creates an opening I hadn't anticipated coming so quickly. "I need your help," I say, the words like stones in my mouth. "I think Mum's in trouble." His expression doesn't change, but his fingers stop their restless adjustment of the cutlery. "What kind of trouble?" "Nate Sullivan, her husband." The word feels wrong. I've been researching him, and things don't add up. He was in prison, did you know that? I didn't. His voice remains neutral. For what? A bar fight. The waiter returns with our drinks. Tom takes a measured sip of his scotch, watching me over the rim of his glass. I wrap my fingers around the water goblet, feeling the cool condensation against my skin. That's what he told her, but there's more to it. I lean forward, lowering my voice. His case records are partially sealed. I find that strange. The detective who arrested him is still in contact with him. That brings up some red flags. But mostly, I worry he's only with Mum because of her financial stability, and that he's draining her resources. Tom's expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes shifts, a minute tightening around the corners. That's a serious accusation. The water glass is slick beneath my fingers. Mum's put up her savings, co-signed for an expensive apartment, registered his business in her name. She's making herself vulnerable, and he's... "Why come to me with this?" Tom interrupts, his voice sharper now. "Your mother and I haven't exactly maintained a close relationship. I wasn't even invited to the wedding." The bitterness in his tone surprises me. "Because if anyone knows how to lie and deceive, it's you." My admission stuns him. Mom never told me exactly what he did, but I knew it was bad, and I am pretty sure it involved cheating. I figured it takes one to know one. I opened the folder of papers I have printed from the police reports that Angela sent me. "Mom met Nate while he was still in prison," I whisper, reading from my notes. "And 2 other women were in contact with him. You work at a bank. I think he asked them for money, and I want you to find out if I'm right." And despite everything, I hesitate, then force myself to continue. "Despite everything, I thought you might still care enough about Mom's well-being to help." He looks away, his gaze drifting to the harbour view. For a moment, he reveals something raw. "Of course I care," he says quietly. "The divorce was complicated, but I never wanted Emily to be hurt. She could be in danger." I press the advantage of this momentary vulnerability. Real danger, not just financial. I go back to school soon, and leave her with him. I worry. Without warning, he reaches down and pulls a worn leather folder from his briefcase. He places it on the table between us, his fingers lingering on its surface for a moment before he opens it. Inside the folder, my entire childhood unfolds before me, every achievement carefully preserved in plastic sleeves. Debate trophies I'd forgotten winning. Honor roll certificates with my name in bright yellow highlighter. That embarrassing school newspaper feature where I'd insisted on being photographed with my Save the Whales t-shirt. Even my 8th grade science fair victory, immortalized in a photo where my braces caught the flash. I've always wanted some part of your life, he says, eyes fixed on the folder rather than me. Marcia in the school office, we go way back, she'd send me things when I asked. I suddenly understand the confusion in his expression when I arrived. He thought this meeting was about something else entirely. The unreturned calls since I left for college. The birthday cards I'd thrown away unopened. He'd prepared for a last-ditch effort to be part of my life, not for the conversation I came to have. But he's the bad guy in this. Why would he think I'd want him in my life? I stare at the folder, momentarily speechless. All this time, I'd believed he'd forgotten me, relegated me to occasional phone calls and birthday checks. The evidence of his attention, his pride, sits between us like a confession. Why was Mum so adamant about not letting me see him? I didn't know, I manage finally, my voice smaller than I intend. That was my failing, not yours. He closes the folder gently. I should have been more present, more honest about many things. The moment stretches between us, fragile and unexpected. Then Tom clears his throat, straightening his tie in a gesture that signals a return to business. I'll help you look into Sullivan's finances, he says, his voice regaining its professional edge, though something warmer remains. I have contacts who can be discreet, but Kaylee, he hesitates. Are you sure you're okay? I worry. You shouldn't be investigating your mother's new husband. You should be out having fun with your friends. Get the whole college experience. I know. I take a sip of water, steadying myself. I'm disoriented. Was there another side to their relationship I didn't know? Secrets my mother has been keeping from me. But I can't leave Mum with him. I don't trust him, and she won't listen to suspicions. She needs concrete evidence. Tom nods, considering. You should talk to a friend or business partner. If someone knew Sullivan before prison, they might be able to confirm your suspicions, give you names I can search for. I immediately think of Jason Reynolds. How would I approach him without raising suspicions? Carefully. A faint smile touches his lips. You clearly have investigative skills. I thought so when I read your articles for the school newspaper. Use them. He glances at his watch, then signals for the check. I have another meeting, but I'll start making calls this afternoon. As we prepare to leave, Tom does something so unexpected it freezes me in place. He places his hand on my shoulder, the weight of it unfamiliar, yet somehow right. Tom's eyes darken. Watch yourself, Kaylee. People like Sullivan, they've buried things for a reason. If he realizes you're digging... I already slipped up once, I admit, remembering Nate's face when I'd mentioned his time inside. Asked him about prison. Christ. Tom runs a hand through his hair. If he confronts you, play dumb. Say you heard it from your mother, that you were curious, nothing more. I nod, stomach knotting. I'll stick to that story. See that you do. His fingers brush my shoulder before dropping away. As we walk toward the exit, I steal a glance at my father. This man I've spent years resenting for his absence, who turns out to have been watching from the shadows all along. His concern for me feels more genuine than anything he's expressed in years, and I wonder what else I might have misunderstood about him. And my own mother. 15. Kaylee. The construction site sprawls across the South Harbour waterfront like a half-remembered dream of steel and concrete. I hug the brown paper lunch bag to my side, the warm sandwich inside, a carefully chosen prop in the performance I'm about to give. Salt-laden breezes drift off the water, tangled with the sharper tang of fish from the processing plant and the bitter hint of rust from weathered warehouses. All around me, cranes creak and steel beams groan, a discordant symphony that belongs to Nate Sullivan, or so I'm told, the very man who runs this legitimate business my mother trusts. Workers in neon vests and hard hats navigate the muddy grounds with determined strides, boots sinking into clay like anchors. I approach the chain-link fence that cordons off the site, heart hammering against my ribs, even as I force my expression into casual ease. A burly man in a hard hat looks up from his clipboard and ambles over. "Can I help you, miss?" His voice rumbles softly, more kindly than I expect. I lift the lunch bag and give him what I hope is an innocent smile. "I'm looking for Nate Sullivan. I'm his stepdaughter. Mum packed him lunch and asked me to drop it off since I was nearby." The lie slides out like butter. The worker's features soften at the mention of lunch. "That's thoughtful of her. Nate's down by the East Foundation with the engineer. You can wait at the trailer." He points toward a white portable office on concrete blocks. "Follow the gravel path. Watch your step." "You got a hard hat?" I shake my head. He disappears behind some equipment and returns with a bright yellow helmet. "Safety first, boss's rules." I thank him, snap the chin strap in place and step through the entrance. Each footfall is like crossing a frontier. I tell myself most of these men have no inkling about Nate's history or what he's really hiding. I wander slowly, eyes darting, storing mental snapshots of logos. Coastal Contractors, Harbour City Rentals, no mention of Sullivan Construction. Another inconsistency to add to my dossier. At the back of the site, blueprints protected by plastic sheeting are tacked to a board outside the trailer. I pause under the pretense of tying my shoelace and lean in. The title reads, Harbour Square Restoration Phase 2, the very project Nate claimed to have launched months ago, even before his prison sentence ended. Before I can decipher the date stamps, the trailer door swings wide and Jason Reynolds steps out. I recognize his easy grin from my mother's wedding when he pulled Nate aside for that tense terrace conversation. "Well, hello," he says, voice warm. "You must be Kaylee. Those eyes are unforgettable, just like your mother's." I straighten, clutching the lunch bag. "Yes, I'm here to drop this off for Nate." Perfect timing. He holds out a hand, strong, rough from real work. I shake it. "I'm Jason. We met at the wedding." I nod. I remember. He gestures toward a makeshift canopy over a stack of lumber. "Let's wait over here." We walk side by side, his arm brushing mine almost accidentally, but just enough to spark a thrill. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "Your mom was glowing that night. It was clear to everyone there that you two have a great bond." I shrug. It's still weird, you know, stepping into a role I never auditioned for. He laughs, a low, warm sound. "I can imagine. Stepdaughter life? Big adjustment?" He lets his gaze linger on me, earnest, curious. Getting used to it, I watch his throat move as he swallows, aware of the heat between us. And I'm trying to get to know Nate, trust him. He shifts, leaning back against the lumber and hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. A detective called the apartment the other day, and I wasn't sure whether to tell Mum. I let my comment, and the silence it creates, sit with Jason for a moment. I've known Nate since way before. He glances down, then back up with an apologetic smile. Before the trouble. Surprised at his easy reference, I startle. He catches my gaze, earnest and soft. He's not a criminal at heart. My pulse surges at his nearness and the vulnerability in his voice. Jason shrugs, fingers brushing absently against a plank's edge until it looks like he's brushing mine. It's clear to me that you're someone who cares about him. Don't tell her. I won't either. I won't even mention anything to Nate. He pauses, that playful light back in his eyes. And then maybe one of these days, you'll make me one of those grilled cheese sandwiches you brought. I smelled them at the apartment before. Last time I came over to help Nate out with paperwork. I laugh, surprise blooming. His easy warmth, the gentle teasing, something about it feels honest. As I tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear, he leans in just a fraction, enough that my breath catches. Before I can formulate another question, Jason's attention shifts over my shoulder. His posture changes immediately, a barely perceptible straightening. I turn to follow his gaze and see Nate emerging from behind a stack of lumber, his face darkening as he registers my presence at his worksite. Anyway, Jason says, his voice lighter now, looks like the man himself is here. As Nate approaches, Jason's next words settle over me like a chill. Just remember, sometimes the past is better left buried, for everyone's sake. Nate's stride eats up the distance between us, his work boots leaving deep impressions in the mud. His face cycles through emotions, surprise, annoyance, and something sharper that might be fear, before settling into a carefully neutral expression. His eyes flick between Jason and me, calculating, assessing the situation like someone surveying a threat. "Kaylee, what are you doing here?" he asks, his voice strained beneath a thin veneer of casualness. The construction site falls away, and suddenly it's just us, locked in this silent battle of wills, with Jason shifting uncomfortably between us. "Just dropping off lunch?" I hold up the brown paper bag like a peace offering. "Mum wanted to surprise you. She made your favorite sandwich." Another lie. But Nate doesn't need to know I picked up the grilled cheese from the deli. Jason claps Nate on the shoulder with forced familiarity. "Kaylee's been keeping me company while we waited for you, asking all kinds of interesting questions." The words sound innocuous, but the significant look he gives Nate speaks volumes. "Is that right?" Nate's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. "What kind of questions?" Before I can answer, Jason checks his watch. "I should get back to the East Foundation. That concrete's not going to inspect itself." He turns to me with a smile. "Nice talking with you, Kaylee. Tell your mom I said hello." Jason walks away, leaving a vacuum of tension in his wake. Nate immediately steps slightly to the side, positioning himself between me and the rest of the construction site, as if physically blocking my view. His body language has transformed completely from the confident site foreman who arrived to the guarded, defensive man now standing before me. "You didn't answer my question," he says, taking the lunch bag from my hands without looking inside it. "Why are you here, Kaylee?" I told Mom I'd bring this by, since she couldn't get away from the boutique. I pause, watching his face. The site's impressive, bigger than I expected. Nate's eyes scan the perimeter constantly, never settling in one place for long. It's not safe for you to be wandering around a construction zone. You should have called first. It was supposed to be a surprise, I remind him, then gesture toward where Jason disappeared. He seems nice, said you guys go way back. We've worked together, on and off, Nate says vaguely. He checks his watch with obvious impatience. Thanks for the lunch, but I've got to get back to work. Let me walk you out. He turns to go, clearly expecting me to follow, but I stand my ground. Jason was telling me about your time in prison. The effect is immediate. Nate freezes mid-step, his back to me for one revealing second before he turns slowly, his expression now carefully blank. I press further, heart pounding. Does Mum know everything? Or is there stuff you're hiding from her? Your mother knows what she needs to know. He steps closer, lowering his voice further. My past is complicated, Kaylee. Not everything is appropriate to discuss with you. But a 5-year sentence isn't stop. The word comes out sharp enough that a nearby worker glances our way. Nate forces a smile, waving reassuringly at the man before turning back to me, his voice now controlled but tight. This isn't the time or place. I need to get back to work and you need to get home. He grips my elbow, not painfully but firmly enough to guide me toward the site entrance. I allow myself to be steered, studying his profile as we walk. The muscle in his jaw twitches with tension. Mum would... What do you want to accomplish with this? More pain? More questions that don't have answers? He keeps his eyes forward, scanning our surroundings continuously. Some things are better left in the past where they belong. The echo of Jason's words about the past being better left buried sends a chill through me. What happened? I ask, my voice barely audible above the construction noise. Who did you assault? Nate stops walking. For a moment, I see pain in his eyes, and I think he might actually answer me. But then his phone buzzes in his pocket. He pulls it out, glancing at the screen. The change is subtle, a tightening around his eyes, a slight paling beneath his tan. Whatever that text contains, it's not good news. He pockets the phone without responding, his movements suddenly more hurried. I need to deal with something. Let's get you out of here. Who was that? I ask, knowing he won't tell me the truth. Supplier issue. The lie comes easily to him. Nothing important. We reach the site entrance, and Nate takes the visitor's hard hat from me. His movements are efficient, but I notice how his eyes keep darting to the street beyond the fence, as if looking for someone. Thanks for bringing lunch, he says, the words mechanical and distant. Tell your mum I appreciate it. Sure, I say, lingering. So, will you tell me about what happened and why you went to prison at some point? Or should I ask Mum what she knows? It's a calculated risk. This thinly veiled threat to expose his secrets to my mother. He's definitely hiding something, I'm sure of it. Nate's eyes narrow slightly, assessing me with new wariness. I've shown my hand, revealed that I'm not just a curious stepdaughter who is worried for her mum, but someone actively digging into his past. Careful, Kaylee, he says finally, his voice soft enough that only I can hear. Some questions lead to places you might not want to go. Is that a threat? I meet his gaze steadily, refusing to be intimidated. His smile is tight. Considerate advice, from someone who's learned the hard way. He checks his watch again. I really need to get back now. Go home. The dismissal is clear. I've pushed as far as I can today, and Nate's walls are firmly up. As I turn to leave, Nate calls after me. Kaylee? I look back to find his expression softer, almost vulnerable. If you're worried about your mother, you will let the past stay in the past. For everyone's sake, especially your mother's. The plea sounds genuine, which only makes it more unsettling as I walk away, feeling his eyes on my back until I turn the corner and disappear from his sight. 16. Emily. I pace from the kitchen to the living room and back again, my reflection ghosting across the rain-streaked windows with each pass. The steady drumming against the glass matches the pounding in my chest, too fast, too hard. My fingers find the edge of the kitchen counter, nails scraping against the cool granite as I stare at Kaylee's laptop. The screen glows with damning evidence of my daughter's betrayal. Text messages to Tom, her father, my ex-husband, the man I've spent years keeping at a careful distance. "Meet me at Harbourview Grill," she wrote to him. "I need to talk to you about Mum." I shouldn't have looked. The laptop was just sitting there when I came home early from the boutique, screen open, messages displayed as if daring me to read them. A violation of privacy, yes, but what about her violation of my trust, my explicit instructions? Around me, our new life sits in various states of unpacking, cardboard boxes stacked 3 high against the exposed brick walls, kitchen appliances still wrapped in protective plastic, framed family photos lying face down on the floor. Only Nate's things are properly arranged. His tools lined up with military precision on the workbench he installed. His clothes hanging in the closet, his presence already solid, while Kaylee and I remain in transition. Half here, half somewhere else. I press my fingers against my temples, trying to ease the pressure building there. The texts date back days, days of secret messages while I thought we were adapting to our new lives, adjusting to the changes. "He is not well, Kaylee," I whisper to the empty apartment, rehearsing the lines I'll say when she returns. "I'm protecting you." But the words sound hollow, even to my own ears. Tom hasn't been unwell for years, not since the breakdown that precipitated our divorce. That's not why I keep him at arm's length. That's not the real reason I flinch when Kaylee mentions wanting to know him better. I grab a glass, fill it with water from the sink, then set it down, untouched. My hands are trembling too much to trust my grip. Instead, I straighten the stack of mail on the counter, align it perfectly with the edge, then immediately disarrange it again. The mindless action fails to soothe me. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I check it quickly, a text from Nate. "Running late, supply issues at the site." I stare at the message, fingers hovering over the screen. I should tell him about Kaylee's betrayal, about Tom's interference. Nate would know what to do. Nate always knows what to do. But something stops me. Some primitive instinct that whispers caution. Like animals that hide their vulnerabilities from potential predators, I find myself reluctant to reveal this weakness in our family unit. Besides, Nate and Kaylee's relationship remains tenuous, a fragile truce rather than the bonding I'd hoped for. This would only widen the gap. The apartment feels suddenly too large and too small simultaneously. Vast, empty spaces waiting to be filled with our new life together, yet constricting with unseen tensions. I move to a tower of boxes labelled "living room" in my neat handwriting, tearing open the top one with more force than necessary. Inside are framed photos. Kaylee as a gap-toothed 7-year-old, me holding her on her first day of kindergarten. the two of us at Harbour Lighthouse Park, with ice cream smeared across our smiling faces. I set the photos on the mantel, adjusting their position obsessively. A millimetre to the left, a slight tilt right, then back to centre. My hands won't stop moving, as if physical activity might somehow organise my chaotic thoughts. "What were you thinking, Kaylee?" I practice, my voice harder now. "After everything he put us through." But she doesn't know everything, does she? That's the problem. I've crafted a careful narrative about Tom, emotionally distant, work-obsessed, walked out when things got tough. All true, but incomplete. Not the whole truth. Rain lashes against the windows more intensely now, driven sideways by the wind. Through the glass, Harbourview Heights appears distorted, the familiar buildings and streets warped by water and weather. I press my palm against the cold surface, feeling the vibration of each raindrop. My wedding ring catches the light, still new enough that I sometimes forget it's there until it flashes unexpectedly. Nate slid it onto my finger just 2 months ago, promising protection, partnership, a future built on trust. Yet here I stand in our new apartment, secrets stacked as high as these boxes, foundations as unsettled as these possessions without proper places. The laptop screen dims from inactivity, then brightens again as I touch the trackpad, unable to look away from the evidence of Kaylee's deception. Keys jingle in the lock. I straighten, heart hammering against my ribs. I close the laptop with a decisive snap, but remain standing by the counter, unwilling to pretend I haven't seen what I've seen. My hand falls to my stomach in an unconscious gesture of protection, not just for myself now, but for the tiny life beginning there. A life Kaylee doesn't yet know about. A complication in an already complicated situation. The door swings open and Kaylee steps inside, shaking raindrops from her dark hair, unaware that she's walking into a storm far more turbulent than the one soaking her clothes. Her cheeks are flushed from the cold rain, her expression shifting from momentary relief at being home to wariness as she registers my stance by the counter. She knows me too well, can read the tension in my shoulders, the tight line of my mouth. For a moment, we just stare at each other, the laptop between us like a landmine waiting to detonate. "Hey," she says finally, shrugging off her wet jacket. "You're home early. Did you meet up with your father?" The words escape before I can soften them, sharp and accusatory in the quiet apartment. Her hands freeze on the jacket zipper, eyes darting to the laptop, then back to me. "Have you been reading my messages?" Her voice rises with indignation. "That's not okay, Mum." "Not okay," I repeat, heat rising to my face. "What's not okay is you going behind my back to contact Tom after I explicitly asked you not to." "He's my father." She drapes her wet jacket over a chair rather than hanging it properly, a small rebellion. "I have a right to see him." "Kaylee, you don't understand." "Then help me understand." She throws her hands up in exasperation. "You never give me actual reasons, just vague warnings. He's not stable, Kaylee. He's not good for you, Kaylee, but he seemed perfectly fine to me." My stomach twists. So she has seen him. The texts weren't just planning, they've already met. "At the Harbourview Grill?" I ask, though I already know the answer. Her eyes narrow. "How much of my private conversations did you read?" "Don't turn this around. I'm your mother. I'm trying to protect you." "From what?" She takes a step toward me, rain-damp hair falling across her forehead, making her look younger and more vulnerable than she is. "He's not some monster, Mum. He's just a guy in a suit who works at a bank and happens to be my father. What exactly are you protecting me from?" I press my fingertips against my temples, feeling a headache building behind my eyes. How do I explain without revealing everything? How do I make her understand that Tom isn't what he appears to be, that the polished banker exterior hides something darker? "He's not well, Kaylee." My voice trembles with the effort of keeping my composure. "I'm protecting you from things you don't understand." That's not an answer. She crosses her arms over her chest, a posture so similar to my own that it would be comical under different circumstances. "I'm not a child anymore. I deserve the truth." Truth. Such a simple word for such a complicated concept. Which truth does she want? "There are things about your father," I begin, but the words tangle in my throat. How much can I say without ruining her world? Without making her question her own judgment? Without making her wonder if the same darkness runs through her veins? "What things, Mum? What exactly—" The apartment door swings open, interrupting Kaylee mid-sentence. Nate stands in the doorway, covered in rain and construction dust. He's still wearing his work boots, and he carries his toolbox in one hand. His gaze sweeps across the scene before him, me by the counter, Kaylee in defensive posture, tension crackling between us like static electricity. "Whoa," he says, setting down his toolbox with careful deliberation. "Did I walk into something?" "It's nothing," I say quickly. At the same moment, Kaylee declares, "Mum's been reading my private texts." Nate looks between us, then takes off his wet jacket. His flannel underneath is coated in dust. "That sounds like something you two need to work through," he says, but he moves into the space between us, physically inserting himself into our conflict. "She's been meeting with Tom behind my back," I explain, hating how my voice sounds, high and strained, like I'm the teenager caught misbehaving. "Your ex?" Nate's expression shifts, something darkening behind his eyes, before his features rearrange into concern. "That's rough." He places a hand on my shoulder, the weight both comforting and constraining. "But maybe this isn't the best time for this conversation. Everyone's tired, emotions are running high." His reasonable tone, his measured response, it should be soothing, but something about it makes my skin prickle. This is between me and my daughter, our conflict, our history. Yet here he stands, mediating, as if he has equal stake in the outcome. Kaylee's eyes narrow slightly as she watches his hand on my shoulder. "This isn't about you," she says to him, the words coming out sharper than I've heard her speak to adults before. "Of course not," Nate agrees easily, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. The construction dust falls from his flannel shirt in a fine mist. "Just trying to bring the temperature down a bit." Before either of us can respond, my phone rings from the counter. I check the screen, the boutique's number. "I have to take this," I say, gratitude for the interruption washing through me despite the tension. "It's work." I grab the phone and move toward the bedroom, conscious of how the retreat looks like surrender. As I answer, I hear Nate's low voice behind me, offering Kaylee something to eat, his tone shifting into the careful friendliness he always adopts with her. "Emily speaking," I say into the phone, closing the bedroom door behind me with a soft click. Elise, the boutique owner, launches into a scheduling crisis. Someone's called in sick. Inventory delivery is tomorrow. Corporate visit next week. Work problems, normal problems, problems I can solve with clear solutions, unlike the tangled mess waiting for me in the other room. I can come in early tomorrow, I offer, sitting heavily on the edge of the bed. My hand drifts to my stomach, a gesture becoming habit now. Soon I'll have to tell Elise about the pregnancy. Soon I'll have to tell Kaylee. Soon all of my carefully maintained compartments will collapse into one another. As I discuss shift changes and inventory counts, I strain to hear the conversation between Nate and Kaylee through the door. I stand in the hallway outside our bedroom, phone pressed to my ear as Elise details the coming week's schedule changes. My responses are automatic. Yes to the extra morning shift, no problem handling the corporate visit, of course I can help with inventory. But my attention is divided, straining to catch the conversation happening in the living room where Nate and Kaylee remain. Their voices drift down the hall in fragments, too low to fully comprehend, until Nate's volume rises slightly, the words suddenly alarmingly clear. "Your mother has her reasons for keeping him away," Nate says, his tone carrying an unsettling familiarity. "Some men aren't what they appear to be." I freeze, my hand tightening around the phone. Elisa's voice continues in my ear, something about display arrangements, but her words become distant, underwater sounds compared to the sharp clarity of Nate's statement. "What does that mean?" Kaylee asks, her voice challenging. "It means there's history there you might not understand," Nate responds. "Your father has a particular way of presenting himself to the world." A chill travels down my spine. I've never told Nate the specifics about Tom. I've mentioned the divorce, of course, the broad outlines of our separation, but never the details that still wake me from sleep sometimes, heart pounding with remembered fear. "Emily?" Elise's voice cuts through my thoughts. "Did you hear what I said about the new shipment?" "Sorry, bad connection," I mumble, moving further down the hall away from the living room. "The rain, you know." I finish the call quickly, my mind racing. How does Nate know? What else does he know that I haven't told him? The thought troubles me in ways I can't fully articulate, a vague discomfort that settles beneath my skin like an itch I can't reach. When I return to the living room, Nate and Kaylee are in separate corners, she at the kitchen counter with a textbook open before her, he unpacking a box of glasses methodically. The tension remains, but it's diffused, no longer the crackling confrontation of before. Nate glances up, offering a reassuring smile. "Everything okay at work?" he asks. "Just scheduling issues," I reply, watching his face for some hint of what he knows or doesn't know. "Nothing serious." The evening progresses with no discussion of what just happened. Dinner from take-out containers balanced on unpacked boxes. Kaylee retreating to her room early with mumbled excuses about the last bit of work she needs to do before she returns to college. Nate and I moving around each other in the kitchen like dancers following different music. The conversation I overheard hovers between us, unaddressed. Later, I noticed Nate slip out onto the balcony, closing the door behind him. Through the glass, I watch as he pulls his phone from his pocket, his posture changing subtly, shoulders tensing, jaw setting in a hard line I rarely see when he's with me. He paces in tight circles, the narrow balcony limiting his movement, while the rain continues to fall beyond the covered area, creating a curtain of water that partially obscures my view. I move closer to the glass door, pretending to straighten the curtains while straining to hear. His voice carries faintly through the gap where the door doesn't quite seal against the frame. "We need to discuss the meeting arrangements," he says, his tone nothing like the warm voice he uses with me. The witness testimony needs to be handled carefully. Witness testimony? The phrase sends another chill through me. Legal terms, court language. That wasn't part of our agreement, he continues, tension evident in how his free hand grips the balcony railing. I've kept my end of the deal, Bonetti. I expect the same from you. Detective Bonetti. The name surfaces from wedding memories. A stern-faced woman in a practical pantsuit, watching Nate with careful eyes throughout the reception. I'd assumed Nate had invited her out of obligation. Now I wonder what connection they share. Nate turns suddenly, catching me watching through the glass. The transformation is immediate and disturbing. His face softens, his posture relaxes, the hard edge in his eyes disappears. He smiles, raising a finger to indicate he'll be just another minute. Just finalizing the plans for the Harbour Square renovation, he says into the phone, loud enough for me to hear clearly through the door. We'll need those permits by Tuesday at the latest. I step back from the door, unsure if what I just witnessed was a genuine coincidence or a calculated performance. The man on the balcony discussing witness testimony with a detective bears little resemblance to the man who now smiles reassuringly at me through rain-speckled glass. After Nate has fallen asleep beside me, his breathing deep and even, one arm flung possessively across my waist, I slip out of bed and into the bathroom. The harsh, fluorescent light makes me wince as I close the door behind me. In the mirror, my reflection appears haunted, dark circles beneath my eyes, skin pale against the white of my tank top. I lift the hem of the top, turning sideways to examine my abdomen. A slight rounding, a new firmness where my stomach was once flat. It won't be long before others notice too. My hands cup the barely there bump, protective and uncertain. I haven't told Kaylee yet. Haven't found the right moment between the wedding, the move, the ongoing tension about Nate. I haven't even bought a pregnancy test, relying instead on my body's signals and the calendar tracking my missed periods. Part of me fears that acknowledging it will make it real, another complication in an already complicated life. A baby. Nate's baby. A sibling for Kaylee. A new beginning wrapped inside a situation increasingly filled with questions. I sink onto the edge of the bathtub, hands still cradling my stomach. What am I doing? Creating a new family while the one I have feels increasingly unstable. Bringing a child into a home filled with secrets. Tom's, Nate's, my own. Through the bathroom door, I hear Nate stir in his sleep, murmuring something indistinct. I hold my breath, waiting until he settles again. Even in sleep, I find myself wary of him now, alert to his movements, attentive to his words. How quickly certainty has eroded into doubt. The rain continues its steady percussion against the bathroom window, a constant, relentless reminder of forces beyond my control. I press my palm more firmly against my abdomen, feeling the warmth of skin against skin. Joy and terror mingle inside me, impossible to separate. In a few short weeks, the physical evidence of this pregnancy will be undeniable. Kaylee will need to know. Elise at the boutique will need to know. Our carefully constructed new life, this precarious balance of old relationships and new commitments, of known histories and hidden truths, will shift again. And I'm not at all certain the foundation will hold. 17. Kaylee. My mind buzzes as I leave the apartment to head to Jennifer's the next day. I sneak out, not wanting to face Mum and Nate, my fight with my mum over my dad still lingering in my body. I pull out my phone and text him, telling him I can't meet with him again. I can't do it to Mum. I can't deal with the hurt and worry in her eyes. I need to deal with these issues with Nate before I confront the overwhelming issues and secrets hidden in my own family, one disaster at a time. I'm so absorbed with my own thoughts that I almost miss it. The dark sedan with tinted windows parked across the street. It sits too still, too purposeful. The driver is sitting inside of it, and something about the vehicle's clean, unremarkable appearance screams law enforcement. My steps slow instinctively. Unmarked police car. Has to be. I pause at the corner, pretending to check my phone while stealing glances at the sedan. The windows are tinted, but not dark enough to completely obscure the driver. A woman with short hair sitting perfectly still behind the wheel. My pulse quickens as I consider the implications. Is this Detective Bonetti, the officer connected to Nate's case? The one who texted him? Is she keeping an eye on him? I shift my weight, angling my hand to capture a photo of the license plate without being obvious. Just as I raise my phone, the engine starts, and the car pulls smoothly away from the curb. Without thinking, I make a decision. Follow the car. This might be my only chance to connect with someone who knows the truth about Nate's past, and possibly the mystery of what he did, why he was sent away for so long. I get into my own car, then wait until the sedan turns at the next intersection before hurrying after it, keeping a distance. I'll have to be late to Jennifer's, but we're only intending to begin a Netflix marathon. And I'm pretty sure she won't text Mum when I don't turn up bang on time. My heart pounds against my ribs as I navigate the unfamiliar streets of South Harbour, past weathered warehouses and chain-link fences topped with barbed wire. The industrial landscape gradually gives way to more commercial buildings as we approach downtown. The car moves at an unhurried pace. If the driver notices me, she gives no indication. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Mom checking where I am, but I ignore it, keeping my focus on the vehicle ahead. We pass the edges of Harbour Square, where Mom works at the boutique, and continue into the heart of downtown. The buildings grow taller, their facades more polished. When the sedan makes a sudden right turn onto Municipal Avenue, my suspicions crystallize. Police headquarters occupies half the block ahead, its modern glass and stone structure standing out among the older buildings around it. The car slows, then pulls into a parking space across from a coffee shop on the corner. I park and slide into the seat while peering out my window. The driver's door opens, and a woman emerges, middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair cut in a practical bob. She wears dark slacks and a blazer over a simple blouse, no uniform, but her confident stride speaks of authority. As she turns to lock the car, her jacket shifts, revealing the edge of a badge clipped to her belt. Detective Bonetti. She crosses the street toward the coffee shop. I hesitate on the sidewalk, weighing my options. Approaching her could possibly provide answers I can't get any other way. But it's also risky. An image of Mum flashes in my mind, her trusting smile as she looks at Nate. The detective disappears into the coffee shop. Decision time. I pull out my phone, quickly typing a text to Mum. We'll be home later. Decided to go hang out with Jennifer. I can't have her worrying or, worse, telling Nate to check on me. I get out of my car, smooth my hair, straighten my shoulders, and cross the street to the coffee shop. The glass door feels unexpectedly heavy as I pull it open, the warm scent of coffee and pastries enveloping me. The shop is busy but not crowded, a few people working on laptops, a couple engaged in quiet conversation near the window, and the detective standing at the counter waiting for her order. My confidence wavers. What exactly am I going to say? "Excuse me, are you the detective who put my stepdad in prison?" I hang back near the door, watching her collect a paper cup from the barista. She turns, scanning the room for a place to sit. This is it. My chance to learn the truth, not just for me, but for Mum's safety. I take a deep breath and move forward, closing the distance between us. The detective selects an empty table near the back corner facing the door, positioning herself to see everyone who enters and exits. A professional habit, I realize. My hands tremble slightly as I approach her table. She's organizing papers from a slim briefcase, her coffee steaming beside her. Up close, I can see the fine lines around her eyes, the slight downturn of her mouth that suggests someone who's seen too much of human nature's darker side. "Excuse me," I say, my voice softer than intended. I clear my throat and try again. "Detective Bonetti." Her head snaps up, eyes instantly alert and assessing. They narrow slightly as they take in my appearance. Young woman, nervous posture. "Kaylee, you're Emily's daughter, right?" Her voice is neither hostile nor friendly, just professionally cautious. "What are you doing here?" My mouth goes dry. I was just in the neighborhood and wanted to grab a coffee." The change is subtle but immediate. Something flickers in the detective's eyes. Recognition, certainly, but also what looks like concern. She sets down her pen deliberately, giving me her full attention. Her gaze sharpens, assessing me with new interest. "That's quite a coincidence, you being here now. You live all the way across town." "It's not a coincidence," I say, gathering my courage. "I followed you." For a long moment she says nothing, just studies my face with the practiced neutrality of someone trained to reveal nothing. Then she gestures to the empty chair across from her. "Sit down, Kaylee," she says quietly. "Let's talk." My heart thunders in my chest as I lower myself into the chair, aware that whatever I learn in the next few minutes could change everything. For me, for Mum, for whatever secrets Nate Sullivan is desperately trying to keep buried. 18. Kaylee. Detective Bonetti's eyes hold mine as I lower myself into the chair across from her, the vinyl seat squeaking beneath me. She has the careful, assessing gaze of someone who's spent a career determining who's lying and who's telling the truth. I wonder which category she's placing me in. She's about Mum's age, her hair short with flecks of grey, not as sleek as when she was at the wedding. She looks so much older than she did when I was in school, when I first saw her and considered whether a career in the police force would be exciting. Before I decided I probably didn't have the courage to face criminals myself. I think of Nate, the irony not lost on me. The coffee shop buzzes with late afternoon conversations and the hiss of espresso machines. But at our corner table, a bubble of tension forms, insulating us from the mundane world where stepdads are just stepdads and stepdaughters don't follow police officers to get answers about their mother's husband. "Look, I'm sorry for following you, but I'm worried about my mom." "Why's that?" Bonetti leans back slightly, creating distance between us. Her coffee sits untouched, steam curling above the cup like a question mark. "Because Nate isn't who he says he is." The words come out in a rush. "He tells my mum he was in prison for a bar fight, but the court records are sealed. He claims he owns his business, but it's registered in my mum's name. And you're sitting outside his home, keeping an eye on him, and sending him texts that make him look like he's seen a ghost. Her expression doesn't change, but her fingers tighten slightly around her pen. You've been busy. I've been scared, I correct her, leaning forward. My mom's putting up her savings, co-signing loans. She sold our house, moved us into an apartment he picked out. She married him after knowing him for 8 months. And every time I dig a little deeper, I find another lie. Bonetti studies me for a long moment, her head tilted slightly. Your mother is an adult who can make her own choices. Not if she doesn't have all the facts. I meet her gaze steadily. You were at their wedding reception. You knew who Nate was. I saw how he reacted to you. And now you're watching him, and you are texting him. Why? Something flickers across her face, surprise, perhaps, that I know about the text. She takes a careful sip of her coffee, buying time. The detective sighs, pinching the bridge of her nose briefly. I can confirm that Nate Sullivan served 3 years for aggravated assault. Beyond that, I can't discuss details of closed cases with you. That's the same story he told my mum, I say, frustrated by her evasion. But it doesn't explain the sealed records or why a detective would be monitoring him years later. Who did he assault? Some cases have complications. Bonetti chooses her words with obvious care. Confidential informants, witness protection concerns, ongoing investigations into related matters. My heart rate kicks up a notch. Are you saying Nate was an informant? I'm not saying anything specific, she counters smoothly, just explaining why some records might be sealed. I lean closer, lowering my voice. Look, I don't care about your confidentiality rules. I care about my mum. If Nate is dangerous... I never said that. Bonetti's voice sharpens, her professional demeanor cracking slightly. Don't put words in my mouth, especially serious allegations. Then tell me the truth. I can hear the desperation edging into my voice. Please. My mum sold our house for him. She's financially tied to him in ways that are already causing problems. If she's in danger... Why exactly do you think your mother is in danger? Bonetti interrupts, studying me intently. I hesitate, trying to organize my scattered thoughts. The pattern. He's had relationships with at least 3 other single mothers before Mum. All ended abruptly. All had financial irregularities afterward. He's capable of assault. Who's to say he won't hurt her? Plus, I overheard him on a call that sounded threatening, talking about keeping his end of the deal. The detective's posture changes subtly, her shoulders tensing, her gaze sharpening. For the first time, I feel like she's truly hearing me. When was this call? A few days ago. He was on our balcony. I hesitate, then add, it was right after he got a text from you. I saw your name on the display. Bonetti's face reveals nothing, but her fingers drum once against the table, a controlled tell of someone who rarely loses control. Kaylee, I understand your concerns, but some stones are better left unturned. That's what Jason said too, that the past is better left buried. I shake my head. Everyone keeps saying that, but no one will tell me why. Because digging into certain pasts can have consequences. She leans forward slightly, her voice dropping. Not just for the person whose past it is. A chill runs through me at her tone. What does that mean? Is someone threatening Nate? Or is he threatening someone? It means, she says carefully, that complicated situations rarely have simple explanations. Your stepfather's history intersects with ongoing matters that I can't discuss. But I can tell you this. She pauses, seemingly weighing her next words. The incident that sent him to prison wasn't just a random bar fight. There were other parties involved, some of whom might still be dangerous and relevant. The implication hangs in the air between us. Dangerous people who might still be around, still watching, still threatening. So my mum could be in danger just by being associated with him? My voice comes out smaller than I intended. Bonetti sighs, rubbing her temple. I didn't say that either. She glances at her watch, then begins gathering her papers. I've already said more than I should. I need to get back to the station. Wait, I say, panic rising as I realize she's about to leave without giving me any real answers. You can't just drop hints about danger and then walk away. She pauses, then reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a business card. Sliding it across the table, she says, "You might want to talk to this person." I take the card, my fingers trembling slightly. The gesture confirms my fears more than any of her carefully chosen words. You're worried too. I'm cautious about situations with certain histories. She stands, tucking her folder under her arm. Your mother is a good person. I'm sure she believes she knows who she married. The implicit, but she doesn't, hangs unspoken between us. She picks up her coffee cup, drains the last of it. Be careful what you go looking for, and watch out for your mother. As she walks away, leaving me alone at the table with the card clutched in my hand, her warning echoes in my head. Not just a caution against digging into Nate's past, but a confirmation that there's something there worth finding. Something dangerous enough that even a veteran detective speaks of it in careful, guarded terms. I slip the card into my pocket, texting Jennifer that I'm on my way and got caught up on a walk to clear my head. My worry for Mum crystallizing into something sharper, more urgent. Whatever secrets Nate is keeping, they're not just about his past. They're about threats that might still be very present in our lives. Threats Mum has no idea she's facing. 19. Kaylee. The apartment complex casts long shadows across the cobblestone street as I make my way back, the business card Detective Bonetti gave me, a weight in my pocket heavier than its paper and ink should allow. Street lights flicker on around me, illuminating the renovated industrial buildings that house art galleries, upscale restaurants, and luxury apartments like ours. All sharp angles and exposed brick, trying to look both authentic and expensive. My steps slow as I approach our building, my mind still churning with fragments of my conversation with Bonetti. Dangerous people, still relevant. Watch out for your mother. Each phrase echoes with implications I'm not sure I'm ready to face. Our apartment occupies the floor of what was once a textile factory. I take the elevator, watching the floor numbers illuminate one after another, using these moments to compose myself. Mom can read me too well. She'll know something's wrong if I don't get my emotions under control. The elevator doors slide open with a soft ding. I step into the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the industrial carpet. As I approach our door, voices drift through. Not the usual murmur of conversation, but something more heated, tense. I slow my pace, instinctively quieting my movements. The door isn't fully closed. A sliver of light spills into the hallway through a 2-inch gap. I pause, knowing I should announce myself, but unable to resist the opportunity to hear what they're arguing about. Just don't understand why it has to be now, Nate. Mom's voice carries a strain I rarely hear. We've already put so much into getting the business started. This is how contracting works, Em. Nate's tone is measured, reasonable, but with an undercurrent of impatience. We have to put up capital to get the big jobs. The Harbour Square renovation could set us up for years, but we need to front the materials cost. I edge closer to the gap, angling myself to see into the apartment without being visible from inside. Through the narrow opening, I can make out Mom standing near the kitchen island, arms wrapped protectively around herself. Nate paces a few feet away, his movements controlled but restless. $30,000 is a lot of money, Mom says, her voice smaller now. That's most of what's left from selling the house. I was hoping to put some aside for Kaylee. Nate stops pacing. In 3 fluid steps, he is beside her, his hands gently taking hold of her upper arms. The gesture looks supportive, but from my angle, I can see how it subtly restricts her movement, keeps her facing him. I know it's a lot to ask, he says, his voice dropping to that intimate tone I've heard him use when he wants something. But this is our future, Emily, our chance to build something together. I watch his thumb trace small circles on her arm, a gesture that seems affectionate but serves to keep her attention locked on him, to soothe her concerns through physical contact rather than addressing them with facts. I just thought... Mom's words trail off, her gaze dropping to the floor. What? Nate tilts his head to recapture her eye contact. Tell me what you're thinking, babe. I thought your business partner was handling the financial side. She gestures vaguely. Jason has connections, doesn't he? Couldn't he find investors? A shadow passes across Nate's face so quickly I almost miss it, a flicker of something hard before his expression softens again into concerned understanding. Jason's working on it, he says, releasing one of her arms to brush a strand of hair from her face. The gesture makes her lean into his touch, like a cat seeking affection. But these things take time, and the Harbour Square deadline is tight. If we miss this opportunity... He sighs, a carefully calculated sound of disappointment, then steps back, creating physical distance that makes Mum instinctively move toward him. It's okay, he continues, turning slightly away. I understand if you're not ready to fully commit to our future together. I can call the Harbour Square developers tomorrow, tell them we need to back out. The manipulation is so transparent from where I stand that I have to press my fingers against my lips to keep from calling it out. But Mum doesn't see it that way. I watch her face crumple with guilt, her shoulders slumping. That's not fair, she says quietly. You know I'm committed to our future. I've already put everything I have into this relationship, into your business. Not everything, Nate says softly, letting the words hang between them. Mum's fingers twist nervously at her wedding ring. He moves back toward her, resting his hands on her hips. We're partners, Em. In everything. I think of the business license in Mum's name alone, the apartment lease she's solely responsible for. Now he's asking for more money. My stomach twists with dread. If you're really sure this will help the business succeed, Mum's resistance is visibly crumbling. I wouldn't ask if I wasn't certain. Nate's smile is warm, triumphant. He cups her face in his hands. This is the last piece we need. Then we'll be set. The last piece. I wonder how many last pieces there have been, how many more there will be until Mom has nothing left to give. "Okay," she says finally. "I'll transfer the money tomorrow. But Nate, after this, we'll be on solid ground." He pulls her into an embrace, his eyes closing briefly over her shoulder. When they open, there's a flash of satisfaction so naked that a chill runs through me. "I promise, babe, everything's going to work out perfectly." I can't stand to watch anymore. I step back, deliberately letting my shoes scuff against the hallway floor, then approach the door with heavier footsteps. I push it open wider, feigning surprise at finding them in an embrace. "Oh, sorry," I say, trying to sound normal, though my heart hammers against my ribs. "Didn't mean to interrupt." They break apart, Mum's cheeks flushing with colour. "Kaylee, where have you been?" I drop my backpack by the door, noting how Mum's posture has changed. Shoulders back, smile fixed in place, trying to appear normal, though tension lingers around her eyes. "Just at Jen's." "Great timing," Nate says, his arm still around Mom's waist. "We were just discussing some exciting developments with the business. Harbor Square wants us to handle their entire renovation." "That's great," I manage, watching his hand press possessively against Mom's side. "We're going to need all hands on deck for this one," he continues, his smile not quite genuine as he assesses me. "Your mom's been incredibly supportive. I'm a lucky man." Mom leans into him, looking up with such trust and affection that my chest aches. Whatever Detective Bonetti was warning me about, whatever danger might be connected to Nate's past, it's nothing compared to the immediate threat I've just witnessed. His ability to make my mother doubt herself, to make her feel responsible for his happiness, to slowly drain away her resources while convincing her it's for their shared future. "I'm going to start on dinner," Mum says, extracting herself from Nate's embrace. "I'm thinking pasta tonight." As she moves toward the kitchen, Nate's eyes meet mine over her shoulder. Something in his gaze, a warning, a challenge, tells me he knows exactly what I witnessed. And he doesn't care, because he believes I can't stop him. I've never wanted more to prove someone wrong. 20. Emily. The boutique door chimes softly as I step outside, the cool breeze a welcome relief from the recycled air and persistent scent of perfume samples that fills the store. My lunch hour stretches before me, a precious 60 minutes of freedom, before returning to folding cashmere sweaters and assisting tourists in their quest for overpriced souvenirs. I tilt my face toward the weak sunlight filtering through scattered clouds, savoring the moment of solitude in the otherwise bustling Harbor Square. Harbor Square has become my second home in the years I've worked at the boutique, its cobblestone walkways and renovated storefronts a perfect blend of historic charm and modern commerce. The square forms the heart of downtown Harborview Heights, with restaurants, specialty shops, and the occasional street musician creating an atmosphere that draws both locals and the cruise ship passengers who flood the area each summer. My usual lunch routine involves grabbing a sandwich from the corner deli and finding a bench overlooking the water where I can eat while watching boats navigate the harbor below. Today, however, something disrupts my routine. Across the street, standing near the entrance to the newly renovated office building, is Nate, my husband. The word still feels strange in my mind, still new after only 2 months of marriage. He's not supposed to be here. I pause mid-step, about to call out to him, when I notice he's not alone. A woman stands facing him, her posture rigid and defensive. She's young, mid to late 20s perhaps, professionally dressed in a tailored navy pantsuit that suggests an office job. Her dark hair is pulled back in a sleek ponytail, revealing a strong jawline that's set in what appears to be frustration or anger. Instead of calling out, I step back into the shadow of an awning, watching their interaction with growing curiosity. It's not that I'm spying, I tell myself. It's just that the tension between them is palpable even from this distance, and interrupting what's clearly an intense conversation seems intrusive. Nate gestures emphatically, his hands moving in that way they do when he's trying to explain something important. The woman shakes her head, arms crossed tightly across her chest. As she turns slightly to respond to something Nate says, her profile becomes clearer, and my breath catches in my throat. She's stunning, absolutely gorgeous. My stomach tightens as I continue watching. "You're never going to forgive me," I hear Nate say as his voice rises momentarily above the ambient noise of the square. "You have to understand, I'm trying." The woman cuts him off, her voice controlled but tight with emotion. "Trying isn't enough." I strain to hear more, but their voices drop again, swallowed by the sounds of a delivery truck rumbling past. I watch Nate run his hand through his hair, a gesture I've come to recognize as a sign of his distress. The woman stands her ground, her expression a mixture of anger and something that might be pain. "It's been 5 years," I catch her saying, her voice carrying on the breeze. "You promised me—" "5 years? What's going on here, Nate?" Nate steps closer to her, reaching out as if to touch her arm, but she recoils slightly. He drops his hand, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Whatever he's saying now, his face has taken on that intense, pleading expression I've seen only once before, when he was convincing me to take out that money for his business. $30,000 that I agreed to yesterday. A new uneasiness washes over me. What promises has he made to her that he hasn't kept? I think of the carefully compartmentalized life he seems to lead, the parts he shares with me and the parts he keeps hidden, like this poised, beautiful woman. I look around. What if someone saw this? It's exactly the type of thing that Kaylee is concerned about. She'd take one look at the situation and see an affair. Their conversation reaches some kind of impasse. The woman shakes her head decisively, then turns away. I have seen her face before, but for now I can't place it. Nate reaches for her again, saying something urgent that I can't hear, but she keeps walking, her strides purposeful as she crosses the square toward the parking garage. Nate stands motionless, watching her go, his posture conveying a defeat so profound it's almost physical. For a moment I consider approaching him now, asking about what I've witnessed, demanding explanations. But something holds me back. The vulnerability etched in his face as he watches her walk away seems too raw, too private to intrude upon. And selfishly, I'm not ready for the conversation, not prepared for whatever truths might shatter the carefully constructed life we've begun building together. Instead, I retreat, slipping back through the boutique's door before Nate can turn and see me. The familiar smell of scented candles and folded linens envelops me as I lean against the counter, my appetite gone, my mind racing with questions. "Emily, everything all right?" My co-worker's voice breaks through my thoughts. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I manage, forcing a smile. "Just changed my mind about lunch. Think I'll stay in today." As I mechanically straighten a display of silk scarves, my mind remains fixed on the image of Nate and this woman, and the fact that I now remember exactly who she is. 21. Emily. Steam rises from the pot as Nate stirs the pasta sauce, the rich scent of garlic and tomatoes filling our kitchen. I watch him from the doorway, this man I've married, suddenly a stranger after what I witnessed today. The few boxes still stacked around us, labelled kitchen, bedroom, Emily's books, seem like a metaphor for the compartments of his life. Some opened and shared with me, others sealed tight against my questions. Kaylee is at Jennifer's for dinner, giving us rare privacy in the new apartment that still doesn't quite feel like home. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation we need to have. "I saw you today," I say, my voice sounding steadier than I feel. "At Harbour Square, talking with a woman." Nate's hand freezes mid-stir, his back tensing visibly beneath his thin t-shirt. For a moment he doesn't move, doesn't speak, and in that silence my worst fears take root. Then he sets down the wooden spoon with deliberate care, wiping his hands on a dish towel before turning to face me. "Emily," he begins, then stops, his expression carefully neutral. "I was going to tell you about that." "When?" The word comes out sharper than intended. "After I gave you the money? After you had my $30,000? Did you promise her that money?" His jaw tightens. "That's not fair. The money has nothing to do with this." "Then what does it have to do with?" I step further into the kitchen, needing to see his face clearly. "Because from where I was standing, it looked like you were having an intense conversation with a beautiful woman who seemed very invested in you, and who clearly believed you had promised her something." Nate runs a hand through his hair, that familiar gesture of distress. "It's complicated, Em. Uncomplicate it for me." I cross my arms, holding myself together. "Why did you meet with her? Why have you kept this from me?" He turns back to the stove, switching off the burner beneath the now simmering sauce. The sudden silence fills the room as he seems to gather his thoughts, or perhaps his courage. "That was Leah," he finally says. "My daughter. She works at a law firm downtown, just started there last month. I didn't know she was back in Harborview Heights until 2 weeks ago." He pauses, swallowing hard. His admission hits me like a physical blow. I'm shocked that he's telling me this. "You never told me you have a daughter named Leah." "I was trying to protect you." His voice drops. And myself, if I'm being honest. "Leah and it's not good between us. Hasn't been for years." That much was obvious, I say, remembering their tense body language. "But we're married, Nate. We're supposed to share news, especially something as important as your daughter moving to work in the same city. You know Kaylee doesn't trust you. These sorts of secrets are why." He nods, looking suddenly exhausted. "You're right. I should have told you. Can we—" He gestures toward the living room. "Can we sit? There's more you need to know, and I don't think either of us should be standing for it." A chill runs through me at his tone, but I follow him to our new couch, still partially wrapped in plastic, through a maze of boxes. We sit at opposite ends, a careful distance between us that feels symbolic of the secrets separating us. Nate stares down at his hands, twisting his wedding band. "I haven't been entirely truthful about my past, Em, about my family." He looks up, his eyes haunted. "I have had 2 daughters, Leah, who you saw today, and—" His voice catches. "And I have told you about Marissa, my younger daughter." My stomach drops. "Yes, she was murdered. I remember the moment you told me. It's not something that is easy to forget." The memory weighs heavily on me. It's actually something he admitted to me when he was in prison. He'd written it down. I'd watched the 3 dots on my phone stop and start for hours that night. not sure if he was about to break up with me. She was 16 when she disappeared. When he'd told me about her, I'd felt so close to him. But he'd asked me to keep it all a secret from Kaylee, from my friends. And I had. We have never spoken about it again until now. Marissa. Her name seems to physically pain him. 5 years ago, I was running my contracting business. Clara, my wife, was teaching elementary school. Leah was in college. We were normal. His voice cracks on the last word. I reach for his hand instinctively, though part of me wants to pull away, to protect myself from whatever devastating truth is coming. You never told me what happened. Victor Caruso happened. Nate's voice hardens. Horror creeps through me as I begin to understand where this story is heading. Nate. Marissa was shy, artistic. Struggled to make friends after we moved here. She started spending time at this community pool after school, joining the swim team. His eyes have a faraway look now. She was taken on her way home from practice. Her body was found in the harbour a few days later. Strangled to death, they said. I can't stand to watch him relive this and feel tears well in my eyes as I watch him. But I need to hear him say this. From the beginning, I sensed something was off with her relationship with him. She spent all her time there. It started with special attention from the coach, then private lessons. Then she was invited to these parties with industry professionals who could help her get a scholarship or maybe even go pro. His voice is hollow now. By the time we realized something was wrong, she'd been thoroughly manipulated. She trusted him, and I guess I don't know what he thought. All I know is that one day she just didn't come home. I went out to pick her up and found her swim clothes in a bag and her phone smashed against the sidewalk. I squeeze his hand, tears forming in my eyes. The police were useless. Bitterness creeps into his tone. Treated it like a runaway case, despite everything we told them about the changes in her behavior. I told them it was the swim coach, Victor Caruso. He groomed her and then killed her. I know he did, but never could prove it. Neither could the police, even if he was a suspect for a little while. He stands abruptly, pacing between the half-unpacked boxes, a man trapped not just by our cluttered apartment, but by his memories. I couldn't just sit there while the police built their case, filing paperwork while my daughter was... He can't finish the thought. I started following Caruso, documenting his movements, the girls he was training. When I had enough evidence, or thought I did, I confronted him at a restaurant he owned. The assault, I whisper. He never told me who it was he was convicted of assaulting. He always changed the subject when I asked. My heart aches in this moment for him. For the first time, I feel like I truly see him for who he is. I lost control. Shame colours his voice. I attacked him with a broken wine bottle, grabbed him by the throat, slammed him against a wall, demanding to know what he did to Marissa. His security tackled me, but not before I did enough damage to earn an assault charge. His laugh is bitter. His lawyers were good, very good. I didn't have enough evidence. The investigation stalled, and I went to prison for 3 years, while my daughter remained dead and gone. The weight of this revelation presses on my chest, making it hard to breathe. What about your wife, Clara, and Leah? Nate stops pacing, his back to me, shoulders hunched. Clara couldn't cope with losing Marissa, then me going to prison, confirming what she already believed, that I'd failed to protect our family. His voice drops to nearly a whisper. She took an overdose of sleeping pills 3 months after my sentencing. Leah found her. No wonder he rarely speaks of his past. No wonder there was such tension between him and his surviving daughter. Leah blames me, of course. Nate turns back to face me, his eyes red-rimmed. For Marissa, for her mother. She thinks my vigilante attempt to avenge Marissa only made everything worse, got me locked up, destroyed our family, while failing to bring down Caruso. And today, I ask, what was your argument about? She found out that I got out of prison, that I married you. His expression softens slightly when he looks at me. She thinks I'm trying to start over, to forget Marissa and Clara, to play house with a new family. Is that what you're doing? The question slips out. Pain flashes across his face. No, Em, God, no. I will never stop searching for the truth of what happened to Marissa. Never. He sinks back onto the couch beside me, closer now. But I also couldn't keep living half a life, drowning in grief. Meeting you. He reaches for my hand again. You brought me back to life when I thought that part of me was dead forever. I look at this man, my husband of 2 months, seeing him through new eyes. The pain etched in the lines around his mouth. The haunted look I'd attributed to prison, but now understand goes much deeper. The hypervigilance that suddenly makes terrible sense. Why didn't you tell me all this before we got married? I ask, the question that's been burning inside me since he began his confession. I was afraid, he admits, vulnerability raw in his voice. Afraid you'd see me differently, as damaged goods, as someone who failed his family so catastrophically that he didn't deserve a second chance. His fingers tighten around mine. I was selfish, Em. I wanted you in my life so badly, I convinced myself you didn't need to know the ugliest parts of my past. Part of me wants to pull away, to process this alone. Another part recognizes the immense courage it must have taken for him to finally reveal these devastating truths. Please, whatever you do, don't reach out to Leah, he says. She's hurt enough as it is. I need time, I say finally, to think. It's a lot to take in. He nods, a sad understanding in his eyes. Of course, whatever you need. He hesitates, then asks, do you regret it now, marrying me? The question is heavy with implication. I look at him, this man with such profound wounds, who has lost so much, and search my heart for the honest answer. I tell him the most truthful response I can offer. I wish you'd trusted me with the truth from the beginning. The pasta sauce sits forgotten on the stove, cooling as the evening stretches on, both of us sitting in silence among the half-unpacked boxes of a life together that suddenly feels built on shifting sand. His secrets now laid out before me, but mine still hidden within. 22. Kaylee. The glass and steel facade of Barrett, Wellings and Associates rises 15 stories high, reflecting the overcast sky like a massive mirror. I pause on the sidewalk, double-checking the address on the card in my hand. My reflection stares back at me from the polished doors. A young woman in carefully chosen, adult clothes, trying to look older, more confident than I feel. But beneath my professional-looking blouse and dark jeans, my heart hammers against my ribs. Taking a deep breath, I push through the revolving door into the lobby. The security guard barely glances up as I pass his desk toward the elevator bank, his bored expression suggesting I'm just another faceless visitor in the stream of daily business. Leah Sullivan. That's the name on the card. Though I have no idea who that is, I can guess from the last name that she must be related to Nate. Inside the elevator, I press the button for the 12th floor. As the doors slide closed, I rehearse my opening lines again. "Hi, I'm Kaylee Riley. I was given your card by a Detective Bonetti." No, too blunt. "I'm Kaylee. I think you might know something about my stepfather." Too familiar. The elevator doors open onto a reception area designed to impress and intimidate. Everything is sleek lines and muted colors, pale grey walls, chrome accents, glass partitions. A massive arrangement of white orchids stands atop the reception desk, their perfection looking almost artificial against the clinical backdrop. The receptionist glances up as I approach, a woman in her 30s with a sleek bob and an expression as polished as the marble countertop between us. "May I help you?" Her voice matches her surroundings, cool, professional, slightly bored. "I'm here to see Leah Sullivan," I say, relieved my voice doesn't betray my nerves. "I don't have an appointment." Her perfect eyebrows rise slightly. "Ms. Sullivan is quite busy. May I ask what this is regarding?" "It's personal," I reply, meeting her gaze steadily. "Family matter. Could you please tell her Kaylee Riley is here to see her?" A flicker of curiosity crosses her face at the word family, but her professional mask quickly returns. "One moment." She lifts her phone, pressing a button and murmuring into the receiver, her eyes still assessing me with detached interest. "Please have a seat," she says after replacing the handset. "Ms. Sullivan will be with you shortly." I settle into one of the minimalist chairs arranged around a glass coffee table littered with legal journals and business magazines. The waiting area feels like a tank at an aquarium, glass walls offering visibility from every angle, making me feel exposed, observed. Somewhere in the distance, a printer hums. Phones ring softly and keyboards click. The ambient soundtrack of important people doing important things. 15 minutes pass. I flip through a glossy magazine without absorbing a single word, my mind racing with second thoughts. What if Leah refuses to see me? What if she calls Nate? What if this entire plan backfires spectacularly? Just as I'm considering retreat, a door opens. The woman who emerges stops my breath. The resemblance to Nate is unequivocal. The same sharp cheekbones, the same piercing eyes that seem to see right through you. But where Nate's features are softened by his easy smile, Leah Sullivan's face is all angles and guard, like a fortress built to keep the world at bay. She's dressed impeccably in a charcoal suit, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun that emphasizes the sharpness of her features. She stands in the doorway for a moment, scanning me with an assessing gaze that makes me feel like I'm being catalogued, categorized, and possibly dismissed. "Kaylee Riley?" Her voice is cool, professional, revealing nothing. I stand, extending my hand. "Yes, thank you for seeing me without an appointment." She hesitates before taking my hand, her grip firm but brief. "I have exactly 15 minutes between meetings. What's this about?" No pleasantries, no pretense. I respect that, even as it increases my nervousness. "It's about Nate Sullivan," I say, watching her face. Something flickers across her expression, not surprise exactly, but a tightening around her eyes, a slight compression of her lips. "Is there a problem?" she says, her tone clipped. "Can we talk somewhere private?" I ask, glancing at the receptionist, who is doing a poor job of pretending not to listen. Leah studies me for a moment longer, clearly weighing her options. "This way," she says finally, turning sharply on her heel. I follow her through a maze of glass-walled offices and conference rooms, aware of curious glances from suited professionals as we pass. Leah's stride is brisk, purposeful, offering no chance for questions or small talk. She leads me to a small conference room tucked at the end of a hallway, gesturing for me to enter first. The space is as sterile as the rest of the office, a polished oval table surrounded by ergonomic chairs, a whiteboard on one wall, a screen for presentations on another. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a dramatic view of the harbour below, fog creeping in over the water like ghostly fingers. "Sit," Leah says, closing the door behind us. It's not an invitation, it's a command. I take a chair on one side of the table. She settles across from me, her posture rigid, arms immediately crossing over her chest. The body language of someone preparing for battle. 15 minutes, she reminds me, glancing pointedly at her watch. "I suggest you get to the point." I take a deep breath. Direct is clearly the only approach she'll respect. "I'm worried about my mother," I say, meeting her gaze. "And I believe you know her new husband." Leah's expression doesn't change, but I notice her throat tighten slightly, a small muscle jumping in her jaw. "And what makes you think that?" "Detective Bonetti, and your last name." It's like a switch has been turned on, and suddenly Leah engages with me. "I had a feeling my father might have remarried." "So she's his daughter?" That's a surprise to me, as I didn't even know he had one. Why wasn't she at the wedding? She takes a deep breath, and as she begins to speak, I see her fingernails press into the polished surface of the table, leaving half-moon indentations that fade slowly, like ghosts reluctant to disappear. 23. Kaylee. 5 years ago, we were normal, Leah begins, her voice adopting the distant, matter-of-fact tone I imagine she uses in courtrooms. Upper-middle-class family. Dad worked as a contractor. Mum taught 3rd grade. I was in my 2nd year of college. Marissa was 16. Her eyes fix on a point somewhere beyond my shoulder, as if reading from an invisible transcript. Marissa was the athlete in the family. She was sensitive, quiet, the kind of girl who rescued injured birds and spent hours swimming every day to better herself, never being good enough. The kind of girl predators look for. The clinical detachment in her voice creates a chilling contrast with her words. I stay silent, afraid that any interruption might cause her to retreat behind her professional walls. Her fingers tap effectively against the polished table. My stomach tightens as Leah continues. She pauses, and I notice her fingers have stopped their rhythmic tapping. Then one day, she didn't come home from practice. The conference room feels suddenly colder. Outside the windows, the fog has thickened, obscuring the harbour view, trapping us in this glass box with Leah's nightmare. Dad went straight to the police, she continues, her clinical tone slipping slightly. But they treated it as a runaway case. 16-year-old girl, some recent behaviour changes, no obvious signs of foul play. Her voice hardens. They didn't understand what we were dealing with. I see the first crack in Leah's composure, a slight tremble in her hands that she quickly hides by folding them together. My father became obsessed. The word emerges with complicated emotions, understanding, resentment, pain. He stopped working, stopped sleeping. He was, still is, obsessed with the thought that Victor Caruso murdered her. He started tracking Caruso's movements. He'd come home with maps, photographs, notes, crazy walls of connections, like something from a detective show. I think of Nape's hypervigilance, his constant awareness of exits, his insistence on security features in our apartment. The behaviors I'd attributed to prison now take on more significance. Mum fell apart in a different way, Leah says, her voice softening. She blamed herself at first, for not noticing the signs, for encouraging Marissa's swimming. Then she started blaming Dad. Her eyes meet mine directly for the first time. She said a father's job was to protect his children, and he'd failed. The raw pain in her gaze makes me look away. On the harbour below, a foghorn sounds, mournful, warning. 3 days after she disappeared, Marissa was found dead in the harbour. Dad thought he had enough evidence. He took it to the police. Her voice tightens. They said it wasn't enough for a warrant, that he needed to let them handle the investigation. Then they told him that Caruso had been in as well and accused my dad of having murdered his own daughter. They started treating Dad as a suspect. Leah's hands begin to tremble visibly now. She doesn't try to hide it. He snapped. Went to confront Caruso at one of the restaurants that he owns. Grabbed him by the throat while holding a broken wine bottle against his skin, then slammed him against a wall, demanding to know what he did to Marissa. Leah's words come faster now, emotion bleeding through. The restaurant's security guard tackled him. Police were called. Assault charges were filed. His evidence was dismissed as the ravings of an unhinged man. I remember Detective Bonetti's careful words about complications in Nate's case, about dangerous people who might still be relevant. After Dad went to prison, the threats started. Leah's voice drops lower. Phone calls. Cars parked outside our house. Mum received photographs of herself shopping, walking to her car at school, proof we were being watched. The message was clear: stay quiet or join Marissa. You went quiet? I ask, my voice sounding strange in the silent room. Mum did. I was still in college. Her emotion is raw. I hated my father for what he did to us, for dragging us into his crusade, for making us lose not just Marissa, but our entire lives. The fog presses against the windows now, thick as cotton, isolating us in this moment of shared confidences. Mum couldn't adjust. Depression, anxiety, sleeping pills. Leah's hands are trembling so badly now that she places them flat on the table to steady them. She blamed Dad, said if he was a good father and husband, he would have stayed out of jail, said his obsession had cost us everything. I think of my own mother, of her blind trust in Nate, of the $30,000 she's just given him. My heart pounds harder. Leah's voice finally cracks, the clinical detachment shattering like thin ice. I was the one who found her, in the bathtub of our house. She'd left a note, blaming Dad for destroying our family. The pain in her voice is so raw, so genuine, that I feel tears prick my eyes. Whatever I expected from this meeting, it wasn't this naked display of grief from someone who clearly works hard to maintain control. I was 22. Leah looks down at her hands, still pressed against the table as if anchoring herself. Had to arrange a funeral. Had to sign paperwork with a signature I was still practicing. Had to grieve alone, because I was the only one left. Her voice grows bitter. Dad was locked away, while I dealt with the aftermath of his crusade. I was alone, and I'll never forgive him. I think of Nate's careful charm, his attentiveness to Mum, how quickly he integrated himself into our lives. Could that same man have caused such destruction to his first family? I'm sorry, I say, inadequate words for the magnitude of her loss. I know what it's like to expect more from your father, but this is horrific. She looks up, and for a brief moment I see a flash of the young woman who lost everything. You said you were worried about your mother, she says, regaining some composure. That she might be in danger. I think you're right. My father is a very dangerous man. The confirmation makes me lose my breath. Nate, your father, he's been acting suspiciously. Secret phone calls. Detective Bonetti constantly keeping an eye on him. I hesitate. I thought maybe you knew something about that. Genuine confusion crosses Leah's face. Detective Bonetti? Sandra Bonetti? When I nod, she continues. She was the lead investigator on Caruso before Dad's arrest, but why would she be meeting with him now? I don't know, I admit. Leah shakes her head slowly. As far as I know, that investigation stalled after Dad went to prison, and I can't imagine why your mother would be connected to any of it. Her brow furrows. Unless... She doesn't finish the thought, but her expression has shifted from confusion to concern. Unless what? I press. Her eyes meet mine. Unless history is repeating itself. 24. Kaylee. You should know something about my father, Leah says, her voice taking on a cautionary tone that makes me sit straighter in my chair. Something has shifted in our dynamic, a tentative alliance formed in the shared territory of concern. He has a pattern with women, not romantic necessarily, though that's part of it. It's about his crusade. She leans forward, elbows on the table, the posture of someone imparting crucial information. After Mom died, he still couldn't give up, wouldn't really, said he needed to get revenge for Marissa. Her mouth tightens. But he didn't do it alone. What do you mean? I ask, though I already suspect where this is heading. There have been women, Leah says carefully, while he was on the inside. Women who believed in him, in his cause, who helped him, financially or otherwise, in his search for Marissa's murderer. I think of Mom's $30,000, the business registered in her name, the apartment lease she alone is responsible for. And what happened to these women? They get discarded, she says bluntly, not maliciously. He probably doesn't even realize he's doing it. But when the situation becomes too difficult, too dangerous, or when they start asking too many questions, he moves on. Her eyes meet mine, unflinching. He's consumed by this desire to get revenge. Everything else, everyone else, is secondary. And now your mother, Leah concludes. I'm not saying he doesn't care for her. He might. But his primary relationship is with his obsession. Everyone else is just supporting cast. I think of how quickly Nate moved into our lives, how effortlessly he charmed Mum, how he's systematically tied her to him financially. My mother sold our house for him, I say quietly, registered his business in her name, just gave him a huge amount of money. Something like genuine concern flickers across Leah's face. Then she's already in deep. She checks her watch, frowning slightly. I need to get back to work, but listen. She pulls a business card from her suit pocket and writes a number on the back. This is my personal cell. If you or your mother need anything, call me, day or night. I take the card, surprised by the gesture. Thank you for seeing me, for telling me all this. She nods, standing. I've spent 5 years trying to rebuild my life after my family was destroyed. I wouldn't wish that on anyone else. Her composure slips just slightly. Even if I hold my father responsible, that doesn't mean I want to see more victims. As I gather my bag, preparing to leave, my gaze falls on Leah's desk in the corner of the conference room. Among the neat stacks of legal files and reference books sits a small, framed document, partially hidden behind a thick law tome, as if it's too painful to display openly, but too important to put away completely. From this angle, I can just make out what it is: an obituary, printed on yellowed newspaper. The name Clara Sullivan is visible in the heading, and beneath it, a formal photograph of a woman with Leah's sharp features, softened by a gentle smile that her daughter doesn't share. "Is that your mother?" I ask, nodding toward the frame. Leah follows my gaze, her expression tightening. "Yes, that's her." I move closer, drawn by an impulse I can't quite name. The obituary is brief, written in the formal language of death notices. Clara Sullivan, 45, passed away unexpectedly at her home on April 17th. She is survived by her daughter, Leah. Services private. In lieu of flowers, donations to the National Centre for Missing Children are appreciated. Something about the wording catches my attention. The clinical "passed away unexpectedly" rather than any mention of suicide. The complete absence of Nate from the list of survivors. The request for donations to a missing children's organisation, a detail that seems simultaneously pointed and obscure. "It's strange," Leah says, noticing my focus on the obituary, "to have your entire family reduced to a few lines in a newspaper. A life summarized in a few words." I look at her, seeing the grief still fresh beneath her composed exterior. "I'm sorry for your losses," I say, meaning it. "All of them." Her smile is tight. "I have a client waiting. Tina can show you out." She gestures to the door, our brief moment of connection already fading as she retreats behind her walls. I thank her again and follow the receptionist through the maze of glass-walled offices toward the elevator. My mind races with everything I've learned. I think of Mum's trust in Nate, her willingness to invest everything in their future together. I think of the $30,000 that might already be gone, funneled into whatever scheme Nate is pursuing. I think of the secret messages, the connections to Detective Bonetti that suggest his involvement with law enforcement is more complicated than a simple assault conviction. Why are they still watching him? The elevator reaches the lobby, doors sliding open to the marble-floored atrium. I move through it in a daze, pushing through the revolving door onto the busy downtown street. The fog has lifted somewhat, allowing weak sunlight to break through, but the clarity it brings offers no comfort, only a sharper view of the danger we're facing. I pull out my phone, ready to call her but hesitate. She's hiding something from me, and I'm no longer sure I can trust her to believe me. As I walk toward my car, my determination crystallizes into a single, focused purpose. I will expose Nate Sullivan for what he truly is, whatever it takes. Because my mother's life might depend on it. 25. Emily. I wipe the same shelf for the third time, my eyes constantly darting to my silent phone on the coffee table. Kaylee should have been home long ago. She only has a few days left before she returns to college, and as I caress my belly, thinking of the first sonogram I saw at the doctor's office this morning, I feel guilty. I need to tell her. Informing my baby, my world, the shining light I've had for the last 21 years, that she's getting a little brother or sister. is important. I need her to feel good about it, and about leaving me to return to Dartmouth after the summer. I fold the cloth with precise corners, set it aside, and pick up a stack of Nate's t-shirts, still warm from the dryer. My hands smooth over each one before adding it to the pile, the domestic rhythm somehow soothing. Folding, stacking, arranging, creating order in a life that has suddenly tilted on its axis. The sound of a car door slamming outside sends me to the window. Just the neighbour, not Kaylee. My phone remains stubbornly silent despite the 3 messages I've sent her. Where is she? I worry about her these days, when she watches me with those knowing eyes, when she trails Nate around the apartment like she's documenting evidence for a case only she understands. She thinks I don't see it, but I do. I arrange fresh flowers in a vase, pale pink roses Nate brought home this morning before heading off to work. A peace offering, perhaps, though he didn't frame them that way. I'm not mad at him, just hurt that he didn't feel like he could tell me everything. And a little overwhelmed with all the grief and pain he comes with. The flowers look too perfect on our kitchen island, like a magazine's idea of domestic bliss, rather than the fragile reality we're living. I adjust one bloom that leans too far to the right, forcing symmetry where it doesn't naturally exist. What will I say to her? I've rehearsed the words a dozen different ways. Kaylee, I have wonderful news. Too chipper. We need to talk about something important. Too ominous. I'm pregnant. Too blunt. My hand drifts to my stomach, still flat beneath my t-shirt. There's nothing to see yet, but everything has changed. I am no longer just Emily. I am a vessel, a protector, connected to Nate in a way that can never be undone. The key turns in the lock, and I straighten, heart racing. Kaylee pushes through the door, her face set in that determined expression she's worn too often lately. Her bag is stuffed with papers, and she barely glances at me before I launch into my speech. I need to talk to you. I step forward and take her arm gently. She looks at my hand on her arm, then at my face. Something in my expression must betray the weight of what I'm about to share, because her eyes widen slightly. What's wrong? She asks, allowing me to guide her to the couch. Nothing's wrong, I say, my voice steadier than I expected. Please, sit. She perches on the edge of the cushion, her body tense, as if prepared to flee. I sit beside her, taking her hands in mine. They're cold, despite the warm day, her fingers rigid against my palm. Kaylee. I take a deep breath, searching her face, my daughter, my first child, soon no longer my only. I'm pregnant. For a moment she doesn't move, doesn't blink. The words hang between us, reshaping the air in the room. Then her hands pull from mine, as if burned, her body jerking backward. What? The word comes out breathless, disbelieving. I'm having a baby, I say, a smile forming despite the anxiety churning inside me. You're going to be a big sister. I know it's a surprise, but I hope, it could be a wonderful thing for our family, for all of us. Her face transforms like a time-lapse of weather patterns, shock giving way to understanding, then darkening to something like fury. She stands abruptly, pacing away from me toward the window, then back again, her movements sharp with agitation. Are you crazy? She finally says, her voice rising. You can't bring a child into this world with this man. Her words hit like physical blows. I stand too, reaching for her, but she steps away. Kaylee, I know this is a shock, but— A shock! A shock! She's shouting now, her arms gesturing wildly. Mum, you've known him less than a year. You've been married 2 months, and now you're having his baby, when you don't even know who he really is. That's not fair, I say, my own voice rising to match hers. I know this has all happened quickly, but sometimes life works that way. Nate and I love each other. Love? She laughs, the sound harsh and unfamiliar from my gentle daughter. You don't even know him. He's been lying to you from the beginning, about his past, about his daughters, about everything. My heart pounds harder. Her accusations cut deeper than she realizes because there's truth in them, truths I'm still trying to reconcile. Nate has been honest with me about his past, I say carefully. About Marissa's murder, about Clara's death. We have no secrets. Did he tell you what he did to his wife? Kaylee spits, reaching for her bag and pulling out a folder. She slaps it on the coffee table between us. Ice slides down my spine. What are you talking about? I talked to his daughter, she says, and my stomach drops. To Leah, she told me everything. About how Nate's obsession destroyed their family. About how Clara died while he was safely in prison. How convenient that was for him. Stop it, I shout, louder than I intended. You don't know what you're saying. You've built this conspiracy in your head. It's not in my head, it's right here. She stabs her finger at the folder. Police reports, financial records, patterns, Mum. The same pattern he's creating with you. The business in your name, the apartment lease, the loans. Those are investments in our future, I insist, though doubt creeps in, clouding my certainty. In our family's future, including this baby. There won't be a future if he gets you killed. She's pacing again, faster now. Don't you see? You're just a means to an end for him. A cover, financial support, legitimacy, while he pursues whatever vendetta he's on. That's enough. My voice cracks on the words. You don't understand what Nate has been through, what he's lost. And what about what we could lose? She whirls on me, eyes bright with unshed tears. What about our house that you sold? The college fund you emptied? The $30,000 you gave him yesterday? What happens when that's gone too? When he's moved on to the next single mother with resources, while you're left raising his child alone? Each accusation lands like a slap. I step back, one hand instinctively covering my stomach. You need to leave and go back to your dorm, I say, my voice trembling. I wish I could tell her the truth, but it's too late. Until you can speak about Nate with respect, until you can be happy about this baby. Happy? She stares at me in disbelief. You want me to be happy that you're having a baby with a man who's dangerous, who's using you? She grabs her purse from the couch, stuffs the folder back inside. She moves toward the door, then turns back, her face filled with pain and anger I've never seen before. When it all falls apart, when he disappears or worse, remember that I tried to save you. The door slams behind her with such force that the framed photo of the three of us at the wedding tilts sideways on the wall, Nate's smiling face now crooked in its frame. I stare at his arm around my shoulders, at Kaylee's tight smile beside us, and wonder how everything could have unraveled so completely in the space of a conversation. 26. Emily. The echo of the slamming door seems to reverberate through the apartment long after Kaylee has gone, the silence that follows thick with accusations and fear. I stand frozen in the living room, staring at the tilted wedding photo, my hands pressed against my stomach, as if I could somehow protect this tiny, vulnerable life from the chaos swirling around us. Tears track silently down my cheeks, falling unchecked onto my shirt. My daughter's words replay in my mind. "You're just a means to an end for him." Could she be right? Is the man I married, the father of this child, using me as merely another stepping stone in his quest for revenge? I straighten the photo with trembling fingers, trying to realign our smiling faces into the perfect family we appeared to be just 2 months ago. The happy bride, the charming groom, the reluctant but accepting daughter. A fiction, perhaps, or a hope so desperate it blinded me to what was happening around me. Kaylee's accusations burn in my mind, made more painful because they touch on fears I've harbored since discovering Nate had kept serious secrets about his past from me. I've told myself his deception was necessary, that he kept me in the dark to protect me. But what if Kaylee is right? What if I'm just another of them, the women who helped him before being discarded when they were no longer useful? I move to the kitchen sink, my legs unsteady beneath me. Water splashes over the rim of the glass as I fill it, my hands shaking so badly I nearly drop it. The cool liquid soothes my throat, but does nothing for the sick knot of fear in my stomach. $30,000. My savings. The money that was meant to be Kaylee's college fund, now invested in Nate's construction company. A company registered in my name, not his. Legitimate business or clever cover? Necessary protection or calculated exploitation? How far have I let this go? The sound of a key in the lock jolts me from my spiraling thoughts. I quickly wipe my tears away, though I know my red-rimmed eyes will betray me. The door opens and Nate steps in, his work boots leaving dusty prints on the floor. He looks tired, his shirt stained with sweat and grime from the construction site, his hair disheveled from wearing a hard hat all day. His eyes find mine immediately, his expression shifting from exhaustion to concern in an instant. He sets down his lunch cooler and crosses to me, his movements quick but gentle. "Em, what happened?" His hands cup my face, thumbs brushing away the moisture still clinging to my cheeks. The tenderness in his touch makes fresh tears well up, confusing me further. How can hands so gentle be those of someone using me? "Kaylee," I manage, my voice breaking on her name. "I told her about the baby." Understanding dawns in his eyes. He draws me against his chest, one hand cradling the back of my head, the other solid and warm against my spine. I breathe in the scent of him, sawdust and sweat, and the faint trace of his morning soap. Familiar, safe, but is it real? "I'm guessing she didn't take it well," he says into my hair, his voice a low rumble I feel more than hear. I pull back slightly, needing to see his face. "She thinks you're dangerous, that you're using me, that this baby is a mistake." Something flickers across his features, a shadow I can't quite interpret, before his expression softens again. "She's protective of you. That's not a bad thing." "She's been investigating you," I say, watching him carefully. "She said she spoke to Leah." His body tenses against mine for a fraction of a second. "Leah? When?" "I don't know. Today, I guess." I step out of his embrace, needing space to think clearly. "She had a folder, documents. She was saying things about patterns, about other women who helped you and were discarded." "Come here," he says, guiding me to the couch, his arm around my shoulders. We sink onto the cushions, his body angled toward mine, one hand resting on my knee. "Kaylee is connecting dots that aren't there, Em. Yes, there were women who helped me while in prison, friends, professional connections. And yes, I was focused on finding Marissa's killer, sometimes to the exclusion of everything else. His eyes hold mine, earnest and direct. But you're different. What we have is different. Is it? I ask, the question slipping out before I can stop it. He takes my hand, entwining our fingers. Of course it is. I love you, Emily. And this baby. His free hand moves to my stomach, resting there with a gentleness that makes my heart ache. This is a miracle I never thought I'd have again. I search his face, desperate to believe him. Do you really want this child, Nate? With everything else going on, do you really want to start over with a new baby? Of course I do, he says. But there's a flicker of something in his eyes, a momentary hesitation, a tightening at the corner of his mouth. So brief I might have imagined it, but it pierces me like a needle. This baby is part of our future, Em, the future we're building together. His arms encircle me again, drawing me against his chest. I let myself be held, listening to the steady beat of his heart beneath my ear. His hands stroke my hair, my back, comforting motions that should soothe, but somehow heighten my awareness of every word, every gesture being carefully chosen. My mind races with questions I'm afraid to voice aloud. Is he truly with me out of love? Or am I just a convenient cover, financial support, a source of legitimacy while he hunts Victor Caruso? What happens when he finds him, or if he finds him? Will he end up back in prison, leaving me to raise our child alone, just as Tom left Kaylee and me? Or worse, will his quest for revenge bring danger to our door, threatening not just me but this new, vulnerable life inside me? I clutch him tighter, my fingers digging into the solid muscle of his shoulders, desperate to believe in the man I thought I married, rather than the manipulator Kaylee describes. His kiss presses against my temple, soft and reassuring. It's going to be okay, he whispers against my skin. I'm going to take care of you both, I promise. I close my eyes, letting his words wash over me. I want so badly to believe him, to trust in the future we've planned. But beneath the comfort of his embrace, doubt curls like smoke, impossible to grasp, yet impossible to ignore. The tiny life inside me deserves certainty, security, not a father chasing ghosts and vengeance. I love you, I whisper back, the words both true and a question. Do I love the real Nate Sullivan, or a carefully crafted persona designed to gain my trust and access to my resources? And what about the power he's given me to finally resolve the pain I've felt all these years? His arms tighten around me, as if sensing my unspoken fears. I love you too, Em, more than you know. The sincerity in his voice almost breaks me. Almost. But as the afternoon light fades to evening shadows across our disordered living room, I hold my thoughts close, my doubts, my fears, and decide to just enjoy this moment. Things will be okay. Kaylee will come around eventually. We will be okay. 27. Kaylee. The chlorine hits my lungs before I even open the heavy metal door to Harborview Heights High School's swimming pool. I adjust the strap of my messenger bag, feeling the weight of my notebook, the voice recorder, and the elaborate lie I'm about to tell. The ID card clipped to my shirt reads Harborview Community College Journalism Department, printed at my dorm this morning, laminated at the office supply store for $2.99. The price of deception, it turns out, is surprisingly affordable. I push through the door, and the full sensory assault of an indoor pool envelops me. Sound bounces off every hard surface. Coaches' whistles pierce the air, their shouts echoing alongside the rhythmic splashing of arms cutting through water. The humidity wraps around me like a damp towel, instantly making my carefully straightened hair begin to curl at the edges. 20 or so swimmers move through the water in lanes, their bodies sleek as dolphins as they execute perfect flip turns at each end. I scan the deck, spotting the man I'm here for almost immediately. Victor Caruso stands at the edge of lane 4, stopwatch in one hand, clipboard in the other. He's shorter than I expected, maybe 5'8", with dark hair cropped close to his head and the compact, maintained physique of a former athlete who refuses to surrender to middle age. But he looks just like he did on the school website. I watch him for a moment, studying his interactions with the swimmers. He crouches down as a girl completes her lap, giving her notes with animated hand gestures. His face is serious but not unkind, and the swimmer nods earnestly before pushing off for another lap. This is the man Nate nearly killed, who truly knows how dangerous my mother's new husband is. My heart thuds against my ribs as I approach, mentally rehearsing my cover story one final time. I've researched enough about collegiate journalism to sound convincing, I hope. Just as I reach the edge of the pool deck, Victor looks up, eyes narrowing slightly at the unfamiliar face. "Can I help you?" He calls over the ambient noise, his voice carrying the natural projection of someone used to being heard across water. I smile, projecting a confidence I don't feel. "Mr. Caruso, I'm Kaylee Riley from the Harborview Community College paper." I tap the fake ID card on my chest. I'm working on a feature about how early athletic achievements shape adult goal setting and success patterns. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions when you have a moment. His expression transforms instantly, a genuine smile warming features that had been professionally neutral moments before. Early athletic achievement. That's exactly what we're building here. He gestures proudly toward the pool. "Give me 10 minutes to finish this set, and I'm all yours." I nod gratefully and retreat to the bleachers, pulling out my notebook and recorder. The metal seat is cold through my jeans as I observe Victor return to his coaching. He moves along the lanes with purpose, occasionally dropping to one knee to speak to a swimmer at eye level. There's something almost paternal in his manner, firm but encouraging, demanding but supportive. True to his word, after 10 minutes he blows a whistle and calls out instructions for a cool-down set before walking over to join me on the bleachers. Up close, I notice the lines around his eyes, evidence of years squinting against pool glare, or perhaps the weight of other, heavier experiences. "So, college journalism." He settles beside me, still clutching his clipboard. Water droplets speckle the plastic cover, catching light from the fluorescent fixtures overhead. "What's your focus?" "Sports psychology, basically," I say, clicking my recorder on. I'm fascinated by how early success in athletics translates to other areas of life. The goal-setting habits, the discipline, the resilience, all those qualities that champions develop. Victor's eyes light up, and he straightens his posture. "You're singing my song, Kaylee. That's exactly what I tell these kids. Swimming isn't just about medals and records. It's about building the mental toughness that serves you forever." For the next several minutes, he speaks passionately about his coaching philosophy, occasionally punctuating his points by tapping his clipboard for emphasis. I nod and ask follow-up questions, playing the role of engaged student journalist while mentally searching for an opening to steer the conversation where I need it to go. You've coached some real standouts over the years, I say when he pauses for breath. State champions, right? Pride crosses his features. 7 individual state champions in my 20 years here, plus 3 relay teams. He gestures toward a display of photos and medals mounted near the pool entrance. Every one of those kids has gone on to do remarkable things, not just in swimming. This is my moment. I take a breath that tastes of chlorine and potential answers. I was looking through old newspaper archives for background, I say, keeping my voice casual. I noticed one name that stood out, Marissa Sullivan, state champion butterfly 5 years ago. The change is immediate. Victor's body goes rigid, his fingers tightening around the clipboard until the plastic creaks. The smile vanishes from his face, replaced by an expression I can't quite read, pain, perhaps, or shock at hearing the name so unexpectedly. His throat works as he swallows hard, and for a terrible moment, I think he might stand up and walk away. Marissa, he says finally, her name emerging as something between a sigh and a whisper. Yes, she was extraordinary. He glances toward the water, his eyes taking on a distant quality. A natural talent, but she worked harder than anyone, fearless in competition. She sounds remarkable, I prompt gently when he falls silent. She was a star, he says, voice softening to a tone I haven't heard him use before. I adored that girl. All her teammates did. Coaches aren't supposed to have favorites, but... He trails off, shaking his head slightly. There are athletes who are good because of physical gifts, and there are athletes who are good because they have heart. Marissa had both. I study his face carefully, searching for any hint of deception, any flicker that might suggest his grief is performative rather than genuine. But all I see is authentic sadness, the kind that settles deep in the eyes and never fully leaves. Such a tragedy what happened, he adds, gazing out at the water where his current team continues their workout. The comment hangs between us. I want to press immediately to ask what exactly happened to Marissa, but something in Victor's expression, a rawness, a vulnerability, makes me hesitate. His reaction seems too real, too painful to be faked. Whatever connection he had to Marissa Sullivan, his grief for her appears genuine. I grip my pen tighter, poised over my notebook, wondering if I've just stumbled onto a crucial piece of evidence, or if I'm about to hit yet another wall in my quest to understand what really happened to Nate's daughter. Did she die? The question leaves my mouth before I can cushion it with journalistic pretense. My heart hammers against my ribs as I watch Victor's face. The splash of swimmers and whistle blasts fill the silence as Victor meets my eyes, something shifting in his gaze. Perhaps recognition that I'm not just a student journalist after all. He nods solemnly, his shoulders slumping slightly. Yes, though nobody knows exactly what happened. He looks down at his clipboard, where condensation has begun to blur the ink on his practice notes. Her body was found in the harbour, near the old shipping docks. Victor's eyes narrow slightly. The family requested privacy after she was found. The police kept it quiet, ongoing investigation and all that. He studies me with new interest. For a college paper piece on the future of athletes, you seem particularly focused on the past. I scramble to recover my cover. The articles mentioned she was a championship swimmer who disappeared under mysterious circumstances. It seemed relevant to my thesis about how athletic careers can be derailed by... Coach! A voice interrupts our increasingly tense exchange. A female swimmer with a tight competition cap and mirrored goggles stands dripping at the edge of the bleachers. "Sorry to interrupt, but could you watch my butterfly? I think I'm dropping my elbow on the recovery." Victor's professional concern replaces the somber cloud that had settled over him. "Of course, Jessie. Let me see 2 lengths." He gives me an apologetic glance. "Duty calls. Give me just a minute." I nod, grateful for the interruption that allows me to compose myself. While Victor moves to the pool edge with his swimmer, I flip through my notebook, mind racing. From my seat, I watch Victor interact with his athlete. He crouches at the edge of the lane, eye level with the girl as she holds onto the wall. His hands demonstrate proper arm position, moving through the air in the distinctive butterfly motion. His face is animated, patient, as he explains a technical correction. The swimmer nods, clearly absorbing his guidance. "Try it now," he says, loud enough for me to hear over the ambient pool noise. "Remember, power comes from the core, not just the shoulders." The girl pushes off, executing 2 lengths of butterfly while Victor watches intently, occasionally calling out encouragement. When she finishes, he offers specific praise. "Much better rotation on the left side," along with another small correction. The swimmer's face lights up with the validation, her confidence visibly growing as she nods and returns to her lane for more practice. This is not the interaction of a predator with potential prey. This is a dedicated coach who genuinely cares about his athlete's development. The contrast with what I've heard about Victor Caruso's grooming techniques couldn't be starker. If Victor was truly invested in Marissa's success as an athlete, would he have been involved in her death? The conflicting narratives make my head spin. Victor returns to the bleachers, settling beside me with a sigh that suggests both satisfaction and weariness. "Sorry about that. Technical corrections are best made immediately, before bad habits set in." He checks his watch. "I have about 10 more minutes before I need to wrap up practice. Did you have other questions?" I take a deep breath, steadying myself for what I came here to ask. The pretense of a college journalism assignment feels paper-thin now, but I press forward anyway. "Actually, yes. In my research, I came across some allegations." I choose my words carefully, watching his reaction. "Marissa's father, Nate Sullivan, seemed to believe you were involved in her disappearance. But there were also implications that he was—" I pause, uncertain how to phrase the question delicately. Victor saves me the trouble. "That Sullivan himself might have had something to do with what happened to his daughter." His voice drops, though the noise of the pool would cover our conversation from anyone more than a few feet away. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Victor's eyes darken, and he sighs deeply, his gaze drifting toward the pool where his team continues their practice. For several seconds, I think he might refuse to answer, might retreat into the safe territory of coaching philosophies and athletic achievements. Then he turns back to me, his expression hardened with certainty. "Absolutely," he states, without hesitation. "Sullivan was unstable, obsessed. When Marissa started pulling away from him, focusing more on swimming, on her own future." He shakes his head. "It destroyed him. He couldn't handle losing control of her." My breath catches. This is the opposite of what Leah described, a father desperate to find out the truth about what happened to his daughter, driven to obsession by her murder. "But he attacked you," I say, confusion making me less careful with my words. Victor's hand rises unconsciously to his forehead, where I now notice a thin, jagged line, a scar nearly hidden at his hairline. That was his defense, he says quietly. A convenient redirection of blame. But I got in trouble for voicing my opinion before. I'm not making that mistake again. His jaw tightens. So you believe that Sullivan would be able to harm his own daughter? I whisper, aware that I've completely abandoned my pretense of academic journalism. Victor's eyes meet mine, hard and certain. Last time I said anything, Sullivan attacked me in public, he says, and nearly killed me for it. That, to me, shows guilt. He came in during the dinner rush, Victor continues, his voice taking on a distant quality as if recalling a nightmare. Just walked straight through the dining room to where I was greeting guests. No hesitation. I barely recognized him. We'd only met a few times at Marissa's meets, but he knew exactly who I was. Victor's fingers drift up to his forehead again, this time deliberately tracing the scar that runs from his hairline into his scalp. He had a wine bottle in his hand. I thought he was going to order something. Instead, he swung it at my head while screaming that I had murdered his daughter. Completely insane. The chlorine-scented air suddenly feels thicker, harder to breathe. I lean closer, unable to tear my eyes from the jagged line running along Victor's forehead. It's about 3 inches long, raised, and slightly paler than the surrounding skin. The kind of scar that only comes from significant trauma. May I? Victor asks, tilting his head to ensure I can see the full extent of the damage. He parts his hair slightly, revealing where the scar continues into his scalp. This is where my head hit the edge of the wall. 17 stitches, an inch to the left, and the temple impact could have killed me. My stomach twists as I picture the scene. Nate, the man who makes my mother breakfast and asks about my day, violently attacking someone in public. I've imagined his assault as something impulsive, a heated argument that escalated. This sounds premeditated, deliberate. That's horrible, I managed to say. But if you thought he was grieving his daughter, why press charges? Why not give him some grace, considering what he was going through? Victor lowers his hand, his expression hardening. I understand he was frustrated, desperate even. But what he did? He shakes his head. After the attack, I had nightmares for months. His voice grows quieter. I had to press charges with what he did. Some lines can't be crossed, no matter what you're going through. I almost quit coaching after that, Victor continues, his gaze drifting back to the pool where his swimmers continue their drills. Couldn't bear being around the water, around the athletes. Everything reminded me of Marissa, of the accusations Sullivan was making. What changed your mind? I ask, genuinely curious. His dedication to his team is evident in every interaction I've observed. A small smile softens his features. My team. He gestures toward the pool. They showed up at my hospital room with cards, with a petition they'd all signed begging me not to quit. Said they needed me. His voice catches slightly. When you've devoted your life to helping young athletes achieve their potential, it becomes more than a job. It becomes who you are. I watch his face as he speaks about his passion, noting how his eyes brighten, how animation returns to features that had gone tight and withdrawn while discussing the attack. There's nothing I'd rather do, he continues, genuine warmth infusing his words. I love these girls, and love seeing them grow and achieve great things. He leans back, surveying his team with obvious pride. Some coaches are in it for the glory, for the medals they can claim credit for. I'm in it for moments like that. He points to a swimmer who's just completed a personal best time, her face alight with accomplishment as her teammates cheer. When they discover what they're capable of. The whistle blasts 3 times, signaling the end of practice. Swimmers begin climbing out of the pool, water sluicing off sleek competition suits as they head toward the locker rooms. Victor checks his watch, then turns back to me, his expression growing solemn again. Marissa was one of them, he says, his eyes misting slightly. I was so proud of her, not just for her championships, but for her character. She was the first to congratulate competitors, the last to leave until everyone's equipment was stored properly. I loved that girl. He shakes his head. That's why Sullivan's insinuations were so insulting. The idea that I could have... The raw emotion in his voice seems genuine, too genuine for someone concealing involvement in a heinous crime. But then, Leah's pain had seemed equally authentic when she spoke of her father's desperate search for what happened to her sister, of her mother's suicide after losing both daughter and husband. Thank you for your time, I say, clicking off my recorder as swimmers file past us toward the locker rooms. You've given me a lot to think about. Victor studies my face, seemingly recognizing the weight of what he's shared. You're not really writing about athletic achievement for a college paper, are you? It's not really a question. I meet his gaze, deciding honesty, or at least partial honesty, is my best approach now. I'm trying to understand what happened to Marissa. It's complicated. He nods, something like compassion crossing his features. Be careful, Kaylee Riley. Asking questions about Marissa Sullivan has proven dangerous in the past. He gestures toward his scar. Some truths come at a high price. I gather my notebook and recorder, slipping them into my bag. You never told me what exactly you suspected Nate of doing, why you believe he was involved in Marissa's death. Victor glances around at the now emptying natatorium, then lowers his voice. Ask yourself this. Who benefits most from redirecting blame to me? Who had access to Marissa the night she disappeared? Who constructed an elaborate story about a swim coach murdering his favorite swimmer, when the simplest explanation, domestic violence, was staring everyone in the face? His expression hardens. The police may have bought his grieving father act, but I saw how he controlled her, how she changed in the months before she vanished. How so? She was quieter, barely spoke to her teammates. She was usually so outgoing and happy, but suddenly all that was gone. I figured it was a boy. It usually is. But when she disappeared, I realized it had to have been something far deeper, more serious, if you know what I mean. The whistle blows again and Victor sighs. I need to oversee locker room cleanup. Whatever you're doing with this information, whatever your connection to Sullivan might be, watch yourself. People who cross him tend to regret it. He taps his scar one final time for emphasis before walking away. I make my way back through the natatorium, past the trophy case, where Marissa's achievements are immortalized in gold-plated figures frozen mid-stroke. I push through the exit doors into the afternoon light, my mind reeling with contradicting narratives. The uncertainty leaves me with a sickening clarity. I'm no closer to protecting my mother than when I started. In fact, with each layer peeled away, the danger only seems to grow, expanding outward like ripples from a stone dropped in still water, threatening to engulf us both. 28. Kaylee. Entering the basement of the library is like entering a tomb, cool, musty air that hasn't circulated properly in decades. Fluorescent lights that buzz and flicker overhead, casting sickly shadows across metal shelving units that stretch toward the low ceiling. I pull my cardigan tighter around my shoulders, less for warmth than for comfort, as I descend the final steps into this underground repository of secrets. After the disturbing conversations with Leah Sullivan and Victor Caruso, the archives feel like my last chance to understand what's really happening before it's too late for Mum. "Can I help you?" The archivist looks up from her desk, peering at me over half-moon glasses. She's older, with silver hair pulled into a tight bun, her cardigan almost identical to mine, as if the basement has somehow dressed us both for mourning. "I need to see local newspaper archives from 5 years ago," I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel, specifically covering criminal cases. There was an assault at a restaurant involving Victor Caruso. Her eyebrows rise slightly. "School project?" The question isn't just curiosity, it's gatekeeping. These archives aren't typically browsed by 21-year-olds on a weekday morning. "Family research," I reply, which isn't exactly a lie. This seems to satisfy her. "Sign here," she says, pushing a logbook toward me. "You'll find those in Section C, rows 18 through 22. Materials don't leave the reading area." She points to a scarred wooden table beneath the most aggressive of the flickering lights. I navigate the narrow aisles between towering shelves, my fingers trailing over dusty box labels. Section C feels like it stretches for miles in the dim light, each row identical to the last, an underground labyrinth of forgotten stories. The boxes for 5 years ago occupy almost an entire shelf, organized by month and publication. I pull down 4 that might cover the period of Nate's assault case, struggling under their unexpected weight. At the reading table, I open the first box and begin sifting through plastic-sleeved newspaper pages. The work is methodical but frustrating, like searching for a specific grain of sand on a beach. Headlines blur together: city council meetings, local sports triumphs, business openings. Nothing about Nate. The second box is as useless as the first. Halfway through the third, my vision blurs from straining in the dim light. This is stupid. I'm not going to find anything. I almost miss it, a half-page spread with the headline jumping out at me: "Sullivan leads Westlake to regional championship." My hands aren't steady as I lift it from the pile. The paper feels brittle, ready to disintegrate. The photograph shows a girl, Marissa Sullivan, holding a trophy overhead, droplets of pool water still visible on her skin. According to the caption, she broke some county swimming record as a junior. Words leap out as I devour the text. "Undefeated season. Coach Caruso praises her work ethic. College scouts showing interest." I might have overlooked the team photo underneath if I hadn't been searching so carefully. There he is, in the second row, partially obscured by Marissa's victorious smile. Victor Caruso. Unremarkable. This is him, the man Nate assaulted, the reason he went to prison. The same man he's convinced murdered his daughter. The accusation seems far-fetched, especially after meeting him and seeing him interact with the swimmers. What motive could he possibly have had? And what happens when Nate inevitably confronts him again? Will he go back to jail and leave my mother and her unborn child on their own? But it's not only Caruso that catches my eye, it's the credit line beneath the image. Photo by E. Morgan. E. Morgan. E for Emily. Morgan, my mother's maiden name. My hands tremble as I stare at the image. I know my mother's photographic style: The way she frames her subjects, the angles she prefers, how she captures light. She documented my entire childhood before switching almost exclusively to phone photography. This is unmistakably her work, professional and polished, but with that particular attention to background details that always made Mom's photos feel more complete than others. I flipped through more pages, my heart racing. There are dozens of articles over a 6-month period about the regional swimming championship, specifically focusing on Marissa Sullivan's victory in the 200-meter freestyle and her subsequent disappearance. Each piece, credited to E. Morgan, contains carefully framed photos of Victor Caruso, the swim coach, always captured in moments that seem innocuous but somehow unsettling. The articles follow a progression, first celebrating Marissa's win, then questioning her disappearance, then subtly examining Coach Caruso's alibi and movements. My mother's writing never directly accuses, but methodically documents the police investigation, noting how Caruso was questioned repeatedly, became a suspect, then was cleared under circumstances the articles gently question. "Oh my God," I whisper, leaning back in my chair. My mother wasn't just a random boutique manager who happened to cross paths with Nate Sullivan. She was investigating the disappearance of his daughter Marissa and focusing on Victor Caruso, the swim coach who was seemingly the last person to see Marissa alive. The same man Nate went to prison for assaulting. The coincidence is too great. Their meeting couldn't have been chance. Did Nate search Mom out because of her investigation? What if their entire relationship has been about something other than love? Something connected to Caruso, to unfinished investigations? To his vendetta? Does she know something that he wants from her? To finally nail Caruso? I returned to the boxes, searching for anything that might explain why Mom abandoned investigative photography for selling overpriced scarves to tourists. The answer comes in a small article dated 3 weeks after the last E. Morgan photo. Harbour Heights Tribune photographer resigns. No explanation given, just 2 lines noting that E. Morgan had left the paper to pursue other opportunities. 2 days before that, another small headline catches my eye. Local photographer's home vandalized. The article describes a break-in where camera equipment was destroyed and walls were spray-painted with threatening messages. The photographer isn't named, listed only as a Tribune employee, but the timing makes the connection obvious. Mom didn't just change careers, she was scared into silence. I gather the most telling photographs and articles, taking them to the ancient copy machine in the corner. My mother had a life before the boutique, before the divorce, before she became the cautious, careful person she is now. I always thought she gave up her career to live a quieter life with better hours. That's what she told me. But she was once brave and investigative, and now she's married to a man whose daughter was allegedly taken by the very man Mom was investigating. The same man who went to prison for assaulting that man. The same man who's now using Mom's money for some crazy vendetta that could end up being dangerous for everyone involved, including my mom. As the final copy slides from the machine, I organize the papers into a folder, my mind racing with implications. Mom wasn't a random target for Nate. She was specifically chosen because of her job, her investigation. But why? Is he using her as cover? Is he trying to access her old evidence? Or does he genuinely not know about her past, making their relationship an incredible coincidence? I don't believe that for a second. I return the boxes to their shelves, thank the archivist, and climb the stairs back to daylight, the folder clutched against my chest like a shield. The weight of what I've discovered settles over me, not just the revelation about Mom's articles, but the realization that I may be the only person who knows both sides of this twisted connection. The question now isn't just whether Nate is dangerous to Mum, but whether Mum's past makes her dangerous to herself and to the child she's now carrying. She knew Nate before she met him. She would have recognized him. She's been lying to me this entire time. I realize I need to talk to someone who knew her well back then, someone who was in her life. 29. Emily. The crystal figurines catch the afternoon light, sending rainbow patterns across the glass counter. I'm absent-mindedly polishing, for the third time. Harbour Square Boutique sits eerily quiet today, with only a single customer, a middle-aged woman in a linen dress, lazily browsing through our summer collection. I check my watch, then the wall clock, as if comparing the two might somehow speed up time. 3 more hours until closing. 3 more hours of hoping for customers who won't come on this sleepy Tuesday afternoon. Do you have this in a small? The customer holds up a floral sundress, her expression already telling me she won't be buying it. I can check the back, I offer, with my practiced retail smile. We just received a new shipment yesterday. I know we don't have it in small. I inventoried everything myself this morning. But retail protocol demands the charade, so I disappear into our cramped stockroom for exactly 90 seconds, long enough to seem like I've searched thoroughly, before returning with the expected disappointment. I'm sorry, we're out of that size. I can order it for you if you'd like. No, that's fine. She returns the dress to the rack with the care of someone who has worked retail herself. Just browsing today? Of course, just browsing. The universal code for, I have no intention of buying anything but need to kill time. I nod sympathetically and return to my post behind the counter. My wedding ring catches the light as I adjust a display of handcrafted earrings. 2 months I've been Emily Sullivan, though the name still feels foreign on my tongue when I answer the phone. The ring feels heavier today, the band of gold a physical reminder of how quickly my life has changed. A new husband, a new apartment, and now a new life growing inside me. My hand instinctively moves to my stomach, still pretty flat beneath my fitted blouse. I haven't told anyone at the boutique yet. Only Nate and Kaylee know, and Kaylee's reaction still stings when I allow myself to think about it. The hurt in her eyes, the accusations, the slamming door as she stormed out. 3 days since our fight, and the tension between us remains thick enough to slice with a knife. She's been staying at her dorm, but I miss her, and I want her to come back for the rest of her break. The bell above the door chimes as the customer leaves. I exhale, relieved to be alone with my thoughts. I move around the boutique, straightening items that don't need straightening, adjusting the angle of a silk scarf on its display, rearranging a stack of cashmere sweaters by color rather than size. Busy work to keep my hands occupied while my mind spins with worries about Kaylee, about Nate, about the baby, about money. $30,000. The sum feels enormous and insignificant all at once. My entire savings now invested in Nate's construction company. In our future, as he put it. I trust him, I do, but Kaylee's words have planted seeds of doubt I can't seem to get rid of. His request for money hasn't stopped since he got out. You're just a means to an end for him, she said. The memory makes my chest tight. The silence of the empty store presses in around me. I reach for my phone, telling myself I'm just checking the time, but my fingers automatically open the tracking app. A habit formed when Kaylee was 17 and going through her rebellious phase, when I needed to know she was safe without suffocating her with constant texts. She knows I have it. We agreed to it after she missed curfew 3 times in a month, but we rarely discuss it. It's just there, a silent guardian, a mother's insurance policy. The map loads, showing the familiar blue dot that represents my daughter. She should be at the dorm, or at least in that area, about an hour away. But the blue dot isn't there. It's here in Harbourview Heights. It's moving, heading east on Harbourview Drive, away from downtown. My heart beats a little faster as I watch the dot's progress. Maybe she's meeting Jennifer. For lunch or coffee? Yes, that has to be it. Don't be silly. Yet I keep watching. I want to know where she's going. The dot turns north on Westlake Avenue, then east again on Pine Street. I know this area. I know who lives there. The realization hits me. She's going to Tom's. My fingers tighten around the phone, knuckles whitening. I explicitly told Kaylee a few days ago to stay away from him. I didn't tell her why. There's a lot I haven't told her about him. He's not stable right now, Kaylee, I had explained, watching her face carefully. I don't want you anywhere near him again. She had promised me. Now she's deliberately heading to his house, after I specifically forbade it. I can't believe her. My stomach clenches with something worse than morning sickness. There are things that Kaylee doesn't know, things I've kept buried for years. Not just about the articles I wrote about Victor Caruso's swim team and Nate's daughter's death, or the threatening calls that started after my 3rd piece was published. There is more to the story, stuff that I don't want her to find out. If Tom tells her, if he's drunk and angry and vindictive enough to reveal what I've spent years hiding. The thought sends a wave of nausea through me. I grab the edge of the counter, steadying myself. The cool surface grounds me, pulls me back from the edge of panic. I need to think clearly, need to act quickly. I glance at my watch. 2:45. The store is supposed to be open until 6. Kristen isn't scheduled to come in until tomorrow. If I close now, I'll have to explain it to the owner, make up some emergency. But if I don't, if Tom, there's no choice really. Not when weighed against what Tom might do or say. I move decisively to the front door, flipping the open sign to closed with a sharp twist of my wrist. My fingers tremble slightly as I draw the blinds, cutting off the cheerful afternoon sunlight. The boutique plunges into shadow, the merchandise suddenly eerie in the dimness, like actors frozen in a paused film. Back at the register, I count out the day's meager sales, 2 scarves and a candle, and enter everything into the system. The computer seems deliberately slow today, each click and whir stretching my already frayed nerves. I stuff the cash envelope into the safe beneath the counter, punching in the code twice because my fingers keep hitting the wrong buttons. Come on, I mutter, grabbing my purse from the back room and checking my phone again. The blue dot has stopped moving on North Heights Drive. Kaylee has reached her destination. My mind races with possibilities, each worse than the last. Is Tom angry? Is he already telling her everything? About the articles I wrote? About how I recognized Nate Sullivan's name the moment we were introduced, because I had researched his case years ago? Or worse, will he tell her he was a suspect in Marissa's disappearance himself? I told her I can't have her around him. The thought of Nate sends another ripple of anxiety through me. What would he think if he knew? that his wife once wrote about his family's tragedy, that I recognized him but said nothing. No time to worry about that now. I need to get to Kaylee. I grab my keys from their hook, nearly knocking over a display of jewelry in my haste. The delicate silver chains tangle together, a shimmering mess I have no time to fix. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Deal with the owner's disapproval. Deal with everything except what matters right now, getting to Kaylee before it's too late. The lock clicks behind me with finality. I hurry down the cobblestone walkway of Harbour Square, my low heels clicking against the stone, the sound oddly military. Left, right, a march into battle. Tom's house is 15 minutes away by car, if traffic cooperates. I fumble with my keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock my sedan. The engine roars to life, and I pull away from the curb with more speed than caution, earning a honk from a passing delivery truck. As I navigate through downtown traffic, my mind fills with images of Tom. Tom at his worst, red-faced and shouting, spittle flying from his lips. Tom, who knows exactly where to plant his verbal daggers to cause maximum pain. Tom, who... The memory from the day I realized I had to leave him makes my hands tighten on the steering wheel. Tom, with a grudge, is like a dog with a bone, gnawing and gnawing until he draws blood. And now Kaylee has walked right into his territory, perhaps right into his trap. Is this why she's been investigating Nate? Did Tom plant those initial seeds of suspicion? She can't know. I won't allow it. The traffic light ahead turns yellow. I accelerate through it, ignoring the flutter of guilt. Every minute counts now. 30. Kaylee. My father's house perches on the highest ridge of North Heights Drive, a modernist statement of glass and cedar that seems to float above the harbour fog. It's exactly like him, impressive from a distance, cold upon closer inspection, all sharp angles and polished surfaces that discourage lingering touches. I haven't seen him since the day I asked for his help digging into Nate's financials, which he did, and then called me and told me there was nothing out of the ordinary. I had promised my mum to never contact him again, but things have changed, and I need his help. With the folder of photocopied evidence clutched in my sweating hands, I'm here to get answers about my mum. I press the doorbell and hear its muted chime echo through the cavernous interior. Mum could have fought for this house in the divorce, but she didn't. She said she wanted something cozier, more practical. Now I wonder if she had other reasons, like distance from memories, or perhaps safety from people who knew where the Riley family lived. The door swings open. Dad stands there in pressed slacks and a cashmere sweater, his salt and pepper hair perfectly styled, despite it being a weekday afternoon. He blinks in surprise. Kaylee, this is unexpected. I need to talk to you, I say, stepping forward before he can suggest rescheduling or meeting at a restaurant where emotions can be contained by the presence of strangers. He steps aside with slight awkwardness. Come in. Can I get you something to drink? No, I still don't drink, remember? I move past him into the living room, where floor-to-ceiling windows frame the harbour like an oversized photograph. The room is meticulously arranged, sleek furniture, abstract art, not a single personal photo visible. This isn't a social call. I gathered as much. He sighs and gestures to one of the leather chairs, taking the one opposite. His posture remains perfect, hands resting lightly on the armrests. What's this about? Instead of answering, I open the folder and spread the photocopied articles and photographs across his glass coffee table. The images of Victor Caruso and Marissa Sullivan, the articles about her death and the investigation, all evidence of my mother's secret past. "Did you know?" I ask, watching his face closely. His reaction isn't what I expected. There's no surprise, no confusion, just a tightening around his mouth, a subtle shift in his breathing. His practiced composure cracks, revealing something I rarely see in my father: fear. "Where did you get these?" His voice has lost its smooth, controlled quality. "The Historical Society archives. They keep everything." I lean forward. "These are Mom's photographs and articles from when she was an investigative journalist. She wrote about this case, Marissa Sullivan, who was found murdered in the harbour. She wrote about the suspects, the swim coach and her father, Nate. But this was before she met Nate. Or rather, before she started dating him. Because she must already have known who he was. That's what I don't understand. I need to know why she stopped, and I need to know why she never told me she knew Nate." Dad stands abruptly, moving to the windows as if checking for watchers in the meticulously landscaped garden below. When he turns back, the polished business persona has vanished completely. "Your mother was a damn good investigative photojournalist." His voice holds something I've never heard from him: pride mixed with regret. "She had an eye for detail that could tell stories without words." "What happened?" I press, as I take in the revelation that my mum was brilliant at the very thing I want to pursue. He returns to his chair, leaning forward with elbows on knees. "She got too close. It became personal. She got scared. Someone broke into her home and trashed it. She received letters, threatening ones." "And then?" I prompt when he falls silent. His eyes meet mine directly. "We were divorced at the time, but she came to me for advice because it involved you. This someone, whoever they were, sent photos of you. 16 years old, walking home from high school, standing at your locker, sitting alone in the park where you used to read." His voice drops lower. "They included a note. Pretty daughters should be careful in this city." Ice forms in my stomach. "They threatened me to get to her." It worked. Dad runs a hand through his perfectly styled hair, disheveling it. "Your mother was fearless about her own safety, but she—" He swallows. "She moved the two of you to a different place, destroyed every piece of evidence she had, deleted digital files, burned prints, quit her job the same day." "Why the boutique? Why Harbour Square?" I ask, struggling to reconcile the brave photographer with the mother I know, cautious, practical, content with a smaller life. "Hiding in plain sight." His laugh holds no humor. "She chose it because it was public, always surrounded by people. Safer than somewhere isolated. She didn't want to uproot you and take you away from your life here and your friends, so instead she decided to keep a close eye on you." I look down at the photographs, my mother's secret past spread across my father's pristine coffee table. "Did you support her decision? To give up her career?" Something complicated crosses his face. "I wanted her to go to the police, to get protection. She refused, said involving authorities would only escalate the situation." His fingers tap against the armrest. "It was one of many things we disagreed on." "Was that why you split up? Why you divorced? Because you never agreed on things?" "Mum never told me why." "Does she know?" Dad asks, nodding toward the folder, refusing to answer my question. "That you found these?" "No, I came to you first." He stands again, gathering the papers with uncharacteristic urgency. These need to be destroyed, Kaylee. But, I interrupt, these are just copies from public archives. It doesn't matter. He stacks the papers carefully, though his fingers tremble slightly, a detail I've never associated with my steady, confident father. He glances toward the window, then back at me. Stop digging, Kaylee. Live your life. Some things are better left buried. The doorbell chimes. Dad flinches. I need to get that, he says, relief washing over his face. Delivery. Wait here. The front door crashes open. Mom's voice cuts through the house. Kaylee! Kaylee! I stumble toward her voice. When she appears in the doorway, her face transforms from anger to worry in an instant. There are things you need to know about your father, she says. The real reason we got divorced. She tries to continue, but he cuts her off. Don't do this, Emily. His voice is stripped bare, unrecognizable. I can see real pain in his expression, but he knows he can't stop her. He takes a deep breath and makes the confession himself. Your mother caught me with someone. A pause, so long and brittle it could snap. She was 18 then, but not when it started. Mum shakes her head. I know what she's thinking, as if it matters. Reality slips sideways. I grip the edge of the table as if I'm falling, but the room tips anyway. In an instant, his entire life, my entire life, rewrites itself. The endless custody hearings, the whispered arguments, the way Mom would always hesitate when I asked why Dad couldn't come to my piano recital or pick me up from school. The mental image of the two of them as young parents, fighting in our dusty kitchen over bills and schedules, vaporizes, and is replaced with something uglier, something I don't want to look at. He stares at the floor, defeated. She reported me. Charges were dropped, but when Marissa Sullivan disappeared, I was their first suspect. He looks up at me, eyes so hollow, it's like someone scooped out everything that ever made him my father. Once you're branded a sex offender, it follows you, even if I was never convicted. They held me for weeks before admitting they had nothing. The air between us thickens until it's choking me. I watch him shrink in his chair. I watch myself shrink inside my own body, wanting to leave, to run, to hit rewind so hard the tape snaps. It's like I'm watching a movie about somebody else's family, somebody else's dad. But then he reaches for my hand, and suddenly I'm in the scene again, forced to play my part. Say something, please, Kaylee. Your mom tried to keep this from you by keeping me away. I agreed it was for the best. You're still my daughter. I still love you. My voice is gone. It's as if I used it up on all the years of arguing with Mom over why I couldn't have a normal father, why everyone else seemed to get joint custody and Sunday dinners and awkward family game nights, but I got silence and secrets. Now the silence makes sense. Now the secrets have a shape, a name, a record in the county clerk's office. I remember the way Mum would go pale when she saw his name on the caller ID, the way even my best friend's parents wouldn't let her sleep over if Dad was in town. All those tiny betrayals, those moments that made me feel like an outsider in my own life. He's crying now. Not sobbing, just leaking, the tears carving silent tracks down his weathered face. It's so undignified, so unlike him, that it makes me angry. I want to shake him, to demand why he couldn't have just told the truth in the first place and spared us both the slow, corrosive damage of not knowing. But I can't move. I'm paralyzed, not just by the revelation, but by the way it instantly rearranges my memories, placing new labels on old hurts. I want to ask what happened to Marissa Sullivan. I want to ask if Mom ever truly forgave him. I want to ask if the girl was someone I went to school with, if I ever saw them together, if I ever noticed anything at all. But the words won't come. Instead, I just sit there, reliving every moment I ever doubted my mother's warnings. Every time I wished for a dad who would show up, who would care, who would not make me a punchline or a cautionary tale. I don't even notice when Dad stands up from the table or when he begins gathering the articles into a neat pile, tucking them under his arm as if he can erase the past by sheer force of tidiness. He doesn't look at me as he moves to the kitchen sink and runs the disposal, grinding the papers into pulp and sludge. The sound is deafening, and for a second I imagine diving into the drain, disappearing with everything else. He wipes his hands on a dish towel, the gesture automatic. "You don't have to forgive me," he says, his eyes fixed on the linoleum. Just don't let it ruin you too." But it already has. I realize, with a clarity that's both liberating and terrifying, that I am no longer the daughter who begged for a father's attention, no longer the child who believed that secrets were just stories with missing pages. I am something else now. I am someone with a truth that can never be untold, a scar that will never fade. The words splinter as they leave my mouth. I don't know what to say. He nods, accepting this as the only response possible. The silence swells between us, becoming almost visible in the stale kitchen air. My legs feel cemented to the floor. My scream stays trapped behind teeth I've clenched so hard my jaw aches. 31. Kaylee. The car feels like a confession booth, small and airless. Mum's knuckles are white on the steering wheel, her profile a study in tension against the backdrop of passing storefronts. I turn toward the passenger window, watching shadows stretch across the sidewalk as the late afternoon sun sinks lower. Traffic lights blur past us, red, green, yellow, their colours washing over Mum's face. Neither of us speaks. The only sound is the soft hum of tyres against asphalt and the occasional click of the turn signal. I can feel questions building in my chest, like steam in a pressure cooker, but I hold them in, letting the silence stretch between us like a live wire. A car horn blares somewhere behind us. Mom flinches, her hands jerking on the wheel before settling again. It's the most emotion she's shown since Tom let slip the truth about his past, a truth she clearly never intended for me to know. "I'm sorry you had to find this out," she finally says, her voice cracking the silence like thin ice. "I tried to protect you, I really did. I didn't want you to know these things about your father." I turn to face her, my body shifting in the seat like it belongs to someone else. Heat rises in my cheeks, not from embarrassment but anger, slow burning and steady. I don't know why, but for some reason I blame her. She's the one I'm angry with. "There are things I don't know about you too," I say, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "Why didn't you tell me you investigated the swim coach for the disappearance of Nate's daughter? You knew Nate. You knew who he was all along?" Mum's breath catches, her hands momentarily slipping on the wheel. The car drifts toward the yellow line before she corrects it with a jerky motion. That's not your," she stammers, her voice small and defensive. "Not my what?" I cut her off, my voice rising. "Not my business? You've been lying to me for months, making me think Nate just appeared in our lives, that you were this innocent victim of his manipulation. But you knew him. You were investigating him." She swallows hard, her throat working. I wasn't investigating Nate directly. It was the swim coach. There were rumors about him, about girls going missing. There was another one 10 years before Marissa. Another girl like Marissa, I press, watching her face carefully. Nate's daughter. A flash of pain crosses her features, there and gone in an instant. Yes. And then you got scared because someone broke into your house, and you stopped. My voice cracks with disbelief. What if you could have helped find the murderer? Mum's jaw tightens as she signals for a turn, guiding the car onto a quieter side street. The shadows here are deeper, the light filtering through a canopy of elm trees that line the boulevard. It's not that simple, she says after a long moment. They threaten to kill you. I stare at her profile, searching for signs that I've misheard. Who? I manage, my voice suddenly thin. She takes a deep breath, her chest rising and falling beneath her blouse. Whoever they are. The murderer. Her voice drops lower. I was getting close. Too close. Then one night I came home and found your old teddy bear on my bed. My stomach twists. Mr. Buttons. It was my childhood companion. Mum told me she threw it out since it was old and dirty, and I was too old for teddy bears. It had broken my heart. She nods, her eyes never leaving the road. His head had been cut off, sewn back on, but wrong. There was a note pinned to him. Her voice wavers. It said they knew your school schedule, your routes home, your friends' names, that next time it wouldn't be a bear. A chill spreads through me despite the warm afternoon. Why didn't you go to the police? I did. The bitter laugh that escapes her doesn't sound like my mother at all. They took a report, said they'd look into it, suggested I install a security system. She shakes her head. A week later, I found photographs on my doorstep, pictures of you. Pictures only someone following you could have taken. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold. The idea that someone was watching me, stalking me, makes my skin crawl. That's when I stopped the investigation, Mum continues. I did what I could to protect you, what I had to do. Her voice catches. But it's been killing me ever since. The car slows as we approach a red light. I stare at her, this stranger who is my mother, trying to reconcile the woman who makes chicken soup when I'm sick with the investigative journalist who hunted killers. All those years, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, you just gave up, let a murderer walk free. Her hands tighten on the wheel again. I gave up the active investigation, but I never stopped watching, waiting. I kept some files, photographs. I couldn't let it go completely. The light changes to green, Mum accelerates too quickly, and the car lurches forward. Neither of us acknowledges it. So that's why you were so eager to believe in Nate, I say, the pieces starting to click together. You already knew his story. You thought he was a victim too. You understood why he would attack Victor. You sought him out. She doesn't answer directly, her gaze fixed on the road ahead, but I can see something shift in her expression, a subtle softening around the edges of her mouth. I failed once, she says finally, her voice hollow. I couldn't bring myself to fail again. We lapse into silence once more, but it's different now, charged with revelations and unasked questions. I turn back to the window, watching the familiar streets of Harbourview Heights slide past, everything looking slightly different now, as if I'm seeing it through a cracked lens. My mother isn't who I thought she was. Neither is my father. Neither is Nate. And somewhere in this web of secrets and half-truths is the answer to what happened to Marissa and what might happen to us. The car slows at a red light, bathing Mom's face in crimson. The harsh glow turns her familiar features alien, highlighting the shadows beneath her eyes and the tense set of her jaw. I shift in my seat to fully face her, my seatbelt cutting into my shoulder. There's no turning back now. We've crossed some invisible line, and I need answers, all of them, no matter how painful. Was that why you started talking to Nate? I ask, watching her face carefully for any flicker of deception. Because of your investigation. You couldn't let it go after. Mom's shoulders slump slightly, deflating as if the question has punctured something vital inside her. Her fingers drum nervously on the wheel, a tell I've never noticed before. How many other habits of hers have I missed, misinterpreted, or simply never seen? Yes, I contacted him, okay? The admission bursts from her like she's been holding it back for too long. I couldn't stop thinking about it, especially after Mom died. The light changes to green. Mom accelerates through the intersection, her movements mechanical, a driver on autopilot while her mind races elsewhere. Why? I press, keeping my voice even though my heart hammers against my ribs. Why couldn't you let it go? She takes a shaky breath, and for a moment I think she might not answer. Then the words come, strained and quiet. Because there were connections I couldn't ignore. My mother, your grandmother, she knew things. Mom's hands tighten on the wheel. When I was going through her things after the funeral, I found her old journals. She'd written about the Carusos. I feel my eyebrows lift in surprise. She knew them. They used to be neighbors back in the 70s, before the family money really took off. Mum's voice takes on a distant quality, as if she's reciting a story she's told herself many times. My mother was just a teenager then, but she remembered Victor. We pass through another intersection, the shadows of buildings stretching longer across the street as the sun dips lower. I try to picture my grandmother as a young girl, living next door to a family that would one day be connected to so much pain. She wrote about an incident, Mum continues, her voice dropping lower. There was a young girl in the neighborhood who died, fell from a treehouse. But one of Victor's friends told people that Victor had pushed her. A chill runs through me despite the warm car. On purpose. Mom nods, her eyes never leaving the road. According to what my mother wrote, Victor wanted to see what it was like. Those were her words, to see what it was like to watch someone fall, to watch someone die. She swallows hard. Victor would have been about 11 at the time. The implication is clear. A child capable of murder, growing into a man capable of worse. It was never proven, Mom adds, as if sensing my thoughts. No charges were filed. The official story was that the girl slipped, but my mother never forgot it. She wrote that she'd watch Victor sometimes from her bedroom window, and that he would stand completely still in the yard, staring at nothing for hours. We turn onto our street, the familiar row of apartment buildings coming into view. Usually the sight of home brings comfort, but today it feels like we're driving towards something waiting for us, something patient and dangerous. When I read that, Mum says, all these years after starting my investigation, I couldn't help thinking that Victor Caruso might be capable of anything. Maybe Marissa defied him on something, I don't know. She sighs heavily. But it made me wonder if what happened to Marissa was exactly what Nate thought. I wanted to help. The car slows as we approach our building. I think of Nate, of his careful charm and controlled anger, of the secrets he keeps compartmentalized behind that easy smile. Do you think Dad would be capable of murdering Marissa? The question escapes me before I can consider the weight of it. Mum pulls the car to the curb outside our apartment building, turning off the engine. In the sudden silence, her breathing sounds too loud, too shallow. I wish I could say no, but I can't, she says finally, staring straight ahead through the windshield. I don't know. There were inconsistencies in his story, things that never quite added up. The timeline of when Marissa disappeared, your father claims he was at home, but he told me he was with a friend. She turns to me, her eyes searching mine. But he's also your father, and I know him. Well, I thought I did, till I caught him. That's why you wanted to prove so badly that Caruso did it. You are staking your life on it, I reply, the words feeling alien in my mouth. And mine, she flinches. Now you understand why I needed to protect you, why I was scared. Her hand reaches for mine, hovering uncertainly between us. When I contacted Nate, I thought maybe I could finally learn the truth. Maybe help find out what really happened to Marissa. I never expected. She trails off. To fall in love with him, I finish for her. She nods, looking suddenly small and vulnerable in the driver's seat. It wasn't part of the plan. The first drops of rain begin to spatter against the windshield, small, dark circles appearing on the glass. They remind me of bullet holes for some reason. We sit in silence, neither making a move to exit the car. The rain falls harder now, creating a curtain between us and the outside world, a temporary shelter from whatever waits for us in that apartment with Nate's things, Nate's presence. I think of Leah's warning about her father's pattern with women, about Detective Bonetti's veiled cautions, about Tom's concern etched into the lines of his face. I think about the possibility that the man sleeping in our home, the man my mother married, might have killed his own daughter, and my mother might be too in love to see it. 32. Emily. With everything that Kaylee found out, I understood instantly that she needed space. Dropping her off at the mall she used to frequent with Jen as a teen, rummaging through stores and wandering about trying to catch the eyes of the boys in town. But it doesn't mean I haven't been thinking about her all day. I flipped the sign to "closed" for the second time today and turned the deadbolt with a practiced twist. The familiar routine of ending another day at work, suddenly feeling anything but routine. The boutique's interior glows warm against the gathering darkness outside. Display lights illuminating cashmere sweaters and hand-blown glass ornaments that wealthy tourists will happily overpay for tomorrow. But tonight, as fog presses against the windows like ghostly fingers, I can't shake the sensation of being watched, a feeling I haven't experienced in years, but remember all too well. Kaylee hadn't said anything on the drive, but I feel certain everything's going to be okay. She knows the truth now, and I'm certain she's on my side. I never wanted her to know the threats to her safety, being involved in all of this, but perhaps her awareness will make her more able to defend herself. We still don't know who hurt Marissa, who we shouldn't trust, but hopefully she'll feel safe at home with Nate and me now. We'll protect her. My hand drifts instinctively to my stomach as I gather my purse and keys. Still flat, no visible evidence of the life growing inside me, but the protective gesture comes unbidden now. The pregnancy has heightened something primal in me, some awareness of vulnerability that I've spent years suppressing beneath scarves and sales tags. Arbeit Square has emptied of the daytime crowds. Streetlights create hazy halos in the thickening fog, their glow insufficient against the gathering darkness. Most shops closed an hour ago. Only the wine bar at the corner still shows signs of life, muted laughter occasionally breaking the evening quiet. My car waits in the employees section of the lot, one of only 3 vehicles remaining. Thinking of Nate, I need to figure out what to tell him when I get home. As I cross the cobblestones, the click of my low heels echoes against the brick facades. I fish my keys from my purse, positioning them between my fingers in a gesture so automatic I don't consciously recognize doing it until the metal presses against my skin. Old habits, muscle memory from a life I thought I'd left behind. Something shifts in my peripheral vision, movement where there should be none, a shadow detaching from the deeper darkness beneath the oak trees that border the lot. I don't turn my head, don't give any indication that I've noticed, but my pace increases slightly, my senses sharpening to a painful clarity I haven't needed in years. My car chirps softly as I unlock it, the sound absurdly cheerful in the tense silence. As I slide into the driver's seat and pull the door closed, headlights flick on in a vehicle parked in the shadows near the lot's entrance, a car I hadn't noticed until this moment, positioned to observe the employee exit without being immediately visible. "Don't panic," I whisper to myself, starting the engine with hands that want to tremble but don't. Another muscle memory, the ability to function through fear. Could be nothing. Could be coincidence. I pull out of the lot, turning right toward the harbour rather than left toward home. In my rearview mirror, the headlights from the shadowed car ease forward, following at a discreet distance. Still could be coincidence. Harbour Heights isn't so large that 2 cars couldn't share a route. At the next intersection I signal left, then switch at the last moment to turn right. The car behind me hesitates at the intersection, then makes the same right turn. My heart pounds against my ribs, no longer able to deny what's happening. I'm being followed. My mind races through possibilities as I navigate the misty streets, making another random turn that no reasonable commuter would take. Who would be following me? The car maintains its distance, professional, patient, content to track rather than approach. I recognize the technique from another lifetime when I studied such things for very different reasons. This isn't a random stalker or an opportunistic predator. This is surveillance with purpose. I take a series of turns designed to confirm what I already know, leading us deeper into the commercial district where buildings sit dark and empty at this hour. With each turn, my options become clearer. I can't go home, can't lead whoever this is back to Kaylee. My knuckles whiten on the steering wheel as I approach the warehouse district, where the fog hangs thicker between the tall buildings. The damp air seems to swallow the streetlights here, creating pockets of impenetrable shadow. Perfect for losing a tail if you know what you're doing. And despite years of pretending otherwise, I do know. I make a sharp turn down a narrow service alley between 2 abandoned warehouses. The kind of place deliveries once occurred, but now serves only as a shortcut for those who know the city's hidden veins. Halfway down the alley, I cut my headlights and engine, letting momentum carry me behind a massive dumpster that shields my car from the alley entrance. The silence that follows feels explosive in its intensity, just my breathing and the occasional drip of condensation from fire escapes overhead. I slide down in my seat, eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, watching the alley entrance through a gap between the dumpster and the brick wall. Seconds stretch into minutes. Has the driver realized I've vanished? Given up the pursuit? Then headlights sweep slowly across the opening of the alley, illuminating swirling fog and damp pavement. The vehicle crawls past, momentarily visible. A black SUV with tinted windows, generic enough to blend into any setting, notable only for its studded anonymity. I catch a glimpse of the driver as the car passes through a pool of streetlight. Just a silhouette, really. Impossible to identify features beyond a dark hat or hood that obscures their head. I wait 5 full minutes after the SUV disappears, counting seconds in my head, the way I used to when timing long exposures in low light. When I finally restart my car and ease out of my hiding spot, I take an entirely different route home, zigzagging through residential streets, doubling back occasionally, watching for headlights that might appear too consistently in my mirrors. By the time I reach the outskirts of the district where our apartment sits, my hands have stopped trembling, replaced by a cold, focused clarity I haven't felt in years. As I park in the underground garage beneath our building, checking each shadow before exiting my car, one thought circles continuously. They found me. After 5 years of hiding in plain sight, of pretending to be nothing more than a boutique manager with a teenage daughter and now a new husband, someone has recognized me, or connected me to Nate, or both. Either way, the careful walls between my past and present are crumbling, and with a new life growing inside me, the stakes have never been higher. 33. Kaylee. The mall is too bright, too loud, too normal. I push through the entrance doors, leaving the rain and the conversation with Mum behind, though the weight of her revelations follows me inside like a shadow. Music filters through overhead speakers, cheerful melodies that grate against my raw nerves. The place is packed with shoppers, their faces flushed with purpose as they clutch shopping bags and checklists. I drift past store windows like a ghost. My reflection follows me, pale face, dark circles under my eyes, hair tucked messily behind my ears. I look like someone who's just discovered her entire life is built on lies, which I suppose I am. A saleswoman offers me a perfume sample. I shake my head and keep walking. The scent trails after me anyway, something floral and heavy that reminds me of funerals. My grandmother's funeral, specifically. The grandmother who, according to Mum, knew the Carusos before they were monsters. Before Victor pushed a little girl from a treehouse just to watch her fall. I stop at the railing overlooking the lower level, gripping the cool metal with both hands. The floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. I close my eyes, trying to steady myself. When I open them again, I focus on a mother and daughter at a jewelry counter below. The girl points excitedly at something in the display case. The mother smiles, touches her daughter's hair with casual affection. Such a simple moment. Such an impossible one for me now. Kaylee? The voice startles me. I turn to find Jason Reynolds standing a few feet away, his expression concerned. He wears a dark blue sweater that brings out his eyes, jeans that fit perfectly, and an expression of genuine concern that seems so real it makes my chest ache. Jason. His name comes out flat, wary. I haven't forgotten what Leah told me about Nate's pattern with women. If Jason is Nate's friend, his confidant, can I trust him at all? You look upset. What's on your mind? He steps closer, his voice dropping to match the intimacy of the question. Up close, I notice details I've missed before. A small scar near his right eyebrow, the way his eyes crinkle at the corners even when he's not fully smiling. A single grey hair at his temple that catches the light. I'm fine. The lie falls dead between us. Even I don't believe it. His mouth quirks in a half smile that acknowledges the obvious untruth. Right. And I'm Santa Claus. He glances around at the crowds. Look, this isn't really the place to talk. There's a coffee shop just down there. He gestures toward the north wing of the mall, where I can make out a cafe front with twinkling white lights in the window. Let me buy you a coffee. You look like you could use something warm. I hesitate, studying his face. Jason Reynolds is undeniably attractive. Not in Nate's obvious brooding way, but in a quieter, steadier manner that feels more authentic. There's a softness to his eyes that seems genuine, but I've learned the hard way that seeming is far from being. Why? I ask, more bluntly than I intend. He seems taken aback by the question. Why what? Why care that I look upset? Why approach me at all? My fingers still grip the railing, anchoring me in place. You're Nate's friend, not mine. Something flickers across his face, hurt maybe, or surprise at my directness. I've known Nate a long time, yes, but that doesn't mean I can't be concerned about you too. He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so similar to Nate's that it makes me wonder if one learned it from the other. Look, if you want me to leave you alone, just say so. But it's pretty obvious something's wrong, and sometimes it helps to talk to someone who isn't directly involved. But that's just it. He is involved. Everyone is involved in this web that keeps expanding, threads connecting in ways I never imagined. My mother to Nate, Nate to Jason, Jason to me. Standing here, offering comfort I desperately want, but don't know if I can trust. A family passes behind us, a toddler squealing with delight as his father hoists him onto his shoulders. The sound pierces through my thoughts, reminding me that I'm standing in the middle of a crowded mall, having an existential crisis, while Muzak plays overhead. Fine, I say finally, releasing the railing. Relief crosses his features, genuine and warm. Great. He gestures toward the cafe, maintaining a respectful distance as we begin walking. I recommend their peppermint hot chocolate. It's basically dessert in a cup. I find myself noticing the way he moves, confident but not domineering, the careful space he keeps between us, the occasional glances to ensure I'm still with him. Nothing like Nate's controlling presence, or the way he always seems to be steering Mum, physically and emotionally. I didn't expect to see you here, I say, as we navigate around a group of teenagers taking selfies. Birthday shopping, he explains, patting his jacket pocket. I have a niece who's turning 5. What about you? The truth, that I fled here after learning my mother has been lying to me for years about her past, and her previous connection to my stepfather, feels too heavy for this moment. Too dangerous to share with someone I'm not sure I can trust. Just needed to get out of the house, I say instead, which isn't entirely untrue. He nods as if this makes perfect sense, as if he understands the need to escape. Perhaps he does. Perhaps he's been caught in Nate's orbit long enough to know what it feels like to need air. As we approach the cafe with its warm golden light spilling onto the walkway, I feel a flutter of something unexpected beneath my anxiety, a whisper of attraction, of curiosity about the man beside me. It's inconvenient and possibly dangerous, but it's also the first normal emotion I've felt in days. I hold on to it like a charm as we step through the door into the scent of coffee and cinnamon and possibilities I shouldn't be considering. The cafe embraces us with warmth. Fairy lights twinkle in the windows, casting soft golden patterns across the wooden tables. It's quieter here. The mall's music reduced to a distant hum, the conversations around us creating a gentle bubble of white noise. Jason guides me to a small table near the window, his hand hovering near the small of my back without actually touching me, a gesture that's both respectful and oddly intimate. I slide into my seat, watching him through lowered lashes as he orders our drinks at the counter. Peppermint hot chocolate for me, black coffee for himself. Simple choices that somehow reveal character. When he returns with our drinks, steam rises between us like a veil. I wrap my cold fingers around the ceramic mug, letting its warmth seep into my skin. Jason settles across from me, his movements deliberate, unhurried. Neither of us speaks immediately, the silence stretching between us, not entirely uncomfortable, but weighted with expectation. "So," he says finally, his voice low enough that only I can hear it. "You want to tell me what's got you looking like you're carrying the weight of the world on those beautiful shoulders?" I stare into the swirl of whipped cream melting into my hot chocolate. How much can I say? How much should I say? The line between seeking help and exposing myself to potential danger feels razor thin. "It's complicated," I manage, taking a small sip of my drink. The sweetness hits my tongue. Too sweet, but somehow exactly what I need. Most things worth talking about are. His smile is gentle, patient. Nothing like Nate's calculated charm or Tom's distant concern. I'm a good listener. Comes with the territory when you work construction. Lots of time to listen while you're hammering things. The joke lands softly between us, drawing a reluctant smile from me despite everything. I trace the rim of my mug with my finger, organizing my thoughts. "My mum and I had a fight." I begin cautiously, testing the waters. "About Nate." Jason nods, his expression neutral. "I figured it might be something like that. Things haven't been easy since the wedding, have they?" "No." I meet his eyes directly, searching for any sign of deception. "She's changed since she met him. It's like she's become someone else entirely." "People often change in relationships," he offers. "Not always in bad ways." "This isn't about her picking up his habit of leaving the cap off the toothpaste," I snap, then immediately regret my sharpness. "Sorry, I exhale heavily. "I'm worried about her." Jason leans forward slightly, his coffee untouched. "What specifically worries you about him?" The genuine concern in his voice makes me want to tell him everything, about Mum's past investigation, about Leah's warnings, about Detective Bonetti's veiled cautions. But I can't forget that this man has known Nate for years, has been his friend and colleague through who knows what. "She's changing her life completely for him," I say instead, keeping to safer truths. "Sold our house, taking out loans, moving us into that apartment in a whole new neighborhood." I swallow hard. "And now I find out she's been keeping things from me, important things." "That sounds hard," Jason says, his voice softening. "Feeling like your mother is slipping away, becoming someone you don't recognize." The simple acknowledgement of my pain catches me off guard. My eyes burn suddenly, and I blink rapidly to clear them. "She's all I've had for years," I admit, my voice barely audible. "Now I don't even know who she is anymore." Jason reaches for the sugar dispenser at the same moment I do. Our fingers brush, and a small electric current seems to pass between us. We both pull back, startled by the contact. I feel heat rise to my cheeks as he offers an apologetic smile. "Sorry," he murmurs, sliding the sugar toward me. "You first." I shake my head. I don't actually need it. My drink is already sweet enough to cause instant diabetes. His laugh is warm, genuine. Fair enough. He adds a single packet to his coffee, stirring slowly. For what it's worth, I've known Nate a long time. He's complicated, deeply flawed in some ways, but fundamentally, I believe he's a good person. Even with his temper, I challenge, watching his reaction carefully. The way he gets when anyone mentions Marissa. Jason's expression sobers, especially then. He takes a sip of his coffee before continuing. Losing a child. It breaks something in you that never fully heals. I've seen what it's done to him over the years. The rage, the obsession, the need to find answers or someone to blame. He shakes his head slightly. It doesn't excuse his behavior, but it explains it. That's what scares me, I admit, wrapping my fingers more tightly around my mug. I'm afraid his obsession with revenge will end up putting my mum in danger. Jason's gaze sharpens, his attention entirely focused on me now. Has something happened to make you think that? Something specific? I hesitate, uncertain how much to reveal. Just things I've overheard, conversations. The way he acts sometimes, like he's always looking over his shoulder. The secret phone calls. He nods slowly, as if this confirms something he already suspected. I'll keep an eye on him, he promises, his voice dropping lower. And I'll let you know if I see anything concerning. You can trust me on that, Kaylee. Can I? The question escapes. Instead of being offended, he seems to appreciate my directness. Fair question. He leans back slightly, considering me. I've known Nate for over a decade. I've seen him at his best and his absolute worst. But that doesn't mean I'm blind to who he is or what he's capable of. His eyes hold mine steadily. I care about what happens to innocent people caught in his wake. People like you and your mum. Something in his tone makes me believe him, even as caution whispers in my ear. Why would you help me against your friend? Who said anything about against? His smile returns, softer now. Helping you understand Nate. Helping keep your mom safe if needed. That's not betraying him. It's just being human. Our conversation shifts then, as if by mutual agreement, to lighter topics. He asks about college, about what I'm studying, about books I've read recently. I find myself responding more easily than I would have expected, drawn to his genuine interest and the way he listens, really listens, when I speak. Occasional moments of subtle flirtation slip through, a lingering glance, a smile held a beat too long, our fingers almost but not quite touching on the table between us. When we've both finished our drinks and the conversation reaches a natural pause, Jason checks his watch. I should probably get back to my shopping. Those presents won't buy themselves. I nod, suddenly reluctant to leave this warm pocket of normalcy. Thanks for the hot chocolate, and for listening. Any time. He stands, waiting for me to gather my things. I mean that literally, Kaylee. Any time you need to talk, day or night. He reaches over and grabs my phone in my hand, then taps in a number. Here, now you have my number. Call if you need anything, even if it's just someone to listen. As we walk toward the cafe exit, he touches my arm gently, a brief, warm pressure that lingers even after he withdraws his hand. Take care of yourself, okay? And remember, you don't have to carry everything alone. I tuck the phone into my pocket, nodding without making promises. As I walk away, heading back into the vacation chaos of the mall, I feel something I haven't experienced since this nightmare began. A small, fragile bubble of relief. For the first time in weeks, I've spoken to someone who seems to understand. someone who might actually be able to help. Or someone who's playing me perfectly, a cynical voice whispers in my mind. Another person connected to Nate, another potential threat. But as I glance back and catch Jason watching me go, concern still etched in his features, I allow myself to hope, just briefly, that I might have found a genuine ally in this dangerous game. 34. Kaylee. My new bedroom at Mum and Nate's apartment is still unfinished. It needs a lick of paint, some personality, but at least the photos I had up at the old house are gone. I eye the box of them as I return, happy to see Mum and Nate aren't home yet, and head over to the cardboard box, reaching in to bring out my once treasured possessions. Polaroids of Devon and me. I still haven't responded to his missed calls, and I know I likely won't. Somehow, Jason's kind voice is too much of a distraction. Devon was my first crush, the only guy I've ever been with. But today it feels like maybe I could move on. I sit cross-legged on my bed, surrounded by Devon's old letters and a necklace he bought me, the silver chain sparkling as the overhead light hits it. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, the screen illuminating with a text notification. Unknown number. I reach for it. Stop asking questions, or your mother pays the price. The words freeze the blood in my veins. My hand trembles as I stare at the message, reading it over and over, each repetition making it more real, more threatening. How? How could anyone know what I've been researching? Who is watching? I glance instinctively toward my window, though the blinds are drawn tight against the evening darkness. Another buzz. This isn't a game. Back off, now. My breath comes in shallow gasps as I fumble with the phone, navigating to my browser to search how to trace a text number. The results aren't promising. Without specialized software or police resources, tracking a number is nearly impossible, especially if it's a burner phone. And this has to be a burner, anonymous, untraceable, disposable. I set the phone face down on my nightstand, trying to steady my breathing. Someone knows I've been investigating Nate, investigating Caruso. Someone considers me enough of a threat to make direct contact. The realization should terrify me into stopping. That would be the rational response, but instead it only confirms I'm onto something significant. You don't threaten people who aren't getting close to the truth, I whisper to my empty room, a mantra to bolster my resolve. As I gather the photocopies from the Historical Society archives from underneath my bed, a smaller clipping flutters to the floor, something I hadn't noticed before, tugged between the pages of a larger article. I bend to retrieve it, and the headline stops my breath. Questions remain in Sullivan's suicide case. The article is small, just a few paragraphs tucked away on an inner page. The kind of follow-up that editors run when a story hasn't been fully resolved but no longer warrants front-page attention. It's dated 3 months after Clara Sullivan's death, written by a reporter who apparently wasn't satisfied with the official ruling. Sources close to the investigation cite unusual inconsistencies in the case of Clara Sullivan, 45, found dead in her bathtub on April 17th. The position of the body was described as awkward by one source, who questioned how Sullivan could have arranged herself that way after consuming a lethal dose of sedatives. Additionally, the prescription bottles found at the scene were empty, with no names on them and no record of recent refills at local pharmacies. Most puzzling to friends was the suicide note, which contained phrasing that long-time acquaintances claim Clara would never use. Despite these concerns, authorities have closed the case, citing insufficient evidence to pursue other theories. I read the paragraph 3 times, my suspicion about Nate crystallizing with each repetition. The timing, while he was safely in prison, providing an unbreakable alibi. The convenient removal of a wife who might have been asking too many questions. The way the case was quickly closed, despite obvious inconsistencies. I pinned the article to my wall, stepping back to view it alongside the other evidence I've gathered. The connections form before my eyes. Marissa Sullivan is murdered. My mother was investigating the murder case and covering it for the paper before being threatened and retreating to anonymity. Clara Sullivan dies under suspicious circumstances while Nate is in prison. Nate is released from prison and dates my mother. They marry quickly, and he gains access to her finances, her home, her life. Her evidence, if she kept any. My hand shakes as I draw red lines between these events in my head, creating a web of connections that can't possibly be coincidental. The most disturbing possibility forms in my mind. What if Nate killed his own daughter, and then had someone kill his wife, maybe because she knew he did it? I step back from my wall, the full picture finally coming into focus. If my theory is correct, Mom isn't just in danger of financial exploitation. She's in physical danger from a man who may have arranged his first wife's murder and disguised it as suicide. A man who is obsessed with pinning the murder on someone else. Rain begins to patter against my window, soft at first, then with increasing intensity, as if the sky itself is warning of the storm to come. I think of Detective Bonetti. If I call Bonetti, I cross a line that can't be uncrossed. I involve official law enforcement in what has been my private investigation. I potentially put Mom in more danger if Nate discovers I've reached out to the detective. If I don't call, will I regret it? Lightning flashes, briefly illuminating my room in harsh white light, casting stark shadows across my evidence wall. The thunder that follows seems to shake the very foundation of our apartment, nature itself weighing in on my dilemma. I reach for my phone, the weight of everything I've discovered pressing down on me like the storm clouds gathering outside. The text is the proof I need. Mom is in danger. The baby she carries is in danger, and I may be the only person who knows enough of the truth to save them. My finger hovers over the keypad as rain lashes against the windows like a warning, like a clock running out of time. 35. Emily. Sunlight streams through the naked windows of our new apartment, painting geometric patterns across the floors and boxes. I pause, wiping sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand, surveying the chaos of our half-settled life. 2 months of marriage, and we're still living among cardboard and packing tape, our belongings in transition, just like us. Nate left early this morning for a meeting with suppliers, leaving me to chip away at the mountain of boxes. Just the kitchen and bathroom stuff, he'd said, kissing my temple before slipping out the door. Leave the heavy lifting for me. But I've always been bad at waiting, at leaving things unfinished. I pick my way through the maze of our remaining boxes, labelled kitchen, bedroom, Emily's books, in my careful handwriting, others marked Nate's stuff or tools in his more hurried scrawl. I slice open a box labelled photography with my house key and exhale at the sight of my Nikon nestled in its padded case, surrounded by accordion folders of client files. I touch it briefly before letting it go and closing up the box. My fingers then trace the rough edge of a brick wall as I move to a stack of unopened boxes in the corner. Might as well be productive while I'm alone with my thoughts. I've been doing a lot of that lately, thinking, about Nate's confessions regarding Marissa and Clara, about his quest for answers, about the $30,000 I've invested in a business that might be partly a cover operation. Each revelation has shifted the ground beneath my feet, leaving me constantly struggling to find my balance. The box labeled Tools seems innocuous enough. I slice through the packing tape with a kitchen knife, the sound sharp in the quiet apartment. Inside, I find what I expect at first: a hammer, screwdrivers, a level, a tape measure. Practical things for our new life together. I lift them out, one by one, organizing them on the floor beside me, thinking about where we might put a tool drawer in the kitchen. That's when my fingers brush against something cold and heavy, beneath a folded drop cloth at the bottom of the box. The metal is smooth and unmistakable under my fingertips. My heart immediately skips a beat, then begins racing. I know what it is before I even move the cloth aside. A primal recognition that sends adrenaline flooding through my system. Slowly, as if moving underwater, I pull back the fabric to reveal a handgun, matte black and deadly serious against the cardboard. My hands start to tremble as I stare at it. A gun. In our home. In a box Nate packed himself. I should leave it there. I should close the box, pretend I never saw it. But I can't. With trembling fingers, I lift it out, holding it by the grip as if it might bite me. It's heavier than I expected, substantial in a way that makes its purpose impossible to ignore. I know nothing about guns, can't tell the make or model, but I know enough to see that this is no ancient family heirloom or collector's piece. This is modern, functional, meant for use, meant to kill. The implications hit me in waves. Nate is on probation. Felons can't possess firearms. It's a direct violation that could send him straight back to prison. He knows this. We've discussed it explicitly when he talked about the terms of his release. Yet he brought this into our home, hid it among his belongings, said nothing to me about it. My mind races through possibilities, each more troubling than the last. Is it evidence of something darker? Something he hasn't told me about his past or his plans? The gun sits heavy in my hands, a physical manifestation of every doubt, every question I've pushed aside in the name of love and second chances. This isn't just about breaking parole. This is about trust, about what else he might be hiding, about whether the man I married is who I thought he was at all. I'm still sitting there, the gun cradled in my palms, when I hear the apartment door open. Keys jangle, footsteps approach. Nate, home earlier than expected. I don't move, don't call out a greeting. I simply wait, the weapon a damning witness between us. He rounds the corner into the living room, a coffee cup in one hand, his phone in the other. "Em, I grabbed you a decaf latte on the way." His words die as his eyes fall on me, then on what I'm holding. The coffee cup freezes. I stand slowly, holding the gun by 2 fingers, as if it's contaminated. "What the hell is this?" My voice sounds strange to my own ears, tight, strained, a pitch higher than normal. Nate's expression shifts rapidly, surprise, then something like resignation, and finally a hardening into defensiveness. He sets down the coffee cup with deliberate care. "Emily, I can explain." "Please do." I hold the gun up higher, my arm rigid. "Explain why there's a firearm in our apartment when you know perfectly well it violates your probation terms. Explain why you didn't tell me about it. Explain why you would risk going back to prison when we've barely started our life together." He steps forward, hands raised placatingly. It's for protection. Protection? The word comes out as a harsh laugh. This thing is what's putting us at risk. If your probation officer finds this, you're done. Everything we've built, done. I shake my head, disbelief mixing with anger. How could you be so careless? I'm not being careless, Nate says, his voice lowering. I'm being realistic. You don't understand what we're up against. Then help me understand. I gesture sharply with my free hand. Because from where I'm standing, the biggest threat to our safety right now is you getting caught with an illegal weapon. His jaw tightens, a muscle jumping beneath the skin. You think people like Caruso care about legal niceties? You think he'll back off because I'm playing by the rules? This isn't a game, Emily. This person killed my daughter. They drove my wife to suicide. They won't hesitate to hurt you or Kaylee if they think it will get to me. The mention of Kaylee sends ice through my veins. And you think bringing a gun into our home with my daughter here is the answer? My voice rises with each word. What if she'd found it instead of me? I thought about protecting my family. Nate's voice rises to match mine, his controlled facade cracking. I thought about not letting history repeat itself. I thought about not standing helpless while the people I love are taken from me again. I feel his raw pain, but I stand my ground. This isn't protection, I say, my voice dropping to an intense whisper as I hold up the gun. This is a time bomb, and you've planted it right in the middle of our lives. Nate runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident in every tense line of his body. You don't understand what we're dealing with. Then make me understand, I challenge him, because right now, all I see is the man I married deliberately putting our entire future at risk. Nate takes another step toward me, his shoulders squared, his stance wider, a subtle shift in posture that transforms him before my eyes. I've never seen this side of him, this prison-hardened edge that suddenly seems so obvious, I wonder how I missed it before. The morning sunlight catches the angles of his face differently now, casting shadows that make him look like a stranger. My fingers tighten around the gun, not in threat but in reflex, a physical manifestation of my determination not to yield on this. Give me the gun, Emily. His voice drops to a lower register, a tone I've never heard him use with me. It's not quite a command, not quite a threat, but something unsettling in between. I take an instinctive step backward, my spine pressing against the exposed brick wall. No, this doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong anywhere near us. My heart hammers against my ribs so violently, I wonder if he can see it through my thin t-shirt. A flush of heat races up my neck, followed by a wave of cold that leaves my fingertips tingling. This isn't the Nate who kissed my temple this morning. This is someone else. Someone with hardened eyes and tension coiled in every muscle. Emily. He steps closer still, his body now just inches from mine. I can smell his aftershave, the coffee on his breath. You need to trust me on this. Give me the gun. He reaches for it, his fingers brushing against mine as he tries to take the weapon. I twist away, maintaining distance between us, circling toward the kitchen, where the counter can serve as a barrier. Trust you? My voice rises with each word. You brought an illegal firearm into our home. You hid it from me. You're risking going back to prison over this, Nate. Your probation officer finds this, and you're gone, just like that. I know that. The words explode from him, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. You think I don't know what's at stake? But what choice do I have? There are always choices. I keep the counter between us, the gun still held awkwardly by 2 fingers. Choices that don't involve breaking the law. Choices that don't put everything we've built at risk. Nate's jaw tightens, the muscle there jumping like a live wire. Easy for you to say. You haven't seen what I've seen. His voice drops to a near whisper, intense and strained. I have to protect myself. I have to protect you and Kaylee. With a gun you're not legally allowed to possess. I shake my head, disbelief mingling with growing anger. That's not protection, Nate. That's a ticket back to prison. The air in the apartment feels suddenly thinner, harder to breathe. Sunlight streams through the windows, illuminating dust motes that dance in the space between us like miniature warning signals. The half-unpacked boxes that surround us, like obstacles in a battlefield. Nate moves around the counter toward me, his movements deliberate, controlled, but with an undercurrent of something that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. His eyes have darkened, narrowed with focus, and his breathing has become more measured, as if he's restraining himself. You don't understand what's happening here. He steps into my personal space, using his height to loom over me in a way that feels nothing like our usual intimate closeness. This isn't just about following rules. This is about survival. I stand my ground, despite the rapid flutter of my pulse, despite the primal instinct telling me to retreat. Then explain it to me. Make me understand instead of trying to intimidate me. Intimidate you? He nearly spits the words. I'm trying to protect you. By scaring me? By acting like this? I gesture at the space between us, at his aggressive stance, at the transformation I'm witnessing. This isn't protection, Nate. This is something else entirely. Something flashes in his eyes, recognition perhaps or shame, but it's quickly replaced by renewed anger. You think I want to live like this? His voice rises with each question. I spent 3 years in prison, unable to protect my family. I won't make that mistake again. And I won't watch you go back to prison because of this. I raise the gun between us, not as a threat, but as evidence. This isn't the answer. The tension between us pulls taut, a wire stretched to breaking. I can see the conflict in Nate's face, anger warring with fear, desperation with pride. His breathing comes faster now, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that matches my own panicked heartbeat. You don't get to make this decision for me, he says, his voice dropping dangerously low. For us. Yes, I do. I find strength I didn't know I had, my voice steadier than it has any right to be. This is my home too, my life, my daughter's safety. I take a deep breath, knowing the next words will change everything. You need to leave, Nate. You can't live here with a gun. You've broken my trust. His face hardens into something I barely recognize, jaw clenched, eyes narrowed. You're kicking me out? Over this? I'm giving you a choice, I say, each word deliberate. Get rid of the gun, permanently, or find somewhere else to stay until you can respect the boundaries of this relationship. I have to protect Kaylee and your child, and this isn't the way. We all need to forget about this and start afresh, for the good of the baby. Nate stares at me for a long moment, as if seeing me clearly for the first time. Then, with a sudden movement that makes me flinch, he grabs his jacket from the back of a chair. Fine, he snaps, the word like ice. I'll stay with Jason then. Since you clearly don't understand what's really at stake here. Give me the gun, please. He grabs it and pulls it out from between my fingers. Then he moves toward the door with quick, angry strides, pausing with his hand on the knob. For a brief moment, I think he might turn back, might apologize, might choose us over his fear. Instead, he yanks the door open and steps through, slamming it behind him with enough force to rattle the windows and send a framed photo crashing to the floor. The sudden silence is deafening. I stand alone in our half-unpacked apartment, surrounded by the remnants of a life we were trying to build together. My legs feel weak, the adrenaline that kept me standing now draining away and leaving me shaky. I sink onto the couch. My body begins to shake, small tremors at first, then larger ones that rattle my teeth. Was I wrong to confront him, wrong to make him leave? The determination that fueled me moments ago begins to erode, leaving questions in its wake. 36. Kaylee. The police department windows reflect the grey afternoon light like dull mirrors. I check my phone one last time before entering, my stomach clenching as another text appears. Stop digging, or they'll be finding pieces of you in the harbour. No name, no number I recognize, just like the others. I slip the phone into my pocket, my fingers brushing against Leah's business card for reassurance. The glass doors slide open with a mechanical hiss, welcoming me into a world I never thought I'd voluntarily enter. Inside, fluorescent lights hum overhead, casting harsh shadows that deepen the hollows beneath the eyes of everyone in the waiting area. A woman clutching a tissue, an elderly man filling out forms with painstaking slowness. Two officers speaking in hushed tones by a water cooler. The antiseptic smell reminds me of hospitals. "Can I help you?" The receptionist's voice cuts through my thoughts, her expression professionally neutral beneath a crown of tightly coiled braids. "I have an appointment with Detective Sandra Bonetti," I say, working to keep my voice steady. "Kaylee Riley." She checks something on her computer, then slides a clipboard across the counter. "Sign in here. She'll be with you shortly." I scrawl my name, the pen feeling unnaturally heavy in my hand. My signature looks like a child's, all awkward angles and uncertain pressure. I wonder if Mum knows I'm here, if she's looked at the location tracker and noticed I'm not where I said I'd be. The thought of her finding out sends another wave of guilt through me, but I push it away. This is for her own good, for both of us. I choose a plastic chair against the wall and sit, my fingers immediately beginning a nervous tapping against my thigh. 10 minutes stretch into 20. My leg bounces uncontrollably, adrenaline with nowhere to go. Just as I'm considering approaching the receptionist again, a door opens and Detective Bonetti emerges from the bullpen beyond. She looks different here, more official in her navy blazer with the subtle bulge of a shoulder holster beneath it. Her salt and pepper hair is pulled back, tighter than when I saw her at the coffee shop, emphasizing the sharp angles of her face. Her eyes find me immediately, recognition and something else, caution, maybe, flashing across her features. "Kaylee," she says with a nod. "Come on back." I follow her through a security door into the heart of the station. Officers move purposefully between desks cluttered with computers and paperwork. Phones ring unanswered, and somewhere a printer spits out pages with mechanical determination. No one pays us any attention as Bonetti leads me down a narrow hallway to a small room at the end. "In here," she says, holding the door open. The interview room is smaller than I expected, with just a metal table bolted to the floor and two uncomfortable-looking chairs. A two-way mirror occupies one wall, though I doubt anyone is watching on the other side like in the movies. The walls are institutional beige, blank except for a clock that ticks too loudly. I've seen rooms like this in crime shows, but nothing prepared me for how small they are in reality, how the closeness of the walls seems designed to press confessions from people. Bonetti gestures for me to sit, while she gathers some files from a stack in the corner. I catch glimpses of what looks like surveillance photos, a construction site I recognize as Nate's Harbour Square project. Men in hard hats gathered around blueprints. "You said you needed to see me urgently," Bonetti says, settling into the chair across from me. Her tone is professional, but not unkind. "What's going on?" I pull out my phone, unlocking it and sliding it across the table. "Someone's been sending me these." Her eyes narrow as she scrolls through the messages, her expression hardening with each swipe. "Any calls? Anyone following you that you've noticed?" I shake my head. "Just the texts, but they know things about what I've been looking into." Bonetti sets the phone down between us, her fingers lingering on it as if it might reveal more secrets. "And what exactly have you been looking into, Kaylee? I thought we agreed that you needed to stop that." The directness of her question catches me off guard, though it shouldn't. "Everything," I admit. "Nate's past, his connection to you, what happened to Marissa." I thought we discussed why that might not be wise. Her voice carries a warning, but also something like resignation, as if she expected this. "That was before I knew my mum was investigating Marissa's murder years ago." I watch her face carefully, looking for any flicker of surprise. There isn't one. "She was a photojournalist. She was looking into the swim coach before someone threatened her, threatened me." Bonetti leans back slightly, her expression unreadable. "Your mother was investigating this case?" "Yes, and then she stopped because she was afraid for me. But she never let it go, not really. She kept her files, her photos." My throat tightens around the next words, but I force them out. When she met Nate, it wasn't by accident. She sought him out because she couldn't let the case go. Something shifts in Bonetti's demeanor, a subtle recalculation. She taps her pen against her notepad, once, twice. "That's interesting." I lean forward, hands flat on the cool metal table. "I need to know something, and I need you not to lie to me with police confidentiality rules." I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Was Nate ever a suspect in Marissa's murder? In Clara's? The question lands between us like a live grenade. Bonetti's expression tightens almost imperceptibly, but her eyes give nothing away. She sets down her pen with deliberate care. "That's not something I can discuss," she says, the standard response I expected. "You understand that investigations—" "He was, wasn't he?" I interrupt, catching the careful way she phrases her non-denial. "That's why you've been watching him." Bonetti's silence speaks volumes. She shuffles papers in front of her, a delaying tactic, I assume. "Why are you pursuing this, Kaylee?" she asks finally, turning the questioning back on me. Most teenage girls would be running in the opposite direction from this kind of trouble. "Because it's my mother's life at stake," I say, my voice dropping. "And mine. Because someone is threatening me for asking questions. And because—" I hesitate, then decide to voice the worst of my suspicions. What if Nate killed his own daughter? And his wife? In the still air of the interview room, the suggestions are terrible and impossible to take back. Bonetti doesn't flinch, doesn't rush to defend Nate or dismiss the idea as ridiculous. and her lack of reaction tells me everything I need to know. Instead, she looks at me with something that might be respect, or perhaps concern. "That," she says quietly, "is a very dangerous question to be asking." The interview room grows so quiet I can hear the second hand of the wall clock measuring out the silence between us. Tick, tick, tick. Each moment stretches as Detective Bonetti studies me across the metal table, her expression giving away nothing while her stillness tells me everything. She's not surprised by my accusation. She's not rushing to defend Nate or dismiss my theory. She's thinking, weighing exactly how much to reveal to the stepdaughter of a man she's clearly been watching. "That's a serious accusation," she finally says, her tone measured but not dismissive. The careful neutrality in her voice sends a chill through me. "But not one you find shocking?" I counter, leaning forward. My heart hammers so loudly I wonder if she can hear it. "Is that why you're keeping an eye on him? Why you were at the wedding? Why you're watching our home?" Bonetti's professional mask slips for just a moment as she straightens the stack of surveillance photos, aligning their edges with unnecessary exactness. Her fingers tighten around her pen, a small tell, but enough. "I can't tell you that," she responds, but the non-denial lands between us like a confirmation. I feel a strange sense of vindication mixed with terror. All this time I thought I might be paranoid, connecting dots that weren't meant to be connected. But the detective's careful avoidance tells me I'm closer to the truth than I realized, and that the truth is as dark as I feared. My phone buzzes against the metal table, the sound amplified in the small room. Another text. I flip it over, my stomach dropping as I read the message. "Talking to cops now? Bad choice. Your mother won't be happy when she finds out what happens to girls who don't listen." I slide the phone across to Bonetti, my hand trembling slightly. Whoever this is, they know I'm here, right now. She reads the message, her expression hardening like cement setting. Her eyes flick to the two-way mirror, then back to my face. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the stuffy room. The first ones were vague. These last ones mention specific things, like being at the police station, like someone is watching me. Bonetti turns the phone face down, a gesture that feels oddly protective. "Does your mother know about these?" I shake my head. "She's—" I hesitate, trying to find the right words. "She's not seeing clearly when it comes to Nate." "And you think she's in danger?" "Aren't we both?" My voice cracks slightly. I don't finish the thought. I don't have to. Bonetti reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a business card with just her name and the department logo. She flips it over and writes a number on the back in neat, precise handwriting. "This is my direct line," she says, sliding it across the table. "Not the department, not dispatch. It rings straight to my cell. Call me any time if you need to." Her eyes meet mine, more direct than they've been throughout our conversation. "Day or night, don't hesitate." "But you can't officially help me, can you?" I ask, understanding the limitations she's working under. "Because you don't have enough evidence. Because Nate might be working with you or against you or both." A ghost of a smile touches her lips. "You'd make a good detective." The almost compliment fades as she continues. "I can tell you this much. Be careful. Trust your instincts. And if you or your mother feels unsafe, even for a moment, call you. I finish, taking the card and slipping it into my pocket alongside Leah's. 2 lifelines from 2 women who have every reason to want nothing to do with my family's mess. One more thing, Bonetti says as she gathers her files. These messages, they're meant to scare you off, to isolate you. That's how people like this operate. It's working, I admit. I'm scared. Good. Fear keeps you alert. She stands, signaling our time is up. But don't let it paralyze you, and don't let it isolate you from people who can help. I follow her out of the interview room, back through the bullpen where detectives and officers continue their work, oblivious to the fact that my world has just shifted on its axis. The fluorescent lights seem harsher now, the faces around me more suspicious. Anyone could be watching me. At the front desk, Bonetti stops. "I'll walk you to your car." The offer surprises me. "Is that standard procedure?" "No." Her eyes scan the waiting area, the parking lot beyond the glass doors. "It's not." The implication settles over me like a shroud. She believes the threat is real, immediate. Outside, the late afternoon has faded toward evening, streetlights flickering on across the municipal complex. Bonetti walks beside me, her presence both reassuring and a confirmation of my worst fears. When we reach my car, the detective does a quick check of the surrounding vehicles before nodding. "Remember what I said, any time, day or night." "Thank you," I say, my hand on the door handle, "for believing me." "I believe in evidence," she replies, her gaze sweeping the parking lot one more time. "And instincts." As I slide behind the wheel, a new resolve solidifies within me. I have to warn Mum about Nate, about the danger we're in, even if she refuses to listen, even if it tears apart whatever fantasy of family she's constructed. I start the engine, checking each mirror twice before pulling out of the parking space. The weight of what I've learned presses down on me as I drive toward home, scanning my surroundings. Somewhere out there, someone is watching, waiting. And I'm running out of time to protect the people I love. 37. Kaylee. The apartment is shrouded in shadows when I return. Only the faint blue glow from a muted TV illuminating the living room. Something feels different, off balance, as I step through the door. "Mom," I call softly into the darkness, dropping my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door with a gentle clink. Movement on the couch draws my attention. Mum sits curled into the corner, knees pulled to her chest in a position I haven't seen since the worst days after Dad left. A box of tissues rests beside her, several crumpled ones scattered across the coffee table. Her face, when she turns toward me, bears the obvious traces of prolonged crying. Swollen eyes, flushed cheeks, a certain raw vulnerability that makes her look younger somehow. "Hey, sweetheart," she says, her voice hoarse. She makes a weak attempt at normalcy, straightening slightly, pushing hair back from her face. "I didn't hear you come in." I move cautiously across the room, as if approaching a wounded animal. "Where's Nate?" The question comes out more accusatory than I intended. Mum looks down at her hands, twisting her wedding ring. "Gone. I asked him to leave." My breath catches. Of all the scenarios I imagined finding at home, this wasn't one of them. My mother, who has spent months defending Nate, ignoring red flags, building a life around him, has sent him away. What happened? I set my folder on the coffee table, easing onto the couch beside her. leaving space between us that she can close if she wants to. She takes a deep, shuddering breath. "I found a gun hidden," she says into the quiet room. A loaded handgun tucked inside a box. Jesus. I wasn't expecting that specific revelation, though it fits the pattern of secrets and danger I've been uncovering. Did he explain why he had it? He said it was for protection. Her laugh is humorless, brittle, but that was just the beginning. We had a confrontation. I wait, letting her find the words at her own pace. My heart pounds thinking about my talk with Bonetti. I wonder if I should tell her about the texts and my meeting with the detective. I hesitate, then do it. "I went to see Detective Bonetti today," I say carefully. "I showed her these articles, told her what I'd learned about you and Nate." "Kaylee!" Alarm flashes across her face. "Why would you—" Mum presses a hand to her mouth, emotions warring across her face. "I can't believe you'd do that," she whispers. "Well, I did," I confirm, watching her carefully. I slide the small article about Clara Sullivan's death across the coffee table. Mum picks it up, squinting in the dim light to read it. "There were questions about Clara's suicide," I explain as she reads. "Inconsistencies that were never fully investigated because Nate was already in prison, providing a perfect alibi." "You think Clara didn't kill herself?" Mum's voice is barely holding together, the words spilling from her lips half-formed, raw, as if she's never spoken them aloud, not even to herself. "You think Nate somehow arranged it?" I hesitate, not out of doubt, but from the fear that if I answer too quickly or too confidently, she'll shut me down. "I think it's a possibility we can't ignore." I modulate my tone to sound clinical, rational, but I don't think it lands. The timing is suspicious. She dies while he's safely in prison. The suicide note contained phrasing people said she would never use. The prescription bottles were empty with no names on them and no record of refills. I count off the points on my fingers like I'm arguing a case to a jury, but my only audience is the mother who used to trust me with every secret and now just looks at me with wounded disbelief. Mom shakes her head. She paces toward the window, clasping her arms tight around her middle, the way she did when Dad first left. "But I spoke to him, Kaylee." Her voice cracks, just a hairline fracture, but it's there. "When I confronted him about Marissa and Clara, he broke down." There was real pain there, real grief about Clara, about failing to protect Marissa. She turns, eyes red. I've never seen a man look so hollowed out. "Maybe that grief is genuine," I say, softening just enough to let the possibility hang between us. "But it doesn't mean he wasn't involved somehow. What if Clara discovered something about him, something that threatened him?" I want to shake her until it sinks in, but I stay seated, my own hands flat on the table, palms sweating. "Like what?" Mum's voice climbs a register, and she laughs a single, joyless note. "That he murdered his own daughter?" Her eyes are wild, glassy, as if she's lost the script but is too proud to say her lines wrong. I reach for her hand, afraid she'll pull away, but she lets me take it. Her fingers are cold, papery. "I don't know, but I think we need to consider every possibility. If we don't, we could end up—" She yanks her hand back and paces again, this time knocking her shin against the edge of the old radiator. "Did you say that to Bonetti? Did you, Kaylee? Did you tell her these lies about Nate?" "I did," I don't know why I say it like a confession, but the words come out heavy, freighted with guilt and something close to relief. Why? Why would you do that to him? Her face is twisted with something I can't read. Rage, betrayal, maybe even fear of what I could become. I stare at her, then pull out my phone with deliberate slowness. I bring up the texts and push the phone across the table. She takes it, swipes through them, jaw tightening with each line. Her hand trembles. She finally looks up, voice barely above a whisper. "And you believe Nate sent those?" "Yes, I do." I don't blink. He knows my number. He could have used a burner phone. He's been to prison. He knows how to do stuff like that. I almost add, he's not the man you think he is, but the words sound too childish. Mum stares at me a long time. She sets the phone down, face blank, and for a moment I think she's going to hit me. Instead, she starts laughing. It's a thin, reedy sound, and she covers her mouth with the back of her hand. "You always were a little bloodhound," she says. "I remember you tracking down who stole your crayon box in first grade. You almost got the janitor fired because you couldn't let it go." "That's not the same," I protest, but she ignores me. She pours a glass of water from the faucet. "You want to know what I think?" She turns from the sink, tears leaking down her cheeks, and the hand holding the water glass is steady now. "I think you see a monster in every shadow. You never liked Nate, and you want him away from me. Well, you got your wish, he has left. Congratulations, you won." The accusation fills the kitchen with a tension that hums like an electric fence. I want to say she's wrong, but I don't. I let the silence stretch until it snaps. "I'll talk to Bonetti again if you want," I finally offer, my voice small. "I'll tell her I was wrong, or that I exaggerated." She shakes her head, suddenly weary. "No, you did the right thing to report the texts, even if it hurts. But you should have kept Nate out of it." She looks at me, and for a second the old mum is back. The one who taught me to read, who bandaged my knees and made up bedtime stories about astronauts who always made it home. "Just, please be careful, Kaylee. Promise me that." I nod, but I'm not sure I can keep that promise. Not now. Mum finishes her water in 2 gulps, rinses the glass, and presses her palms onto the countertop, breathing hard. "You should go back to your dorm for a couple of days. I need to sort this thing out with Nate." I want to say something, anything, but my throat closes up. I nod again and retreat to my room, packing my bag. Back at my dorm, I sit at my desk, staring at the phone, rereading the messages and thinking about all the ways this could play out. None of them end well. 38. Emily. The fog outside my old neighbour Karen's kitchen window matches the haze in my mind. I stare into my teacup, watching the amber liquid grow cool and still, much like my thoughts have settled into a murky suspension. Karen moves around her kitchen, the soft clatter of plates and gentle hum of her voice soothing me. I haven't touched the toast she placed before me 20 minutes ago. "You need to eat something, Emily." Karen sets down a jar of homemade strawberry jam, nudging it toward me like an offering. "For the baby, if nothing else." My hand moves instinctively to my stomach, still just a small bump, no sign of the life growing inside. This protective gesture has become my new nervous tic, replacing the wedding ring twisting I'd developed after marrying Nate. Nate. Just thinking his name sends a tremor through me. "I'm not hungry," I mumble, though it's been nearly 18 hours since I've eaten anything substantial. After Kaylee went back to her dorm last night, I broke down completely. It was all just too much to handle. I showed up at Karen's door, tear-streaked and disoriented, clutching only my purse. She took me in without question, set me up in her spare bedroom, and let me cry myself into exhaustion. Pregnant women are always hungry, Karen insists, setting a fresh cup of tea beside my cold one. Her movements are purposeful but gentle. You just don't realize it because your brain is preoccupied with all this. She waves her hand vaguely, encompassing the invisible weight of everything I've shared with her. The kitchen is warm, filled with the scent of cinnamon and buttered toast, a stark contrast to the cold emptiness of my apartment after Nate left. Karen's home feels like a time capsule, floral curtains from another decade, a refrigerator papered with children's drawings from neighborhood kids, ceramic roosters perched on every available surface. It's so aggressively normal that it makes my situation feel even more surreal. I can't believe Kaylee would accuse Nate of those things, and even go to the police with it, I say, breaking the silence. Karen settles into the chair across from me, her weathered hands wrapping around her own teacup. Could she be right about any of it? Nate's not. I start to defend him automatically, then stop myself. What exactly is Nate? A grieving father, desperate to find his daughter's murderer. A manipulative ex-con using me financially. A man who might have arranged his first wife's death. A man who has a gun because he plans on finally avenging his daughter's murder. The possibilities make me dizzy. My hand presses harder against my stomach. A baby. His baby. Our baby. The thought that once brought wonder now brings a complicated tangle of emotions I can't begin to unravel. If he ends up in prison again, our child might never get to know him. When I said his name last night, Karen says carefully, "You flinched. That tells me everything I need to know." I look up at her, surprised. I didn't. You did. Her eyes, soft with age but sharp with perception, hold mine. And now you need to think about what's best for that little one. She nods toward my hand on my stomach. Not just what's best for you or for him. My phone buzzes on the table between us, the screen lighting up with Kaylee's text. "You okay? I'm worried. Call me when you can." It's the third message today. I told her I needed space to think, that I'd be staying with Karen, but the worry in her texts is palpable. Kaylee, my fierce, protective daughter who spent weeks investigating Nate, uncovering his secrets, connecting dots. Kaylee, who looked me in the eye last night and suggested that Nate might have murdered Clara, arranging it to look like suicide. And maybe even Marissa. It's crazy. Nate couldn't hurt his own daughter. I refuse to believe it. "Your daughter's worried," Karen observes, watching me stare at the phone. She went too far. Now I don't know if I can ever have my husband and my daughter in the same room again. I pick up the device, typing a quick reply. "I'm fine. At Karen's. We'll call later." The words feel hollow, inadequate for the situation we're facing, so I end up deleting them, then putting down the phone. I'll have to deal with Kaylee later. Karen reaches across the table, her papery hand covering mine. The touch is cool, dry, comforting in its solidity. "She's a smart girl, your Kaylee. Takes after her mother that way." I laugh, the sound brittle and strange in the cozy kitchen. I don't feel very smart right now. I have no idea how to deal with all this. I love Nate, but I don't know what to do. Should I take him back? Karen squeezes my hand. The heart wants what it wants. Ain't that the truth, I say. Outside, the fog presses heavier against the window, transforming the morning into an endless twilight. Cars pass on the street, their headlights diffused into glowing orbs that appear and disappear like apparitions. What if Kaylee's right? I whisper, voicing the fear that's been gnawing at me since last night. What if Nate did kill his own daughter and arranged Clara's death? What if everything, his grief, his search for Marissa's murderer, is just an elaborate performance? Karen's expression softens with sympathy. What does your gut tell you? I close my eyes, trying to listen to some inner voice of wisdom that might cut through the confusion. But all I hear is the echo of Nate's words when he told me about it. I've failed everyone I've ever loved, Emily. The raw pain in his voice had seemed genuine, but then everything about him had seemed genuine. I don't know anymore, I admit, opening my eyes. I feel confused. Karen nods, understanding in her gaze. You can stay here as long as you need, but sooner or later you'll have to face what's waiting at home. Home. Is it still home without Nate? Was it ever truly home with him? The apartment, with its half-unpacked boxes and hidden gun and borrowed security, feels like a stage set now, a carefully constructed illusion. I drain the fresh cup of tea in one long swallow, feeling the warmth spread through my chest. You're right, I say, rising from the chair. I need to go back. I need to see it through clear eyes. Karen watches me gather my purse, concern evident in the way her mouth tightens at the corners. Take care of yourself, Emily. Her gaze drops meaningfully to my stomach, and I nod, acknowledging the truth of her words. As I step toward the door, my hand finds my abdomen again, a silent promise to the life inside. Whatever comes next, whatever truths I uncover, I will protect this child as fiercely as I once protected Kaylee, even if it means facing the darkest possibilities about the man I married. 39. Emily. The hallway outside our apartment stretches before me like a gauntlet. I've walked this corridor so many times now, but today each step requires deliberate effort, as if I'm wading through invisible resistance. My key trembles between my fingers as I approach the door. Our door. My door. I'm not sure what to call it anymore. The silence from the other side feels oppressive, loaded with possibilities. I take a deep breath, slide the key into the lock, and push the door open onto a scene that steals the air from my lungs. Chaos. Complete, systematic chaos. The living room has been transformed. Sofa cushions sliced open, drawers pulled from cabinets and emptied, electronics dismantled on the floor. Someone has searched the apartment with methodical violence, peeling back the layers of our life together like an autopsy. Oh my God, I whisper, stepping cautiously over scattered books and papers. My photographer's eye automatically catalogues details. The precision of the cuts in the furniture, the careful way electronics have been disassembled rather than smashed, the targeted nature of the destruction. This wasn't random vandalism. This was a search. I move toward the corner that houses my photography equipment, the expensive cameras and lenses I've held onto despite rarely using them professionally. The cases lie open, foam inserts removed and discarded, each compartment emptied and inspected. My external hard drives, 3 of them, containing years of non-sensitive photographs, are missing. The bedroom door stands ajar, offering a glimpse of further disarray. I push it open to find clothes strewn across the bed. The dresser drawers removed entirely, even the mattress shifted off its frame. The half-unpacked moving boxes I'd stacked in the corner have been torn open, their contents scattered across the floor like discarded memories. I kneel to gather items that feel too personal to leave trampled underfoot. A framed photograph of Kaylee at her middle school graduation. A delicate shell necklace my mother gave me before she died. The first sonogram image of my current pregnancy that I'd hidden in my nightstand. My hands move automatically, trying to restore order to this intimate violation. As I reach under the dresser for a fallen earring, my fingers brush against something hard and flat. I pull it out to find a photograph in a silver frame, the glass cracked from impact. It must have slipped behind the furniture during the search. I turn it over, and my breath catches. Nate, younger and smiling, his arm wrapped protectively around a slender woman with kind eyes and Leah's sharp features, Clara. On either side of the couple stand two girls, Leah, a serious teenager with her mother's eyes and father's stance, and Marissa, perhaps 12, with a gentle smile. A perfect family portrait taken before everything fractured. I trace Clara's face through the cracked glass. There's nothing in her expression that suggests fear or unhappiness. Just a woman content in her husband's embrace, surrounded by her children. Nate looks different too, lighter, unburdened by the guilt and obsession that seem to haunt him now. His arm around Clara appears genuinely protective, not possessive or controlling. This image contradicts Kaylee's dark suspicions about Nate. Could a man who looks at his wife with such open affection orchestrate her murder? Could the protective father in this photo be involved in his daughter's murder rather than devastated by it? Or was this, too, just another performance, a family portrait that masked darker truths? My phone feels heavy in my hand as I dial Detective Bonetti's number, glad that Kaylee had the foresight to pass it along. She answers on the first ring, her voice tense with an urgency I haven't heard before. "Emily, I was about to call you." "Someone searched my apartment," I say without preamble. "They took my external hard drives, tore apart my photography equipment." "When?" she interrupts, her tone sharpening. "I don't know. I stayed with a friend last night, just got back now." A pause, then, "I need to get a hold of Nate. He missed his check-in with his probation officer this morning." The words hit me like physical blows, each one landing with bruising force. I sink onto the edge of the dismantled bed, the family photograph still clutched in my other hand. And that's when I see it. A teddy bear I have recently bought for the baby is on my pillow, head ripped off. "I need to go," I say and hang up. I grab the teddy bear, my hands shaking. No one knew about the teddy bear that I found back then. Does Nate? Kaylee and Tom knew, and whoever placed it there. The weight of this revelation presses against my chest. 5 years ago, I abandoned my job to protect Kaylee, retreated into anonymity after receiving threats. Now I am being haunted again by that same person. It has to be the same person. They know where I live. They know my daughter's phone number. And I'm going to have to finish this once and for all. 40. Kaylee. I check my phone for the 20th time in the last hour. The screen stubbornly empty of notifications. No texts from Mum. No calls. Just the wallpaper photo of us from last summer, before Nate, before I destroyed everything with my stupid investigation. My eyes burn, already raw from crying, and I push the phone away, unable to look at our smiling faces anymore. I should be focusing on school, on building this new college life I fought so hard for. Instead, I keep replaying that final confrontation in our apartment, the way Mum's face crumpled when she realized I'd taken my suspicions to the police without telling her. "You had no right," she'd said, her voice barely above a whisper. That was worse than if she'd screamed. The door clicks open behind me, and I quickly swipe at my eyes, though it's pointless. I've been crying on Jen since I got here last night. "Hey," she says, dropping her backpack by her bed. "I brought coffee." She places a paper cup on my desk, the rich aroma of dark roast momentarily cutting through my misery. "Still no word from your mum?" I shake my head, throat too tight for words. Jen's kindness is somehow worse than indifference would be. I don't deserve kindness. She perches on the edge of my bed, tucking one leg beneath her, waiting. Jen has this gift for silence, for creating space that makes you want to fill it with truth. It's probably why she's acing her psychology classes while I'm falling behind in journalism. "I ruined everything," I finally say, my voice cracking. "Mum kicked Nate out because of me, and now she's miserable and pregnant and alone, and it's all my fault." "You don't know that she's miserable," Jen offers gently. "Is there any chance you might tell me what happened?" "She won't even answer my texts." The words burst out louder than I intended. Jen tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, considering. Maybe she just needs space to process everything. Jen takes a sip of her own coffee, watching me over the rim of her cup. "Can I ask you something, and you promise not to get defensive?" I nod, bracing myself. "Is it possible that you're not ready to share your mum? Because this is the first serious relationship she's had since your dad, and suddenly she's not focusing on just you anymore." The question is a punch to my solar plexus, stealing my breath. My immediate instinct is to deny it, but the truth catches in my throat. Even though she doesn't know what's going on, the lies, the danger, the investigation, I know she has a point. "Maybe," I admit, the word barely audible. "I didn't think so at the time, but maybe. Things changed so fast. One day it was just the two of us, like always, and then suddenly she was married and pregnant and planning this whole new life where I felt optional." Tears spill over again, hot tracks down my already raw cheeks. Jen reaches across the space between us to squeeze my hand. "That doesn't mean your concerns weren't valid," she says. "Just that your motivations might have been more complicated than purely protecting your mum." I nod, wiping my face with my sleeve. "I was being a jealous daughter," I acknowledge, my voice small and broken. "And now I've ruined her chance at happiness with someone who might have actually loved her. Maybe I destroyed a family before it even had a chance to become one." "You can't undo what's happened," Jen says, practical as always. "And maybe you're right about Nate, but you need to make things right with your mum." "How?" I ask, desperate for any solution. "Mum won't even talk to me. I don't know where Nate is. Everything's such a mess." Jen squeezes my hand again. "Start by forgiving yourself. Then figure out what you can do to help your mum be happy again. That's what you really want, right?" I nod, something like resolve beginning to form through the fog of guilt and regret. "I need to make things right," I say, more to myself than to Jen. Somehow. For the first time in weeks, the crushing weight on my chest lightens just a fraction. Not absolution, not yet, but perhaps the beginning of a path toward it. For all of us. Jen shifts to sit cross-legged on her bed, her expression thoughtful as she watches me wipe away the last of my tears. "Why don't you talk to Nate directly?" she suggests, her tone so practical that the idea sounds simple rather than terrifying. "If you help them get back together, your mom will be happy again and might forgive you for the police thing." She says this as if reconciling with the man I accused of murder is just another item on a to-do list, like picking up milk or returning library books. I stare at her, momentarily speechless. "You can't be serious." "Why not? You want to fix things, right?" She shrugs, reaching for a hair tie on her nightstand and gathering her dark curls into a messy bun. "Think about it. Your mom is pregnant with his child. They were happy before all this blew up. If you help mend what you helped break, she might appreciate the effort." "You don't know what I've said, what I've accused him of." The words catch in my throat. Look, I get it. Reaching out to him is scary. But what's the worst that could happen? He ignores you. You're already not talking. I bite my lip, considering this. The truth is, despite everything, Nate never showed any real animosity toward me. Even when he caught me searching through his things once, he was more sad than angry, like he understood my suspicion but wished he could change it. Jen's words have weight. Has my jealousy at sharing my mum coloured everything I've been doing these last few weeks? "I don't even know where he is," I say, though it's more excuse than fact. "Mum kicked him out." "But you have his phone number, right?" I nod reluctantly. His contact is still in my phone, unused since before everything fell apart. I've nearly deleted it a dozen times, but something always stopped me. How bad can it be? I'm sure people have done way worse things to each other than what you did and still found ways to reconcile, Jen continues, her voice gentler now. My parents divorced and remarried each other twice. My sister accused her best friend of stealing her boyfriend, and now they're roommates. Relationships are messy, but they can also be surprisingly resilient. This isn't just some petty fight, I counter. I destroyed his marriage. I made Mum doubt everything about him. And maybe he deserved some of that doubt, Jen acknowledges. But what if the rest was just connections that looked suspicious because you were looking for something to be suspicious about? Her words echo my own recent thoughts, making them harder to dismiss. "You won't know until you try," she adds, her expression open and free of judgment. "And if he really loves your mum, he'll at least hear you out." I turn the possibility over in my mind. What would I even say to him? "Sorry, I thought you murdered your daughter and your wife and were using my mum for money." The apology sounds absurd even in my head. But then I remember Mum's face when she told me she was pregnant, that mixture of wonder and terror. I remember how Nate looked at her sometimes when she wasn't watching, like she was something precious he couldn't believe he'd found. And I remember the photos on his phone that I discovered while snooping. Not evidence of crimes, but dozens of pictures of my mother smiling, laughing, caught in moments of ordinary beauty he felt compelled to preserve. Those weren't the actions of someone just playing a role, were they? I wouldn't even know what to say, I admit, reaching for my phone nonetheless. "Start simple," Jen suggests. "Ask to meet. The words will come when you're face to face." My fingers hover over the screen as I pull up his contact. The profile picture is still there. Nate and Mum on their wedding day, his arm around her waist, both of them radiating happiness. The sight makes my stomach twist with guilt. I open a new message and type, Nate, I know I'm probably the last person you want to hear from, but I need to apologize for what I did. Can we talk? I stare at the words, then delete them. Too desperate. I try again. I was wrong about you, and I want to make things right with you and Mum. Could we meet somewhere to talk? Delete. Too presumptuous. I understand if you hate me, but Mum misses you, and I want to help fix what I broke. Delete. I don't actually know if Mum misses him. She hasn't told me anything. Do you still love my Mum? Because she's miserable without you, and it's my fault. Delete. Emotional manipulation. Jen watches patiently as I struggle, offering no further suggestions, letting me find my own words. Finally, I settle on something simpler, more direct. We need to talk. Can you meet me later today? My thumb hovers over the send button. What if he ignores me? What if he responds with anger? What if he's moved on already, relieved to be free of our complicated family? But what if he still loves Mum? What if there's a chance to repair what I helped destroy? I press send before I can overthink it further. The message shows as delivered immediately. I stare at the screen, my heart pounding against my ribs so hard I wonder if Jen can hear it across the small dorm room. The 3 minutes that follow stretch like hours, the phone clutched in my sweaty hand, my eyes fixed on the little delivered notification that stubbornly refuses to change to read. He might not check his phone right away, Jen offers, her voice breaking the tense silence. Or he might need time to think about how to respond. I nod, not trusting my voice. She's right, of course. Expecting an immediate answer is unrealistic. Still, I can't bring myself to set the phone down, as if maintaining physical contact with it might somehow compel a response from the other end. And then, finally, the message status changes to read. My breath catches. I wait, eyes fixed on the screen, willing those 3 little dots to appear, the visual indication that he's typing a response. The seconds tick by, each one ratcheting my anxiety higher. Nothing. My message sits there, read but unanswered, a digital rejection that stings more than I expected. Then movement. 3 grey dots appear, pulsing like a heartbeat at the bottom of my screen. They vanish, reappear, disappear again. Each cycle of indecision makes my stomach tighten. I stare at those dots, knowing whatever words follow them might rebuild or permanently sever the frayed connections between all of us. Between Nate and Mum, between me and the half-sibling growing inside her, between the family we were and whatever we might become. Finally, his reply materializes. Corner Cafe by the harbour, 5 p.m. 41. Emily. Rain lashes against the windows of Angela and Mark's North Heights apartment. I sit alone on her cream-coloured sofa, body rigid despite the plush cushions, staring at my phone. The lamp beside me casts more shadows than light across a living room strewn with evidence of family life. A half-assembled Lego castle abandoned on the coffee table, mismatched socks peeking from beneath the entertainment centre, and a row of school portraits showing Jennifer's transformation from gap-toothed kindergartner to the confident high school senior who's been my daughter's best friend since we were 12. A sticky juice box has left a purple ring on the side table, and someone's math homework lies forgotten on the dining table. The tasteful space they've created feels alien tonight, much like my life over the past 24 hours. I couldn't stay at my own place after what happened, So once again, I have sought refuge with a friend. I texted Nate earlier. He's at work. We'll talk later. I miss him. I need him home. The baby stirs inside me, so slight I almost doubt it. My hand drifts to the swell beneath my sweater. Another life depending on my choices, just as Kaylee's once did. Em? Angela's voice startles me from the kitchen doorway. She stands in a raincoat, purse slung over one shoulder, keys jingling. I need to run out for groceries. You haven't eaten all day. I'm making my grandmother's soup tonight, the one you loved at Christmas. I nod, grateful for her kindness, even as worry curls in my chest. Thanks. That sounds perfect. You'll be okay for an hour? Her perceptive eyes scan my face. I'll be fine, I force a smile. Just tired. I might nap. She hesitates, then nods. Lock up after me. There's tea in the cabinet. The moment the lock clicks, I'm on my feet, moving with a purpose I've buried for years. My camera bag lies by the couch, the one I grabbed yesterday in flight. I unzip the small side pocket, fingers finding the hidden seam. Years ago, I modified this bag, carving out a compartment no searcher would suspect. From it, I withdraw a matte black flash drive, no larger than my thumbnail. Insurance, I used to call it, my safety net. 5 years ago, I destroyed prints and deleted files when I walked away from my job as an investigative journalist, choosing Kaylee's safety above all else. But I couldn't erase everything. A stubborn part of me refused to let fear win. Now the drive holds the raw files from one of my assignments, the state swim team's championship victory, which I covered as a photojournalist. Tens of thousands of images, team portraits, podium celebrations, candid shots behind the scenes, anyone's scrap except mine. I settle at Angela's desk, boot up her laptop, slide in the drive. A password prompt. I type Kaylee's birth date and my mother's initials without hesitation. The screen floods with thumbnail after thumbnail. I click City Pool Ceremony. Sunshiny banners overhead, swimmers cheering. But behind the podium, I see someone. I jump to Under the Stand. There is that same person again, framed by the pool's metal supports, whispering to a nervous girl before a heat. I enlarge the frame. Marissa's face fills my screen. The pieces click together with sickening clarity. He was always there, always watching the girls. Rain hammers the window with renewed urgency. Angela will be gone 40 more minutes. I should call Detective Bonetti, send her these files, step back into official channels. But as I pick up my phone, I have my location tracker open, and I see something that makes my heart stop. Kaylee is not at her dorm. She's at the harbour. What is she doing there? And then I notice something else. Nate is heading the same way, too. Fear rises inside of me like lava. Something isn't right. I eject the drive and slip it into my pocket. Pull on my coat, heavier now, loaded with the truth I've reclaimed. On the notepad by the phone, I scribble, "Needed some air. Back soon." The vagueness will worry Angela, but I can't risk writing more. At the door, I rest one hand on my stomach, the other clutching my phone. The baby and I are crossing a threshold, stepping from safety into dangerous truth. But we're also moving toward justice for Marissa. We're going to finish this, I whisper to the child within me and to the photographer I used to be. Then I step into the rain-slicked hallway, the door clicking softly behind me. The end of one chapter and the start of another. 42. Kaylee. I pull into the Harbour Cafe parking lot as rain pounds against my windshield, transforming the asphalt into a network of shallow pools. The wipers scrape desperately across the glass, fighting a losing battle against the downpour. Through the watery barrier, the cafe's neon sign pulses, blue, then red, blue, then red. I kill the engine, and the sudden silence makes the drumming rain sound even louder. I feel vulnerable. I scan the parking lot, counting vehicles through the rain-streaked window. 7 cars, spread across the lot in no particular pattern. A rusted pickup truck near the entrance, a blue sedan with fogged windows, a black SUV parked at an odd angle, taking up 2 spaces. I don't see Nate's pickup truck. Maybe he's already inside, waiting. Or maybe he is running late. I pull my phone from my pocket, scrolling to my recent texts. His name is there, highlighted in blue. I could text him again, confirm he's coming. The rain intensifies, sheeting across my windshield in blinding waves. Thunder crashes somewhere over the harbour, close enough that I feel the vibration in my chest. I need to make a decision. My finger hovers over the call button when another text arrives, from an unknown number, different from the one that threatened me earlier. Inside now. Can't wait long. My pulse quickens. Is it Nate? Someone else? There's no way to know without going in. I tug the phone into my jacket pocket, pull my hood up over my hair, and take a deep breath. The parking lot is exposed, the distance to the cafe entrance suddenly feeling like miles rather than yards. I push the car door open, and the rain hits me immediately. Cold, insistent, soaking through my hood and shoulders in seconds. I slam the car door and dash toward the cafe, my shoes slapping against puddles that send water up my legs in icy splashes. The neon sign casts its alternating glow across the wet asphalt, distorting my shadow as I run, stretching it, then compressing it, making me feel watched even by my own silhouette. The parking lot lights flicker as another clap of thunder rumbles overhead. In that moment of semi-darkness, I catalogue every detail with heightened senses. The scrape of tires on wet pavement somewhere behind me, the metallic click of what might be a car door opening, the sudden feeling of being exposed on all sides. I reach the covered walkway that leads to the cafe entrance, momentarily sheltered from the downpour. Through the windows, I can see the mostly empty interior. A middle-aged couple in a booth by the window, a lone barista wiping down the counter, no sign of Nate. The cafe looks ordinary, inviting even, but something feels wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, a primitive warning system activating. That's when I hear it. Footsteps behind me, distinct from the percussive rhythm of the rain. A measured pace that tries but fails to match the ambient sounds of the storm. Someone is following me, trying to mask their approach beneath the cover of the downpour. I slow my pace, my muscles tensing. The door is just steps away. I could make a run for it, burst inside where there are witnesses. The footsteps draw closer. My fingers find the small canister of pepper spray attached to my keychain, a gift from Mum for going to college. Not much protection against whoever might be after me, but better than nothing. I spin around, pepper spray raised, heart hammering against my ribs. The figure behind me stops abruptly, momentarily frozen in the strobing neon light. A silhouette I recognize instantly. "What are you doing?" I demand, my voice barely carrying over the storm. The figure steps closer, features emerging from shadow into the pulsing red-blue glow. A face I know, but transformed by an expression I've never seen on them before. Cold, devoid of the warmth I associate with those familiar features. My arm wavers, the pepper spray suddenly useless in my hand. "How did you—" I start to ask, confusion overwhelming my fear for a crucial half-second. It's all the time they need. The movement is so fast I barely register it, a hand emerging from a raincoat pocket, a cloth glinting damp in the neon light, the lunge forward as their other arm wraps around my shoulders in a grotesque parody of an embrace. The cloth clamps over my nose and mouth with bruising force, pressed tight against my face by a hand that's impossibly strong. The chemical smell hits me instantly, sharp, sweet, overwhelming. My brain screams danger as my lungs automatically inhale. I thrash wildly, my body understanding what's happening before my mind can fully process it. My elbow connects with something solid, a rib cage, a grunt of pain in my ear. The pepper spray falls from my grip as I claw at the hand holding the cloth, my nails scraping skin, drawing blood that mixes with the rain on my fingers. I try to twist my head to find a pocket of clean air, but the grip is relentless. "Stop fighting," a voice hisses close to my ear, eerily calm despite our violent struggle. "It'll be easier for both of us." I bite down hard on the cloth, tasting the chemical directly on my tongue. The effect is immediate, burning, then numbness. I try to scream, but the sound emerges as a muffled groan against the saturated fabric. My legs begin to buckle as the parking lot starts to spin around me, neon lights stretching into long streaks of color against the black sky. My attacker adjusts their grip, one arm now fully around my waist as my muscles begin to fail me. I'm being half dragged, half carried away from the cafe entrance, away from the light, away from safety. The rain continues to pound down, washing away evidence of our struggle, muffling the sounds of my weakening resistance. My phone slips from my pocket during a final desperate twist of my body. It clatters to the wet pavement, screen lighting up on impact. Mum's face appears. She's calling me, her timing a cruel coincidence. I watch through increasingly blurred vision as the phone grows distant, rain droplets dancing across my mother's smiling image before the screen goes dark. Dark spots bloom across my vision as consciousness begins to slip away. Through the chemical haze, as I am pushed into the vehicle, my head lolling against leather upholstery, one thought cuts through the fog. They were watching me all along. The texts weren't just threats, they were warnings. The door slams shut with a heavy thud that seems to reverberate through my dissolving consciousness. An engine growls to life, tires splashing through puddles as we accelerate. Through half-lidded eyes, I watch the cafe's neon sign recede into the distance, its blue-red pulse growing fainter until it's swallowed by the rain and darkness. My last coherent thought before the chemicals drag me under completely is of Mum. I try to form her name on my numb lips, a useless warning that no one can hear as blackness finally claims me. 43. Emily. I grip the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles whiten, my eyes darting between the slick road and my phone screen, where the small blue dot that represents Kaylee hasn't moved in 37 minutes. Harbour Cafe. A place she has no reason to be, especially not tonight, not after everything we've discovered. The cafe materializes through the curtain of rain, a small establishment with a weather-beaten sign swinging in the wind, its windows glowing with a dim amber light that barely penetrates the downpour. It sits at the edge of the waterfront, partially obscured by sheets of rain slanting across my headlights. Not a place Kaylee would visit willingly on such a stormy night. I park haphazardly, half on the curb, and grab my phone. My jacket offers little protection as I dash through puddles, rain immediately soaking through my clothes, plastering my hair to my scalp. Cold droplets slide down my neck, but I barely register the discomfort. I scan the parking lot until I spot Kaylee's blue Honda Civic, its paint dulled by the rain. I budge. Locked. My hand finds my stomach instinctively, a protective gesture for the life growing there before I push through the cafe door. A bell jingles overhead, the sound jarringly cheerful against the backdrop of my mounting dread. The cafe is nearly empty. 3 tables occupied by solitary patrons hunched over steaming mugs, none of them my daughter. Nautical decorations hang from the walls, weathered ropes, faded buoys, black and white photographs of fishing boats from decades past. Under different circumstances, I might find the place charming. Now, each shadowed corner, each space where my daughter isn't, sends my heart rate climbing higher. "Kaylee?" I call out, my voice betraying more panic than I intend. The few patrons glance up briefly before returning to their coffees and phones. I approach the counter, where a waitress in her 50s wipes down the surface with a rag that's seen better days. Her hair is pulled back in a practical ponytail, silver strands catching the light from overhead fixtures. She looks up as I approach, her expression shifting from casual interest to concern as she registers my soaked appearance and wild eyes. "Can I help you?" she asks, setting aside her rag. My fingers fumble with my phone, pulling up a recent photo of Kaylee, her dark hair falling over one shoulder, that half smile that always seems to hold something back. "My daughter," I say, my voice cracking. "Have you seen her tonight? Her phone, it shows she's here." The waitress studies the photo, her brow furrowing in concentration. She shakes her head slowly. "No, sorry. Haven't seen anyone that young all evening. Just the regulars." She gestures to the scattered patrons. "You sure she's supposed to be here?" My hand trembles as I check the app again. The blue dot still hovers directly over our location. "Yes," I whisper. "The tracking app shows she's here, right here." "Maybe she was here earlier," the waitress offers, her voice gentling. "Or maybe she's nearby." The GPS on those things isn't always exact. I nod mechanically, though I know the tracking app has never been wrong before. My eyes scan the cafe once more, the bathrooms, the small hallway leading to what must be a kitchen, the space behind the counter. No Kaylee. "Is there a back entrance?" I ask, already moving toward the rear of the cafe. "Yes, but it's just for deliveries, leads to the alley." The waitress watches me with growing concern. "Ma'am, are you all right? Should I call someone?" The question barely registers as possibilities cascade through my mind. Kaylee wouldn't leave her phone behind willingly, not her lifeline, not the device that contains all of her life. If her phone is here, but she isn't. "Thank you," I manage, already turning back toward the door. I need to check outside. Behind me, I hear the waitress calling something about an umbrella, but I'm already pushing through the door, back into the deluge. The rain feels heavier now, pounding against my shoulders, obscuring my vision as I stand on the sidewalk, turning in a desperate circle. "Kaylee!" I call, my voice immediately swallowed by the storm. "Kaylee!" My mind replays the threat texts Kaylee received. "Stop asking questions or your mother pays the price." But they didn't go after me. They went after her. just like 5 years ago when I received those photos of Kaylee to make me stop investigating. History repeating itself in the cruelest way possible. I check the app again, the screen smeared with raindrops. The blue dot mocks me with its stillness. She's here, it insists. Right here. Which means her phone is here, but Kaylee isn't. My breath comes faster now, my lungs struggling against the tightness in my chest. If Caruso has taken her, if he's hurt her because of my photographs, because of my past, I force the thought away, unable to face its implications. Instead, I move with purpose along the side of the building toward the alley the waitress mentioned. The narrow passage between the cafe and neighboring building is darker, the rain creating a curtain that transforms the distant streetlights into smeared halos. "Kaylee!" I call again, my voice smaller now, as if I'm afraid of what might answer. Nothing but the drumming of rain against dumpsters and asphalt. I pull out my phone again, its glow creating a small sphere of blue light in the darkness. The locator app still shows Kaylee should be right here. I look around desperately, as if she might materialize from the shadows. The alley feels wrong, too empty, too quiet despite the rain. Something about the stillness sends a chill through me that has nothing to do with my drenched clothes. A mother knows. A mother feels when her child is in danger. And right now, every cell in my body is screaming that Kaylee needs me, that somewhere beyond this alley, beyond this rain-soaked night, my daughter is facing a threat I've spent 5 years trying to protect her from. I send a quick text to Detective Bonetti. "Kaylee missing. Her phone at Harbour Cafe, but she's gone. Going to find her. Sending you my location just in case." Then I turn back, my steps quickening with new purpose. As I reach my car, a grim certainty settles over me. Kaylee is in danger because of choices I made 5 years ago, when I buried evidence rather than fighting, and 2 months ago, when I married a man whose agenda I never fully understood. Now I have to find her before those choices cost me everything. I step back into the downpour, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps as my eyes adjust to the darkness of the alley. The rain pounds harder now, drumming against metal dumpsters and washing over the asphalt in miniature rivers that reflect the distant streetlights in broken fragments. I call Kaylee's name again, my voice swallowed by the storm. The app insists she's here, but I've searched the area thoroughly. My fingers tremble as I activate my phone's flashlight, sweeping the weak beam across the ground, hoping desperately I'm wrong about what I might find. The alley stretches ahead, narrow and threatening, the buildings on either side creating a wind tunnel that drives the rain sideways. I move deeper into the darkness, my shoes splashing through puddles, my light catching on discarded cigarette butts, a broken bottle, a sodden cardboard box, the detritus of urban neglect that suddenly seems ominous. "Kaylee!" I call again, desperation edging my voice. In my mind, I see her as she was just yesterday, fierce, determined, showing me the evidence she'd gathered about Nate, about Clara's suspicious suicide, about the connections between my past and his present. My brilliant daughter, who never stopped searching for the truth, even when the truth was dangerous. A car passes on the main street, its headlights briefly illuminating the alley in a sweep of artificial daylight. Something glints on the wet asphalt about 20 feet ahead, something that doesn't belong among the refuse and puddles. My heart seizes as I rush forward, my light finding what the passing car revealed. A phone with a cracked screen lying face up in a shallow puddle. The blue case with white stars that Kaylee picked out last summer. I drop to my knees, heedless of the water soaking through my jeans, and pick it up with trembling fingers. The screen lights up at my touch, revealing the lock screen. A photo of Kaylee and me from last Christmas. Both of us wearing ridiculous reindeer antlers, our smiles bright and uncomplicated by the knowledge we now possess. "No," I whisper, turning the phone over. No visible blood, just the cracked screen and water damage. I try to unlock it with Kaylee's birthday, but it remains stubbornly closed to me. Whatever information she discovered, whatever led her here, remains locked inside this broken device. I rise to my feet, clutching her phone to my chest like a talisman. My light sweeps the surrounding area in wider arcs now, searching for any other sign of my daughter. About 10 feet away, half hidden under the edge of a dumpster, I spot something else, a small canister lying in a murky puddle. I move toward it, already knowing what it is before my light confirms it. Kaylee's pepper spray. The small pink canister I insisted she carry since she started college. She'd rolled her eyes, but clipped it to her keychain anyway. I pick it up, noting that the safety cap is off. She'd had time to prepare for defense, had felt threatened enough to ready her weapon. But she hadn't managed to use it, or if she had, it hadn't been enough to save her. My breathing becomes rapid and shallow as the reality crashes over me. Kaylee has been taken. My daughter, my fierce, protective daughter, who spent weeks investigating Nate, connecting dots I was too love-blind to see, is now in the hands of people who threatened her, who came after her because of my past, because of what I know. "Nate," I whisper, his name emerging as both question and accusation. Did Nate set this in motion? Is he a victim or perpetrator? The uncertainty that has plagued me since finding his hidden gun, since learning of his deception, becomes harder, colder. The man I married, the man I deliberately sought out because I couldn't stop wondering about him and what really happened to his daughter, has become a stranger to me again. I once admired him from afar, the devoted father who would risk everything to protect his daughter. Now I wonder if that narrative was just another manipulation. None of it matters anymore. My daughter is missing, and whatever game Nate is playing, he's dragged her into it. With shaking fingers, I navigate to the tracking app again, this time selecting Nate's icon. After our confrontation, after I asked him to leave, I should have removed him from the app. But some part of me, the part still processing the reality that my marriage was built on lies, couldn't take that final step. The map loads, showing Nate's location, a warehouse in the industrial district near the harbour. My stomach twists with a sick certainty. Whatever is happening at that warehouse, Kaylee is now part of it. I should call Bonetti. I should wait for police backup. I should follow procedure and let professionals handle this situation that reeks of danger and deception. These thoughts flash through my mind, rational and correct. But I am a mother whose child is in danger, and mothers don't wait. I clutch Kaylee's phone and pepper spray in one hand, my own phone in the other, and rush back toward my car. The rain seems to intensify with my determination, sheets of water cascading from a sky as dark as my thoughts. My soaked clothes cling to my body, but I barely notice the discomfort. A different sensation warms me from within, something primal and fierce that burns away uncertainty and fear, leaving only resolve. As I slide behind the wheel, I place Kaylee's phone and pepper spray carefully on the passenger seat. Evidence of what's been taken from me, reminders of what I'm fighting to recover. I start the engine with hands that no longer shake, my movements precise and controlled. The headlights cut through fog and rain as I pull away from the curb, pointing my car toward the harbour and whatever waits in that warehouse. I don't know if I'll find Nate there as victim or villain. I don't know if Caruso will be waiting, if this might will end in rescue or tragedy. What I do know is this. 5 years ago, I chose silence over courage. I buried evidence, buried my investigative instincts, and became someone else entirely. Someone safe, someone who wouldn't draw attention. Tonight, I choose differently. Tonight, I reclaim the photographer who documented corruption without flinching. The mother who would tear down heaven and earth to protect her child. Tonight, I drive toward danger with open eyes, one hand resting briefly on my stomach, as I make a promise to both my children, the one I'm desperate to save and the one I'm still carrying. Whatever Nate's truth may be, whatever waits in that warehouse, I will not fail them. 44. Emily. The warehouse district looms before me. Rain continues to fall over the abandoned buildings, gentler now, but persistent, creating a misty veil that softens the harsh outlines of metal and concrete. I park my car behind a shuttered loading dock 2 buildings away, killing the headlights and engine. For a moment I sit in silence, my hand resting on my slightly swollen belly, feeling the gentle curve that houses my second child, while I prepare to risk everything for my first. Kaylee's phone sits on the passenger seat beside me, its cracked screen a reminder of violence I can't bear to imagine. I slip it into my pocket alongside my own phone, drawing strength from this small connection to my daughter. The tracking app shows Nate still at the warehouse. Whether ally or enemy, he's waiting inside those walls, and likely so is my daughter. I step out into the rain, closing the car door with barely a sound. Water seeps through my already damp clothes as I move toward the warehouse, staying close to shadows, my footsteps careful on the wet pavement. The building emerges from the mist like a behemoth. 3 stories of corrugated metal and broken windows, its exterior streaked with rust that bleeds down the walls like old wounds. A chain-link fence surrounds it, topped with rusted barbed wire, but nature has been working against these barriers. A fallen tree has crushed a section of fence, creating an opening just large enough for a person to slip through. My photographer's eye automatically catalogues details, even as my mother's heart pounds with fear. The no trespassing sign hanging by a single nail. The recent tire tracks cutting through puddles in the gravel. The dim light visible through a high window that suggests this abandoned place isn't entirely deserted. I squeeze through the fence opening, wincing as my jacket catches on a jagged edge, ripping the fabric, but mercifully not my skin. I circle the building, searching for an entry point that won't announce my presence. The main loading dock doors are secured with heavy chains and padlocks that gleam too brightly to be as old as the rest of this place. Someone maintains these locks, keeps this place secured from casual intruders. But a side entrance tells a different story. Its padlock hanging open, broken, as if someone arrived before me and forced their way in. Or perhaps it's meant to look that way. Another piece of bait in the trap I'm walking into, with eyes wide open. I hesitate at the threshold, listening. The rain drums on the metal roof above, creating a constant background noise that might mask footsteps, voices, the sounds of struggle. I slip Kaylee's pepper spray from my pocket, flicking off the safety cap with my thumb. It's a small comfort, likely useless against whatever waits inside, but its weight in my hand steadies me. The door opens with a whisper of metal on concrete. I step into darkness so complete it feels solid, pressing against my skin. I stand motionless, letting my eyes adjust, letting my other senses map what sight cannot yet reveal. The mingled sense of salt water, rust, and something chemical and sharp. The sound of water dripping at irregular intervals. The taste of decay on the air. Gradually, shapes emerge from the darkness. Towering shelving units, forgotten crates stacked like children's blocks, machinery hulking under dust-covered tarps. A thin shaft of bluish light spills through a high window, illuminating dust motes that dance in the air with each breath I take. I move toward it, stepping carefully around puddles that reflect this meager light like mirrors on the concrete floor. My footsteps, despite my caution, create soft echoes in the cavernous space. Each sound makes me freeze, listening for response, for indication I've been heard. Deeper inside, the warehouse opens into a vast central area. The ceiling soars overhead, metal rafters crisscrossing like industrial ribcage. Chains hang from pulleys, swaying slightly in currents of air I can't feel. Water drips from pipes overhead, creating a random, arrhythmic percussion that seems to match my heartbeat. Too fast, too loud in my own ears. I move through this maze of abandoned industry, past loading pallets and empty oil drums, following some instinct deeper than conscious thought. Something pulls me toward the back of the warehouse, where the darkness is thicker, where the dripping water echoes differently. My breath fogs in front of me, the temperature dropping as I move farther from the entrance, the cold seeping through my damp clothes and into my bones. And then I see it, a cleared area amid the industrial debris. Someone has created a crude living space, a thin mattress on the floor, a battery-powered lantern casting weak yellow light, a plastic jug of water, a blanket bunched at the foot of the mattress. My heart stutters when I see the form lying there, still as death. Kaylee. Her dark hair spreads across the dirty mattress like spilled ink, her face turned away from me. She wears the same clothes I saw her in last, jeans and her favorite olive green hoodie, but they look damp, as if she too was caught in the rain. One arm is flung outward, her hand curled like a child's in sleep, but there's a wrongness to her stillness that sends ice through my veins. My legs nearly give out. I stagger forward, my vision tunneling until all I can see is my daughter's motionless form. The pepper spray slips from my suddenly numb fingers, clattering on the concrete. I don't retrieve it. Can't think of anything but reaching her. Kaylee, I whisper, the name breaking in the middle as I drop to my knees beside the mattress. My hands shake so violently I can barely control them as I reach for her, terrified of what I might find. Her face, when I gently turn her head toward me, is pale as porcelain, her lips tinged slightly blue. A darkening bruise spreads across her right temple. Someone struck her, hard enough to leave this mark, hard enough to render her unconscious. Kaylee, I repeat, louder now, no longer caring who might hear. My fingers press against her throat, searching desperately for a pulse. The skin beneath my fingertips is cool, but not cold. She hasn't been here long. I lean close, my ear near her mouth, listening, praying for the sound of breath. For an eternal second, I hear nothing but the drip of water and my own ragged breathing. Then, a soft exhale, faint but unmistakable. She's alive. The relief is so intense, it's almost pain, a physical wave that crashes through me. My hands move automatically to check her for other injuries, finding none immediately visible. My body curls protectively over hers, as if I can shield her from whatever threat still lurks in this place, from whatever harm has already befallen her. "I'm here," I whisper against her hair, tasting salt, my own tears, I realize, streaming unchecked down my face. "I'm here now. I found you." But even as I cradle my unconscious daughter, the warehouse around us seems to whisper warnings. We're not alone here. Whoever brought Kaylee to this place, whoever lured me here with promises, they're watching, waiting. And I've walked willingly into their trap, just as they knew I would. I press my fingers more firmly against Kaylee's neck, feeling for the rhythm of her pulse. It's there, faint but steady beneath her cool skin. Her breathing is shallow, barely visible in the rise and fall of her chest, but it's enough to tell me she's alive. For now. I cup her face between my hands, her skin shockingly pale against my rain-dampened fingers. "Kaylee," I say louder now, no longer whispering. "Kaylee, wake up. It's Mum. I'm here." No response. The bruise on her temple has darkened to a purple crescent, the skin slightly swollen. I scan her body for other injuries. No visible blood, no awkward angles suggesting broken bones. Just this unnatural stillness, this absence of the vibrant, fierce girl. I lean closer, my lips near her ear. "Kaylee, please, I need you to wake up, now." My voice breaks on the last word, desperation seeping through. When she remains unresponsive, I gently pat her cheek. Then, with more force, the light slap making a soft sound in the cavernous space. "Kaylee Riley, open your eyes right now." I use my mother voice, the one that worked when she was small and defiant, the one that carried the weight of consequences if ignored. It sounds hollow now, powerless against whatever holds her in this unnatural sleep. My hands move to her shoulders, shaking gently at first, then with increasing urgency. Her head lolls with the movement, uncomfortably limp. I check her pupils, pulling back one eyelid and then the other. They're equal in size, but sluggish to respond to the dim light. Drugged. Someone has given her something to keep her under. The realization ignites fresh panic in my chest. What did they give her? How long will it last? Are there side effects I should be watching for? The questions tumble through my mind as I tug Kaylee's hoodie aside, checking again for injury, for needle marks, for any clue to what's been done to her. "Come on, sweetheart." Tears stream freely down my face now, dripping onto her cheeks as I lean over her. "Please wake up. Please be okay." I wipe the wetness from her skin with trembling fingers. "I can't do this without you. I can't." I cradle her head in my lap, smoothing back her dark hair, my tears falling faster now, beyond my control. My body curls around hers instinctively, as if I can transfer my strength to her through proximity alone. Her breathing remains unchanged, present but shallow, her body limp against mine. "I'm sorry," I whisper against her forehead. "I'm so sorry I didn't protect you. I should have seen this coming, should have known they'd target you again." My voice catches, breaks. "Please forgive me. Please just wake up." The warehouse creaks around us, a symphony of small sounds that would be imperceptible in daylight, in normal circumstances. Water continues to drip from pipes overhead, each drop striking concrete with metronomic persistence. The wind outside has intensified, whistling through broken windows and gaps in the metal siding, creating moaning sounds that seem almost human. Chains hanging from ceiling rafters sway slightly. metal links clinking together like tiny wind chimes. I've been so focused on Kaylee that these ambient sounds have faded to background noise, my brain filtering them out as irrelevant to the crisis at hand. But something shifts in the acoustic landscape of the warehouse. Something subtle, yet significant enough that my body recognizes the change before my conscious mind can identify it. I go still, my hands pausing in their repetitive stroking of Kaylee's hair. I tilt my head slightly, listening beyond my daughter's shallow breathing, beyond the dripping water and creaking metal. Footsteps. Measured and unhurried, they echo through the warehouse. Not the cautious steps of someone searching, but the confident, deliberate stride of someone who knows exactly where they're going. Someone who has been watching, waiting for this moment. My muscles tense, every instinct screaming to run, to grab Kaylee and flee. But my daughter is dead weight in my arms, impossible to carry quickly through this maze of industrial debris. And the footsteps are getting closer, approaching from behind me, from the direction of the warehouse's rear wall. I ease Kaylee's head gently onto the mattress and rise to a crouch beside her, placing myself between her unconscious form and the approaching threat. My eyes dart around, searching for a weapon, for an escape route, finding neither within immediate reach. The pepper spray lies several feet away, where I dropped it, now impossibly distant. The footsteps pause, then resume, closer now. I can hear the subtle difference as they move from concrete to some other surface, perhaps crossing one of the areas where tarps have been laid over the floor, and then back to concrete again. My heart pounds against my ribs so violently I fear it might be audible over the ambient sounds of the warehouse. I could call out, demand identification, threaten with authorities already on their way. The words form on my tongue but remain unspoken. Whoever approaches already knows I'm here, already knows I've found Kaylee. This entire scenario, my daughter unconscious on this mattress, positioned where I would inevitably find her, has been orchestrated. The footsteps stop directly behind me. I can feel the presence like heat on the back of my neck, can hear breathing that isn't my own, isn't Kaylee's. For a long moment, we exist in suspended animation. Me crouched protectively over my daughter, the unknown figure standing behind me, neither of us moving or speaking. Then, deliberately, I turn. I pivot slowly on my knees, keeping one hand on Kaylee's arm, unwilling to break physical contact with her, even as I face this threat. The figure stands about 10 feet away, partially shadowed but unmistakably familiar. My eyes adjust, details emerging from the gloom like a photograph developing in chemical bath. The sharp cheekbones, the carefully styled hair, the expensive watch. I recognize him immediately, not only from recent interactions but from photographs I took 5 years ago. Always in the background, always near Victor Caruso and the swim team, always watchful. In my old photographs, he was unremarkable, except for his consistent presence. But now, standing before me in this abandoned warehouse where my drugged daughter lies unconscious, his identity crystallizes. "I knew it was you," I say, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "As soon as I saw your face in the pictures I took back then, I remembered." Jason Reynolds, Nate's supposed colleague, the man who has been hovering at the edges of our lives since Nate entered the picture, stands motionless, his expression unreadable in the dim light. But I see the slight shift in his posture at my words, the infinitesimal straightening of his shoulders. He didn't expect me to know it was him. For once, I've surprised the man who has been orchestrating our lives from the shadows. 45. Emily. He stands perfectly still, hands relaxed at his sides, watching me with a clinical interest. In the dim light of the warehouse, his expensive watch catches a stray beam, glinting like a warning. My body instinctively shifts to shield Kaylee's unconscious form behind me. I know him now, not just as Nate's colleague, the charming man who came to our wedding, who drops by with paperwork and for drinks from time to time, but as someone far more sinister. Jason Reynolds, the man who was always in the background of my photographs 5 years ago, close to the girls, always watching. "What did you do to my daughter?" My voice shakes, rage and fear braiding together into something primal that rises from deep in my chest. I keep one hand on Kaylee's arm, her skin cool beneath my fingers, her breathing still shallow and unnervingly regular. Jason takes a step forward, his expensive shoes making a soft sound against the concrete. There's something wrong about his calm, about the way his face remains placid while his eyes assess me like I'm a problem to be solved. "She'll be fine." His voice is conversational, as if we're discussing the weather over coffee. "A mild sedative, the same one I used on Marissa, actually." He tilts his head slightly, considering. "Though Kaylee fought harder, that's why the bruise was necessary." The casual mention of his violence against my daughter sends a surge of fury through me, so intense my vision blurs at the edges. "You son of a bitch." "Now, Emily." He raises a hand in gentle admonishment. "Let's be civil. After all, I could have hurt her much worse." His smile doesn't reach his eyes. "I've become quite skilled at calibrating pain over the years." I swallow back bile, forcing myself to think beyond the rage. Kaylee is alive. She's breathing. I need to keep her that way. "Why?" I ask, my voice steadier now. "Why Kaylee?" "Convenience, mainly." Jason's shoulders lift in a small shrug. "She was asking too many questions, just like her mother. The apple doesn't fall far, does it? I needed something to bring you here, and she made herself available." "You were watching us." It's not a question. "For years now." He nods, almost proud. "Since before Nate even met you, Emily. Or should I call you E. Morgan? Your photography work was quite impressive. Too impressive, actually. You documented things no one was supposed to notice." I try to process what he's saying, the implication that he's been manipulating events long before I ever met Nate. "You knew who I was. You told Nate." Jason nods. "I knew what you were doing last year, so I pointed Nate in your direction, yes." He looks pleased that I've worked this out. After Clara's unfortunate suicide, Nate became obsessed with finding Marissa's killer. He needed a focus for his grief, and I needed to know what evidence you might still have. His eyes glitter in the dim light. 2 birds, 1 stone. My mind races, connecting dots I didn't even know existed until this moment. You worked with Nate. He trusted you. You were like brothers. How could you do this to him? I'd known Marissa since she was a young child. I took the job as the assistant coach on the swim team, Jason says, his voice taking on a nostalgic quality that makes my skin crawl. Marissa was quite talented, fast, disciplined, beautiful. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I made a pass at her on one of our trips, told her I loved her, but she got angry and told me I was disgusting. An old pig. Me? An old pig? I loved her. Man, the way she moved in the water, it was like poetry. It was spectacular to watch. His smile widens fractionally, and I feel sick. The horror of what he's describing, how he positioned himself in their lives, how he groomed Nate's daughter, makes me tighten my grip on Kaylee's arm. "Where is Nate?" I demand, suddenly realizing the implications of Jason having sent me that text earlier. "What did you do to him?" "You have his phone, clearly. I know he went to your place last night." Something shifts in Jason's expression, a hardening around the eyes, a tightening of the jaw. "Nate was always too stubborn for his own good." He sighs, as if disappointed by a minor inconvenience. "When he left your apartment, he came to me, needed someone to talk to. Poor man was devastated." My heart pounds harder against my ribs. "What did you do to him?" He was distraught, but then he started putting pieces together. Jason's voice remains conversational, but I see tension in how he holds himself now. He saw something in my apartment, started asking questions. "What did he find?" "My keepsake box." "Keepsake box," I repeat, a chill spreading through me. Everyone needs mementos, Emily, reminders of significant moments. His smile is colder now. "I kept Marissa's bracelet, the one Nate gave her for her 12th birthday. Silver with little charms, quite distinctive." My stomach drops. "You killed her and kept a souvenir?" "I had to." He says it simply, like explaining why he had to cancel dinner plans. But that's getting ahead of the story. Nate found the bracelet, and well, he spreads his hands in a gesture of inevitability. He attacked me. Quite violently, actually. I had no choice but to defend myself. "Where is he?" My voice has gone thin, reedy with dread. Jason's expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes, a flash of cruel satisfaction, tells me everything before he speaks. "I shot him, Emily, twice. He didn't suffer long." The world tilts beneath me. My hand moves instinctively to my stomach, cupping the small swell that houses Nate's child. A whimper escapes me, a sound so broken and animal I barely recognize it as my own. Nate, dead. Shot by this monster standing before me with his pleasant smile and perfectly pressed clothes. Nate, who would never meet our child. "You're lying," I whisper, but there's no conviction behind the words. Jason's calm certainty leaves no room for doubt. I wish I were. He doesn't sound sorry at all. It complicated matters significantly. I had planned for a much cleaner resolution, but Nate forced my hand, just like Kaylee did. My breathing comes faster now, shallower. "What did Kaylee ever do to you?" I ask, still trying to process that Nate is gone, that my husband, despite his deceptions, died trying to uncover the truth about his daughter. I met with her one day at the mall. She told me everything she'd been up to. His expression shifts into something almost like regret. I feared she might be breathing down my neck, so I decided to end it. He meets my gaze directly, all pretense of warmth gone. When she texted Nate about a meeting, I saw it as an opportunity to get rid of her. "Clara," I whisper, another piece falling into place. "Nate's wife. Did you kill her too?" Something like pride flickers across his face. She was becoming a problem, starting to question. Found some messages on Instagram between me and Marissa that raised her suspicions. So while Nate was safely behind bars, providing the perfect alibi, I paid her a visit. His voice drops lower, more intimate. She didn't suffer either. The sedatives were already in her system when I arranged the scene. I feel sick, my stomach roiling with horror and grief. This man standing before me has systematically destroyed Nate's entire family, killed his daughter, murdered his wife, and now Nate himself. And he's done it all while pretending to be his friend, his supporter, his colleague. Why are you telling me this? I ask, suddenly aware of the dangerous truth he's sharing. People don't confess their crimes unless they're certain the listener won't live to repeat them. Because you deserve to understand before the end. Jason begins methodically unbuttoning his left sleeve, rolling it back with precise movements. As his sleeve rolls back, I see the holster strapped to his forearm, the compact pistol nestled against his skin. His fingers move with practiced ease, retrieving the weapon and pointing it directly at me in one smooth motion. "No!" I gasp, terror flooding through me. "Please, no! I have a baby!" My hand presses harder against my stomach, as if I could somehow shield the life inside from what's coming. I know. His expression is almost sympathetic. That complicates things, admittedly. I generally avoid involving children when possible. He adjusts his grip on the gun, his aim unwavering. But you've seen my face. You know what I've done. "I'll delete the old pictures," I promise frantically, tears streaming down my face. "All of them. I'll never speak of this again. Please," my voice breaks on the word. "Please don't do this. My daughters need me." "Your daughters." He tilts his head, considering. Plural, including the one not yet born. For a moment, something human flickers in his eyes. I suppose it would be neater to eliminate all loose ends. His gaze shifts to Kaylee's unconscious form, and fresh terror seizes me, worse than my fear for my own life. "No!" I cry out, throwing myself more fully over Kaylee's body. "Leave her alone! She doesn't know anything!" "She knows enough to have led her here," Jason corrects me gently. "She's been quite the amateur detective. In different circumstances, I might have admired her persistence." "She's just a child," I beg, my whole body shaking uncontrollably now. "Please, kill me if you have to, but let her live. I'm begging you." Jason studies me, his expression neutral as he considers my plea. The gun remains steady in his hand, its black metal absorbing what little light reaches this corner of the warehouse. "You know I can't do that, Emily. Not anymore." He takes a measured step, closing the distance between us. "But I promise it will be quick, for both of you." I can't breathe, can't think past the paralyzing terror that has seized every muscle in my body. Behind me, Kaylee remains motionless, unaware of death hovering just feet away. The child in my womb, the baby who will never be born, never take its first breath, never know its father, seems to press against my palm in some final, desperate movement. "Please," I whisper one last time, the word barely audible even to my own ears. "Please don't." Jason's finger tightens on the trigger, his expression almost regretful. "I truly am sorry it came to this. In another life, we might have been friends." I close my eyes, unable to watch death approach. My thoughts fracture into desperate prayers for Kaylee to somehow survive this, for the pain to be brief, for forgiveness from whatever power might be listening for my failures as a mother, as a protector. I think of Nate, wonder if we might meet again in whatever comes after this. And as I wait for the shot that will end everything, all I can feel is the ghost of Kaylee's pulse beneath my fingers, and the knowledge that, in the end, I couldn't save us from the darkness I spent 5 years trying to escape. 46. Emily. The crash of metal against concrete startles us as the warehouse door flies open with such force it rebounds against the wall. The sound echoes through the cavernous space. Jason whirls toward the noise, his composure finally fracturing. A figure staggers through the doorway, silhouetted briefly against the night sky before the door swings partially closed again. The beam from a fallen flashlight illuminates him in stuttering clarity. Nate, his shirt dark with blood that glistens wetly in the dim light. Sweat beads on his ashen face, but his eyes burn with an intensity that belies his weakened state. His right hand extends before him, surprisingly steady despite the wound that's clearly sapped his strength. The handgun looks almost too heavy for his trembling hand, but he holds it with the unwavering focus of someone who has found their final purpose. The barrel points directly at Jason, who has gone completely still. "I trusted you," Nate says, his voice cracking, the words forcing themselves past obvious pain. Each breath seems to cost him, his chest rising and falling with uneven effort. "You were like family. You came into my home. We called you Uncle Jason. Marissa loved you, you bastard." The revelation is a physical blow, not just colleagues or associates, family. The betrayal takes on dimensions beyond professional manipulation, beyond using grief as leverage. This is personal, intimate treachery. Jason's posture shifts, almost imperceptibly. His eyes dart toward the back exit, calculating distance and angles. I can see him reassessing, adapting his plan to this unexpected development. His right foot slides slightly, redistributing his weight, preparing. "Nate," he says, his voice smooth once more, hands rising in a placating gesture. "You're confused. You've lost blood. Let me help you." "You did it, right?" Nate interrupts, a raw wound opening in his words. "Marissa, you killed her." Jason's silence is confirmation enough. Something crumples in Nate's expression, the last fragile hope extinguished, before hardening into something terrible and final. In the heartbeat of silence that follows, Jason moves. His foot lashes out, connecting with a stack of wooden crates near the wall. They topple with a thunderous crash, exploding across the floor between us. Dust clouds the air as crates splinter, creating a momentary barrier between us and Jason. I shield Kaylee's unconscious form with my body as wood fragments scatter like shrapnel. Through the chaos, I see Jason's calculated retreat, not panicked, not running, but moving with speed toward the rear exit. Nate lurches forward, struggling to maintain his balance as blood continues to seep through his shirt. His face contorts with effort as he raises the gun higher, tracking Jason's movement through the settling dust. "Stop!" The word is torn from Nate's throat, raw and desperate. Jason doesn't even look back. His figure is already a shadow against the dim rectangle of the rear door, his silhouette sharp against the faint light beyond. The gunshot cracks through the warehouse like lightning in an enclosed space, impossibly loud, reverberating off metal walls and concrete floors until it seems to come from everywhere at once. I instinctively curl tighter around Kaylee, one hand covering her exposed ear, though she doesn't stir at the deafening sound. The bullet embeds itself in the doorframe with a dull thunk, missing Jason by inches. The door swings shut behind him, the heavy metal closing with a finality that echoes almost as loudly as the gunshot. Nate makes a strangled sound, frustration and pain mingled into something primal and wounded. His arm drops, the gun suddenly too heavy to hold. He staggers sideways, catching himself against a support beam before his knees buckle. He slides down the metal pole until he's kneeling on the concrete, his free hand pressing against the dark stain spreading across his chest. "Emily," he says, my name barely a whisper as his strength visibly drains. I never meant. I'm torn between rushing to him and staying with Kaylee, the conflicting impulses freezing me in place for one horrible second. But my daughter's unconscious form decides for me. I turn back to her, gathering her closer, one hand cradling her head while the other feels for her pulse again. "Kaylee," I whisper against her hair, ignoring Nate's labored breathing, ignoring Jason's escape, focusing entirely on the fragile life in my arms. "Kaylee, please wake up now, please." As if responding to my desperate plea, her eyelids flutter. A soft moan escapes her lips, so faint I might have imagined it if not for the slight movement of her head against my hand. I lean closer, hardly daring to believe. "That's it, sweetheart. Come back to me." Her eyelids flutter again, then open halfway, her pupils still dilated from whatever drug Jason administered. She blinks slowly, struggling to focus, her gaze drifting around the dim warehouse before settling on my face. "Mom?" Her voice is a cracked whisper, her confusion evident. "What? Where?" Relief floods me with such force I feel lightheaded. I pull her closer, pressing my lips to her forehead, tasting salt from my own tears that I hadn't even realized were falling. "I'm here. You're safe now." The words are automatic, maternal, though I know they might not be true. Jason is gone, but not far, and whatever plan he set in motion isn't finished. Kaylee's eyes move beyond me, widening slightly as she registers Nate kneeling several yards away, his blood-soaked shirt, the gun on the floor beside him. Her body tenses in my arms as consciousness brings clarity. "Jason," she mumbles, the words slurred but recognizable. "He took me. From outside the cafe." Her hand reaches up to touch the bruise on her temple, wincing at the contact. "Hit me when I fought back." "Don't try to move too quickly," I say, supporting her as she attempts to sit up despite my warning. "Whatever he gave you is still in your system." But Kaylee has always been stubborn, has always pushed against limitations. She struggles upright, her movements uncoordinated but determined, her gaze becoming more focused with each passing second. "Is that Nate's blood?" she asks, her voice stronger now. I nod, unable to find words that adequately explain the situation. How Nate burst in, wounded but unwavering. How he called Jason family. How he tried to stop Jason's escape. How he collapsed after firing that single, futile shot. Kaylee's eyes narrow as she looks toward the rear door, her natural sharpness cutting through the drug's lingering fog. "He's getting away," she says, the words surprisingly clear. "Jason. He's the one who's been pulling all the strings." Her perception startles me. Even drugged and disoriented, she grasps the truth of our situation with her characteristic insight. I wonder briefly how much she heard while unconscious, how much she pieced together from fragments of awareness between sedated darkness. "I'm calling an ambulance," I say, reaching for my phone. "For both of you." "No!" Kaylee's hand closes around my wrist with unexpected strength. "He'll be gone by then. Everything, all of this, it was for nothing if he gets away." She pulls herself more upright, her movements becoming steadier as resolution seems to burn through whatever sedative Jason administered. Her gaze fixes on Nate's gun, lying where it fell when his strength gave out. "Kaylee, no," I begin, but she's already moving, disengaging from my protective embrace with single-minded focus. She crawls toward the weapon, her progress shaky but relentless. Her fingers close around the grip with surprising steadiness, her thumb finding the safety as if she's handled firearms before. A realization that sends a fresh chill through me. How much of her investigation into Nate went beyond research? What else has she learned that I don't know about? "Go get the bastard, Mom," she says, her voice hoarse but clear, perseverance burning through the lingering effects of the drug. She extends the gun toward me, grip first. "I can't shoot worth a damn right now, but you can." I stare at the offered weapon, at my daughter's fierce expression, at her absolute certainty that I'm capable of this, of pursuing a dangerous man, of potentially taking a life. The gun seems impossibly heavy in her outstretched hand, a weight measured not in pounds but in consequences. "Kaylee, I can't leave you. I'll stay with Nate, but Jason has to be stopped." Her eyes, so like mine, hold a hardness I've never seen before. He killed Clara. He took Marissa. He tried to take me. Who else, Mum? How many other daughters? The question strikes something primal within me. Not just maternal instinct for my own child, but something wider, a responsibility that extends beyond our immediate circle. How many other daughters? How many other mothers searching, grieving, not knowing? I take the gun from Kaylee, surprised by its solid weight, by how naturally my finger finds its place outside the trigger guard. I've never fired a weapon, never wanted to, but in this moment it feels like an extension of my protective instinct, a tool, like my camera once was, to document and expose truth. "You call 911. I tell Kaylee, rising to my feet, handing her my phone. "Keep pressure on his wound." I pull off my jacket and hand it to her. "Use this." She nods, her movements becoming more coordinated as adrenaline continues to burn through the sedative's effects. "Be careful," she says, but her eyes tell me something else. Be merciless. I move toward the door Jason used to escape, the gun steady in my hand. I am no longer the woman who hid from threats 5 years ago, no longer the woman who buried evidence to protect herself and her daughter, no longer the woman who fell in love with a man without questioning the coincidences that brought him into her life. I am a mother whose child was threatened, a witness who can finally testify to the truth. A photographer who once documented murder, now prepared to do more than observe. The metal door is cool against my palm as I push it open, stepping into the night air where Jason Reynolds has disappeared. But not for long. Not if I can help it. 47. Emily. The night air hits me hard, cold and sharp against my skin, still warm from the warehouse. I clutch the gun tighter, its weight unfamiliar but necessary, and scan the darkness beyond the doorway. The rain has eased off and fog has descended, thick, transforming the industrial landscape into a ghostly maze of shadows and silhouettes. But there, a movement to my right, a figure cutting through the mist with purpose. Jason, heading toward the harbour. I take a deep breath and follow, my daughter's words echoing in my mind. How many other daughters? How many other mothers? My feet find their rhythm on the wet pavement, splashing through puddles. The gun feels impossibly heavy in my hand, a foreign object that represents everything I've spent years avoiding. Confrontation, violence, the ugly truths I once documented through the safer distance of a camera lens. But cameras can't stop men like Jason, can't bring justice for Clara, can't protect Kaylee. Ahead, Jason's figure moves with the fluid efficiency of someone accustomed to escape, to slipping away from consequences. His outline blurs at the edges where fog curls around him, but I keep my eyes fixed on that moving shadow, refusing to lose him in the mist. My lungs burn already. I'm not as young as I once was, and the pregnancy has sapped some of my endurance, but I push harder, narrowing the gap between us. "Jason!" I shout, with all the fury I've contained for years. For a moment he falters, turning slightly, as if surprised I've pursued him. That hesitation costs him precious seconds, allowing me to gain ground. The harbour appears through the fog like a ghost sea, black water lapping against concrete barriers and weathered docks. Jason veers toward a long, neglected pier that stretches into the nothingness beyond, a skeletal finger pointing into oblivion. Even from a distance, I can see its deterioration. Missing boards, listing railings, the whole structure sagging toward the water as if tired of resisting gravity. He's chosen his escape route poorly. That pier leads nowhere but open water. I follow him onto the wooden planks, which groan beneath my weight with each step. The sound of water slapping against the pilings rises from below, along with the smell of salt, rot, and rusting metal. Fog swirls thicker here where water meets air, reducing visibility to mere feet. I slow my pace, suddenly aware that one wrong step could send me plunging through a missing board. "There's nowhere to go," I call into the mist, my voice strange and distorted in this suspended world between land and sea. "It ends here, Jason. All of it." His laugh drifts back to me, soft, almost gentle, the laugh of a man who believes he's still in control. "You're out of your depth, Emily, always have been. Go home to your daughter while you still can." I take another step forward, feeling the pier sway slightly beneath me. "My daughter, who you drugged and abducted, who you were planning to use as leverage against me, that daughter." His figure materializes more clearly as I draw closer, the distance between us narrowing to perhaps 20 feet. He stands with his back to the harbour, facing me. Even now, even here, he maintains an appearance of control, of poise. "It wasn't personal," he says, taking a step backward as I advance. "Just business. Loose ends that needed tying." Clara was business. Marissa. My voice breaks on the names of women I never met, but whose fates are now entwined with mine. My daughter was business. His shoulders lift in a shrug that makes me want to put a bullet through him. "Everything is business in the end, Emily. Even family. Even love." Suddenly, brilliant light slices through the fog behind Jason, a spotlight from what must be a police boat searching the harbour. Its beam cuts across the pier, momentarily illuminating us both in harsh white clarity before sweeping onward. The unexpected brightness makes Jason flinch, turning instinctively away from the light, his composure finally fracturing. I don't hesitate. I lunge, covering the remaining distance between us in 3 desperate strides. The gun falls from my hand as I tackle him with my full weight, arms wrapping around his waist, driving him backward. For an instant, we're suspended in perfect balance, his surprise against my determination, before gravity takes hold. We crash together onto the weathered planks, the impact driving breath from my lungs. Jason's elbow connects with my ribs as we struggle. I feel the boards shift beneath our combined weight, hear the ominous crack of wood that has endured one stress too many. "Let go, you stupid!" Jason's words cut off as he manages to flip onto his stomach, trying to crawl away from me across the splintering wood. I grab his ankle, refusing to release him, even as I feel the pier beginning to give way. The next moment happens in fragments of sensation, the final splintering crack of wood surrendering, the sickening lurch as solid ground disappears. Jason's startled cry merging with my own, the rush of air as we plummet toward the invisible water below. My leg catches a nail or a piece of wood on the way down, and it rips open. My gasp becomes a scream that's cut short by the shocking impact of the water. Cold beyond imagining envelops me, stealing breath, stealing thought, stealing everything but the primal need to survive. The harbour water closes over my head, thick with silt and secrets, and for a terrible moment I can't tell which way is up. My waterlogged clothes drag at me like grasping hands, pulling me deeper into the darkness. My lungs already burn for air. The cold paralyzes my limbs, making each movement feel like pushing through concrete. Bubbles escape from my nose and mouth, trailing upward, the only indication of which direction might lead to air, to life. I orient myself by those bubbles and kick desperately, fighting against the sodden weight of my clothes, against the disorienting darkness, against the pier debris raining down around me. The surface seems impossibly distant, a slightly lighter darkness above the absolute black below. My chest constricts painfully as my body demands oxygen I can't provide. In this moment, suspended between life and death, I think of Kaylee waiting in the warehouse, of the baby inside me, innocent lives depending on my survival. I kick harder, arms sweeping upward through the resistance of the water, clawing my way toward that lighter darkness. My lungs scream for air that isn't there. Each desperate kick toward the surface feels weaker than the last as the cold seeps into my muscles, turning them to lead. The harbour water holds me in its grip, thick and resistant, every movement a battle against its pull. My clothes, heavy with water, drag me downward even as I fight to rise. Darkness crowds the edges of my vision, not just the darkness of the murky harbour, but something deeper, more final. I can't die here. Kaylee needs me. The baby needs me. But my body is surrendering to the inevitable, my movements slowing, despite my mind's desperate commands. I think of the other life inside me, the tiny spark I've carried these past weeks, and a fresh surge compels me to kick again, harder, my arms clawing upward through the murk. The lighter darkness above, what must be the surface, seems closer now. Just a few more seconds, just a little more strength. Something seizes my arm from behind. The grip is strong, insistent, pulling me backward. Terror explodes through me. Jason. He's found me in the darkness, is trying to drag me deeper, to ensure I never resurface with what I know. I thrash wildly, twisting in the water to face my attacker. The movement costs precious oxygen, but survival instinct overrides everything else. I can't see his face in the murky water, just a darker shape against the general blackness. My free hand claws at the fingers gripping my arm, my nails raking across skin. The grip loosens momentarily, and I kick away, but the hand finds me again, this time wrapping around my waist. No, not like this. I slam my elbow backward with all my remaining strength, feeling it connect with something solid. Bubbles explode around us, my attacker's air escaping in a surprised rush. But instead of releasing me, the arm around my waist tightens, pulling me closer. My lungs feel like they're collapsing, imploding from the pressure of held breath. Spots dance across my vision, bright against the darkness of the harbour depths. I'm losing this battle. The realization comes with strange clarity as my struggles weaken, as the cold and lack of oxygen dull my responses. My limbs feel disconnected, no longer responding to my desperate commands to fight. The arm around my waist shifts, and I'm being pulled upward. My oxygen-deprived brain struggles to make sense of this change. Not deeper into the harbour, but toward the surface. The lighter darkness grows brighter, closer, as we rise together. My attacker isn't trying to drown me, but save me. The last of my strength ebbs away, and darkness closes in completely. My final conscious thought is of Kaylee's face, not as I last saw her, drugged and frightened, but as she was, years ago, laughing in summer sunlight, before Nate, before everything complicated and dangerous entered our lives. Then, nothing. Pressure on my chest, sharp, rhythmic, pain radiating through my sternum. I want to tell whoever is hurting me to stop, but my body won't respond, my lips won't form words. Water rushes up my throat, burning like fire. I'm rolled onto my side as I cough violently, expelling harbour water that tastes of salt and oil and decay. Emily! Emily, breathe! Please, breathe! The voice penetrates the fog surrounding me. Nate's voice, raw with fear and effort. Another round of coughing racks my body, more water spilling from my lungs onto the rough wooden planks beneath me. My eyes flutter open to blurred shapes and smeared light. Gradually, the world resolves itself into recognizable forms. Nate kneels beside me, his face ghost white in the shifting light of what must be emergency vehicles. His shirt is soaked, not just with harbour water, but with blood, the stain spreading across his chest where his wound continues to bleed. His hands tremble as they hover above me, uncertain now that I've started breathing on my own. "You're..." My voice emerges as a rasped whisper. "You saved me." His eyes, when they meet mine, contain a universe of guilt and relief. "I couldn't let you drown, not after everything." He breaks off, coughing, his face contorting with pain he's been ignoring to help me. Only now do I realize we're on a dock, not the dilapidated pier that collapsed, but a sturdier structure nearby, where flashing lights cut through the fog, red and blue reflections dancing across the harbour's dark surface. And beside Nate, pressing a wadded jacket against his bleeding wound, is Kaylee. My daughter's face is streaked with tears, her eyes huge with terror that's only now beginning to recede. Her hands are red with Nate's blood, but steady as she maintains pressure on his wound. When our eyes meet, a sob escapes her. "Mom," she says, the word carrying everything we've been through, everything we've nearly lost. I reach for her with a shaking hand, my fingers brushing against her cheek, confirming she's real, she's safe. My other hand finds Nate's arm, the contact and acknowledgement of what he's done, what he's risked for me, despite his own injury, despite everything between us. "I thought," Kaylee's voice breaks, "when they pulled you out and you weren't breathing." "I'm here," I whisper, my throat raw from coughed-up harbour water. "I'm still here." Nate sways slightly, his strength visibly failing as the adrenaline that kept him going begins to ebb. "Jason," he manages, the name a question. I turn my head, looking out over the harbour water that nearly claimed me. The surface is unnaturally calm now, the earlier disturbance settled into smooth blackness that reveals nothing of what might lie beneath. No sign of Jason, no struggling figure, no body, nothing to indicate whether he survived the fall or not. Heavy footsteps approach, and a flashlight beam cuts through the fog, illuminating us in harsh white light. Detective Bonetti steps into the circle of illumination, her face grim but composed as she takes in the scene. Me, soaked and coughing on the dock, Nate bleeding and pale, Kaylee trying to hold everything together with blood-stained hands. "Ambulance is 2 minutes out," Bonetti says, her voice professionally calm, though her eyes betray concern when they rest on me. She gestures to officers behind her, who spread out along the dock, securing the area, searching for any sign of Jason in the water below. "What happened out there, Emily?" I try to answer, but another round of coughing overtakes me. When it subsides, I manage to form words through chattering teeth. "The pier collapsed. We both went in. He was right there with me, but then—" Bonetti nods, understanding what I can't articulate. "We'll find him," she says, but her tone suggests she knows what I've already accepted. That the harbour might keep its newest secret, that Jason Reynolds might have slipped away one final time, into depths where even justice can't follow. As paramedics rush forward with stretchers and emergency equipment, I reach again for Kaylee and Nate, holding onto them as if they might disappear into the fog. Whatever comes next, questions, investigations, revelations about Jason's role in all this, we face it together, broken and bleeding, but alive. For now, in this moment on the dock, with flashing lights cutting through the mist, that has to be enough. 48. Emily. The persistent beeping of heart monitors has become reassuring, a steady rhythm that assures everyone I'm still here, still breathing, still processing everything that happened at the warehouse 3 days ago. Bouquets of flowers have transformed this sterile room into something almost cheerful. Almost. I shift against the pillows, wincing as the movement pulls at the stitches in my leg, where splintered wood from the pier tore through skin and muscle during my fall. The physical injuries will heal far sooner than the other wounds, the ones that don't show on medical charts, but linger in nightmares and sudden, sharp memories that ambush me when I least expect them. Kaylee sits in the vinyl chair beside my bed, her fingers tapping on her laptop as she does her schoolwork remotely. She's barely left this room since they admitted me, sleeping in that same uncomfortable chair despite my protests. But there's nothing I can do. Dark circles shadow my daughter's eyes, but there's a resolute set to her jaw that I recognize from my own reflection. Her protectiveness has shifted from suspicion to vigilance, as if she might personally guard me against any remaining threat. "You should go home and sleep in an actual bed," I tell her, not for the first time. "I'm fine." She glances up, one eyebrow arched. Says the woman who nearly drowned in the harbour trying to save my life. I reach for the water glass on my bedside table, concealing a smile. Fair point. A knock interrupts our familiar argument. Detective Sandra Bonetti stands in the doorway, her usual sharp-edged professionalism softened slightly at the edges. She's carrying a small potted plant rather than flowers, something that will last, not wither and die within days. It's a telling choice that makes me like her even more. "May I come in?" she asks, though she is already stepping into the room. "Of course," I answer, watching as she places the plant on the windowsill, adjusting it until she's satisfied with its position in the sunlight. Kaylee closes her laptop, her attention shifting completely to Bonetti. "Any news?" Bonetti pulls up a second chair and sits, her movements efficient but not rushed. She looks tired, the kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from working around the clock. Jason's body was recovered early this morning, she says without preamble, near Lighthouse Point. The current carried him quite a distance. I exhale slowly, a tension I hadn't fully acknowledged releasing from my shoulders. Your pictures that you provided from 5 years ago, along with the confession he made to you, are making our job easier. I should have made the connection sooner, I say, the familiar guilt rising again. Instead of letting him intimidate me into silence. She shakes her head. You were protecting your daughter after receiving credible threats. That's understandable. Her gaze shifts to include Kaylee. But there's something else I thought you should hear directly from me. I tense, instinctively reaching for Kaylee's hand. What is it? We've reopened the investigation into Clara Sullivan's death. Bonetti sits straighter, her professional demeanor reasserting itself. It's now officially classified as a homicide orchestrated by Jason Reynolds. The air is heavy with vindication and grief. Kaylee's fingers tighten around mine. We've recovered physical evidence from storage that was overlooked in the original investigation. Partial fingerprints on the pill bottles that don't match Clara's. Fibers that don't belong to anyone in the household. Bonetti's expression softens slightly. Clara Sullivan didn't take her own life, Emily. She was murdered because she asked questions about Jason's involvement in her daughter's death and threatened to expose it. But Nate was so fixated on Caruso he wouldn't listen to her. Bonetti leans forward, lowering her voice. That's why I've been watching Nate since his release. He came to me 6 months ago with a theory about Jason's connection to both deaths, but he needed proof. We struck a deal. He'd get out early, work as an informant, get back close with Jason, and I'd reopen Clara's case. That's why I kept contacting him about witness testimony. Relief floods through me, not for myself, but for Nate and his daughter. For 5 years, he's carried the weight of believing he indirectly caused Clara's suicide. Now at least that particular burden can be lifted. I glance at Kaylee, whose shoulders have visibly slumped, the tension draining from her body in a way that makes her look suddenly younger, more vulnerable. Her suspicions of Nate, the theory that he'd arranged Clara's death, had driven her investigation, her distrust, her determination to protect me from him. Now that theory has collapsed, leaving her to recalibrate her understanding of the man I married. Bonetti rises, adjusting the cuffs of her jacket. I'll keep you updated as we make further progress. The DA wants to meet with you next week about your testimony, but there's no rush. Focus on recovery first. After she leaves, silence settles between Kaylee and me. The monitors continue their steady beeping, the sunlight shifts incrementally across the room, and my daughter stares at our still joined hands as if they hold answers to questions she hasn't yet formed. Mom, she finally says, her voice small. I'm sorry I was wrong about Nate. You weren't wrong to be suspicious, I tell her gently. You were protecting me the best way you knew how. If you hadn't, then we might not have stopped Jason. She shakes her head, frustrated. I was so sure. I built this whole theory around him being some master manipulator who killed Clara, who might even have been involved in Marissa's death. I convinced you to doubt him. You found real inconsistencies that needed explaining, I remind her. And you weren't entirely wrong. Nate did hide things from me. Your instincts were good, even if some conclusions were off. But I made you question someone who genuinely loves you, she insists, her eyes filling with tears. Someone who nearly died trying to protect you and me. I squeeze her hand, wishing I could absorb her guilt as easily as I would physical pain. That's what love does, honey. It makes us fierce in defense of those we care about. Your suspicion came from love. So did my trust in Nate. We were both right in our own ways. Kaylee leans forward, resting her head against our clasped hands. I stroke her hair, feeling its familiar texture beneath my fingers. We've come full circle, this daughter and I, from when I protected her from unseen threats, to now, when she tried to protect me from what she perceived as danger. Both of us making mistakes, but driven by the same fundamental instinct, to keep each other safe in a world that often feels anything but. I'm proud of you, I whisper, for asking questions no one else would, for not backing down when it mattered. She looks up, her eyes still damp, but a small smile touching her lips. I get that from you, you know. The monitors beep their steady rhythm, marking time as we sit together in the shifting sunlight, no longer divided by secrets or suspicions, but united by the truth we fought so hard to uncover. 49. Emily. The hallway stretches before me like an obstacle course. Every step sends a dull throb through my injured leg. I lean slightly against the wall for support, my fingers brushing the cool surface as I make my slow progress toward Nate's room. The antiseptic smell grows stronger here in the surgical recovery wing, mingling with the faint scent of flowers that seems to follow visitors like perfume. 3 days since the warehouse, since the pier collapsed, since Nate was shot twice, and this is the first time I've been allowed to see him. The doctors insisted I rest, that I focus on my own recovery first. But some needs transcend medical advice, and seeing him, confirming with my own eyes that he survived, has become as essential as breathing. I pause outside his door, gathering myself. Through the small window, I can see him propped against pillows, his shoulder heavily bandaged, bruises blooming across his exposed skin in watercolor patterns of purple and yellow. Beside his bed sits a young woman, Leah. I knock softly before pushing the door open. The steady beeping of monitors provides a baseline to the silence that falls at my entrance. Nate turns toward me, wincing slightly at the movement, his eyes lighting with something that might be relief, or joy, or both. Emily, he says, my name carrying the weight of everything we've endured. Leah nods in greeting, her expression guarded but no longer hostile. You came, Leah says softly, surprising me. Her voice is hoarse, whether from disuse or emotion, I can't tell. I hoped you would. The simple statement touches something deep within me. Of course I came, I reply, moving further into the room. My leg protests as I cross to the empty chair on Nate's other side, but I hide the discomfort. How are you feeling? The question is meant for both of them, but it's Nate who answers. Better now, he says, his gaze never leaving my face. The doctors say that physical therapy will be challenging. Nate reaches for the worn wallet on his bedside table, his movements careful to avoid pulling at the IV lines attached to his arm. From inside, he withdraws a photograph, creased and softened with age, its edges rounded from handling. He holds it out to me. Clara Sullivan gazes back from the image, her eyes kind but determined, her smile gentle. She looks like both her daughters, combined in one face that radiates quiet strength. I've carried this since the day they arrested me, Nate says, his voice dropping to nearly a whisper. Through prison, through every day of searching afterward. I couldn't bear to look at it most times, but I couldn't let it go either. I take the photograph carefully, aware of its significance. She was beautiful. She was extraordinary. He corrects gently, strong in ways I never appreciated until it was too late. When I thought she'd taken her own life because of what? Because I failed to protect our daughter. His voice breaks, and he takes a moment to compose himself. That guilt was the heaviest burden, heavier than prison. His gaze shifts to his daughter, then back to me. Tears shine in his eyes, not falling, but present. Knowing that I found out what happened to Marissa, finally, and to Clara, it allows me to forgive myself, just a little, for the early mistakes, for the weakness that gave me tunnel vision and focusing only on Caruso. If I hadn't assaulted him, if I hadn't ended up in prison. I return the photograph, watching as he tucks it reverently back into his wallet. The moment feels sacred somehow, a kind of memorial and rebirth simultaneously. I settle into the chair beside his bed, conscious of his hand resting on the blanket near mine. We don't touch, though the distance between our fingers could be crossed in a heartbeat. The space between us seems to represent everything, the trauma we've shared, the secrets now exposed, the uncertain future stretching before us. Our relationship remains as fragile as the bonds between father and daughter being carefully reconstructed. Yet something resilient pulses beneath the uncertainty, a connection forged through danger and truth, through standing together against darkness, even when doubts threaten to divide us. Nate's fingers twitch slightly toward mine, not quite bridging the gap. I meet his gaze and see in his eyes a question I'm not ready to answer, a future I can't yet clearly envision. But I don't pull away either. For now, that feels like enough. This careful proximity, this shared space of healing, this moment of quiet understanding amid the beeping monitors and antiseptic air. One day at a time, I murmur, the words meant for all of us in this room of broken and mending souls. Leah nods as if I've spoken a profound truth. Perhaps I have. Epilogue. Emily, 7 months later. White ribbons flutter against the blue sky as I adjust my camera's aperture, capturing the play of light and shadow across the park. It's unusually warm and sunny for this time of year, so we have decided to have the event outside. Through my viewfinder, the scene transforms, ordinary decorations becoming symbols of something deeper. Lanterns waiting to be lit, strung between trees like sentinels. The lighthouse stands behind it all, watchful and enduring, like the family we've glued together from broken fragments. I lower the camera, feeling its familiar weight against my chest as I scan the gathering. Our daughter's christening day has arrived, and with it all the people who helped us survive to see it. Kaylee arrives first, of course. My eternally punctual daughter strides up the lighthouse path in a tailored navy blazer that screams cybersecurity professional rather than the college student she was just months ago. Her internship with the FBI's Digital Forensics Unit, a direct result of her investigation into Nate, has transformed her. She moves with new confidence, her smile easy as she approaches. "Mom, the light is perfect," she says, kissing my cheek. Her eyes drift toward the harbor. "Need help with anything?" Before I can answer, I spot Leah making her way up the path. Her smile when she spots the baby is genuine, lighting her face in a way that makes my throat tighten with emotion. "Perfect," I whisper, capturing the image through my lens. I find Nate standing near the lighthouse path, our infant daughter cradled against his chest. He's bouncing slightly on the balls of his feet, the instinctive rhythm all new parents discover. What others might not notice is how his gaze continuously sweeps the perimeter before returning to our guests, to our daughter, to me. Old habits don't die, they transform. His vigilance is no longer driven by desperate searching, but by fierce protection. When our eyes meet, his smile blooms, slow and warm. 7 months have passed since the warehouse, since the pier, since I almost lost him. The scars remain, a puckered line on his chest where the bullets entered, shadows that sometimes darken his eyes when memories surface unexpectedly. But holding our newborn daughter, he looks complete, in a way I never imagined possible when we began this journey. "Emily!" Detective Bonetti's voice pulls me from my thoughts. I turn to find her approaching, dressed in casual linen pants and a light sweater. So different from her usual attire that I almost don't recognize her. "Detective," I say, lowering my camera. "Sandra," she corrects, embracing me warmly. "I'm off duty, and at a christening, for God's sake." She steps back, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Congratulations on everything. The baby, you returning to your job as an investigative photojournalist." "Thank you for coming," I reply, meaning it. This woman who once investigated Nate now stands as a witness to our daughter's christening. Another unexpected thread in the tapestry of connections we've woven. It wouldn't have happened without you. "Oh, I think you would have gotten there eventually," she says with a knowing smile. "You're rather persistent." Across the gathering, Angela and Karen bustle between tables, arranging flowers and refreshments with the comfortable synchronicity of old friends. Angela catches my eye and points triumphantly to the christening cake, her pride in its 3-tiered perfection evident even from this distance. Karen adjusts a vase of white roses with small, exact movements that remind me she once worked as a florist before retirement. At the edge of the group stands Tom, looking simultaneously out of place and determined to stay. He clutches a small, gift-wrapped package, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Kaylee goes to hug him, and I make sure to get a picture of the two of them together. I lift my camera again as the minister arrives, capturing the way our guests naturally form a semicircle near the lighthouse viewpoint. From here, Harbourview Heights spreads below us, the town and harbour visible. The ceremony begins, and I move between roles, stepping back to photograph the gathering, then forward to stand beside Nate as our daughter is blessed. Marissa's name forms part of our daughters, Hope Marissa Riley Sullivan, honouring the young girl whose life and death set everything in motion. When the minister speaks of family extending beyond blood, I capture Leah's hand reaching for Kaylee's, Angela wiping a tear while Karen passes her a tissue. Through my lens, I see the story of us, not just as individuals, but as a unit forged in crisis and strengthened by choice. Click. Nate's hands, strong and steady, holding our daughter toward the light. Click. Kaylee's face, soft with wonder as she watches her half-sister's christening. Click. Bonetti's quiet dignity as she stands witness to a family she helped to save. When the minister invites everyone to welcome Hope Marissa into the community, I hand my camera to Kaylee and step forward to take my daughter from Nate's arms. Her weight settles against me, familiar and miraculous. Her eyes, blue like her father's, like her half-sister's, blink up at me, untroubled by the complex history surrounding her birth. "Welcome to the world, officially," I whisper against her downy head. Nate's arm slips around my waist, his body solid and warm against mine. His vigilance remains, a constant low hum beneath his joy, but I no longer fear it. We've learnt to live with the awareness that safety is never absolute, that love requires courage precisely because it involves risk. The minister concludes the ceremony, and conversation rises around us like the tide. I reclaim my camera from Kaylee, returning to the role of observer and chronicler. Through my viewfinder, I capture Tom awkwardly approaching Nate, offering a handshake that Nate accepts without hesitation. Each image I capture tells part of our story, not just what happened at the warehouse or on that pier, but what happened after. The hard work of healing, the patient rebuilding of trust, the deliberate choice to move toward light even when shadows persist. I lower my camera just as Nate glances my way, his eyes finding mine across the gathering with uncanny timing. He doesn't need to scan the crowd to locate me, not anymore. We're anchored to each other now, not by secrets or desperation as we once were, but by truth and by the small, perfect weight of our daughter between us. Click. One more moment preserved, one more truth captured in light and shadow. Outside, I adjust my position, kneeling on the weathered boards of Harbour Lighthouse Park's gazebo, the weight of my camera familiar in my hands as I frame a picture of Nate with all his daughters, including Kaylee. The gazebo sits perched at the edge of the cliff, white railings festooned with ribbons and wild flowers that dance in the harbour breeze. Behind the gathering, the lighthouse stands sentinel, its red and white stripes vivid against the cloudless blue. The setting is almost too perfect, nature providing a backdrop no studio could replicate. I shift angles, seeking the interplay of light and shadow that will elevate these images beyond mere documentation. We move to the side of the gazebo for formal portraits, the guests dispersing toward the refreshment table. I continue shooting, capturing candid moments, children chasing ribbons blown loose by the wind, old friends embracing. This is what I've missed in my years of retreat, the privilege of witnessing life's intimate moments, of preserving them beyond their fleeting seconds. Finally, a proper family.